Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Befriends the Wind Prodigy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the most famous building in Konoha, an old man, smoking a pipe, stared out of the window. Behind him was a table full of papers awaiting his signature. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to gaze at the fourth Hokage's monument. Today marked exactly a year since Konoha faced the Nine Tails assault. Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh. Konoha had suffered the most losses of any village during the Third Great Ninja War, having fought against every other village. Just a year later, they faced another tragedy that not only claimed the life of the fourth Hokage but also took many ninjas and civilians. This increased the burden on him and the remaining ninjas, leading to an overcrowded orphanage. Hiruzen sighed again, finally resolving to tackle the paperwork. In one such orphanage, a 5-year-old orphan named Suzuki Fujin was sound asleep. Suddenly he awoke, screaming in pain while clutching his head before falling unconscious again. His cries roused the other orphans, who quickly alerted the caretaker. A few hours later, Suzuki Fujin regained consciousness but was still plagued by a severe headache. He thought to himself about the unusual intensity of the pain, wondering how he could feel this way after staying up late working on a project. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he frowned at the unfamiliarity of the room. Confused, he pondered where he was and why he felt so much smaller. A realization struck him. Had he somehow returned to the past? His thoughts were interrupted by 2 children entering the room. They rushed toward him, one asking if he was all right and the other inquiring about his scream. Fujin recognized them but struggled to place their names, his headache making it difficult to think clearly. To buy himself some time, he pretended to faint again, prompting the 2 children to rush back to the caretaker in worry. While feigning sleep, he began to access new memories, those of Suzuki Fujin. After 5 hours of battling the headache and disbelief, he finally understood the truth. He had transmigrated into the Naruto world. The realization hit him hard. He couldn't recall dying, and yet here he was, in a world filled with powerful ninjas, having taken over the life of a civilian. After calming himself, he began to formulate a plan for his future. He decided he would now be known as Suzuki Fujin, feeling a mix of sympathy and frustration for the boy whose life he had taken over. From his new memories, he learned that Fujin's parents had died during Kurama's rampage, leaving him incredibly fortunate to have survived. After being admitted to the orphanage, he had been examined by Root to see if he could be recruited, but they had ultimately chosen not to take him. Given that Kurama's attack had occurred a year ago and Fujin was 5 years old, he realized he was 4 years older than Naruto and his generation. This provided him with more time to train and gain power. He noted the significant events ahead: the Uchiha massacre in 7 years, the Konoha crush in 12 years, and Pain's attack along with the Fourth Great Ninja War in 16 years. Just then he felt a strange energy flowing through him, leading him to wonder if it was chakra. His memories had not mentioned chakra, suggesting it had been unlocked upon his transmigration. This was promising news. It would make entering the ninja academy easier than for other civilians. With that thought, he decided it was best to explore his surroundings to understand this new world better. Finally, he stopped pretending to be asleep and got up. Upon waking, he noticed it was already evening, the clock reading 6:30 p.m. His stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten all day. He realized he needed to grab something to eat and act like a child, hoping no one would notice any changes in him. As he opened the door, he heard laughter outside and saw the 2 kids playing. He recognized them as Sakai Aichi and Aoki Daisuke, both of whom were good friends and shared the room with him. Aichi had lost his parents in the Kurama assault, while Daisuke had lost his during the Third Great Ninja War. Concerned expressions crossed their faces as they rushed to him. Daisuke asked if he was okay, and Fujin nodded, assuring them he was fine and had just experienced a terrible headache. Aichi expressed relief, saying they had been worried about him. Just then, a growl from Fujin's stomach broke the moment, causing him to feel embarrassed. He rubbed the back of his head and admitted he was very hungry. Aichi remarked that it made sense since he had been sleeping all day. Daisuke then put his arm around Fujin and suggested they head to the mess to see if there was anything to eat. The three children made their way to the mess hall, where several other kids gave Fujin curious looks. A few asked how he was doing, and he realized they must have heard about his earlier episode. Recalling from his memories that there were over 250 orphans in the orphanage, he wondered if Naruto was among them. Upon reaching the mess, they spotted the caretaker, Saya, a friendly middle-aged woman. She approached Fujin with concern, relieved to hear he was all right. She informed him that they had called a doctor, but he had been unable to determine what was wrong. While she was glad he was fine, she insisted he still needed to be checked again. Fujin nodded appreciatively and asked if there was anything to eat. Saya confirmed that dinner had been prepared, and although it would take some time to serve everyone, she would arrange food for him right away. Then Saya prepared a plate for Fujin while Daisuke and Aichi went off to play. As Fujin began to eat, he reflected on the food, noting that it was acceptable, though not particularly tasty. It was understandable, considering it was an orphanage. He realized they were provided with 3 meals a day: breakfast, lunch, and dinner, along with plenty of fruits. Unfortunately, meat was not included. Nevertheless, he concluded that the nutrition was sufficient for him to train without worrying about food. After finishing his meal, Fujin returned to his room. Falling back onto his bed, he contemplated the day. Acting like a child was challenging, but fortunately, no one seemed to notice any difference in him. He was relieved that there were no ninjas in the orphanage. Now that he was here, he didn't want to be a nameless background character. His knowledge of future events gave him a significant advantage, and he began to consider how to proceed. After half an hour of analysis, he concluded that while he knew the future without sufficient power, that knowledge would be useless. There was no guarantee that events would unfold as they did in the manga, which had many inconsistencies. Sharing this information with anyone was out of the question. It could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, he decided to focus on improving his power for now. Normal jutsus were not an option for him, as regular civilians didn't have access to them, and he could only join the Ninja Academy next year. Although he was aware of many jutsus and their effects, he couldn't recall the hand signs for them. The only technique he remembered was the shadow clone technique, which was advanced and classified as forbidden. Knowing the hand signs alone wouldn't suffice. He needed to understand how they manipulated chakra. Until he gained that knowledge, attempting the hand signs would be futile. However, he could practice jutsus and training that didn't require hand signs. Techniques like Rasengan, elemental training, and chakra control were all possibilities. Since he had unlocked his chakra, focusing on chakra control exercises was essential. He preferred to practice without anyone watching, so he planned to work on leaf concentration over the next year, as tree climbing might attract attention. Fortunately, the first and second stages of Rasengan training could be done in privacy, as could the initial stage of elemental training. In addition to jutsu training, he recognized the importance of improving his physical condition. While he was in decent shape, he knew he could be better. He decided to start with light exercises to build stamina and strength. He considered adopting a training regimen similar to Master Roshi's and hoped to catch Guy's attention. With these thoughts in mind, he settled down for the night, hoping that his headache would be gone by morning. The next morning, Fujin woke up early and noticed the sky was still dark. He realized it was only 5 a.m. He had slept most of the previous day, so it made sense that he woke up early. He acknowledged that if he wanted to grow stronger, he would need to make this an everyday habit. On the bright side, his headache had finally subsided. After getting out of bed, he saw that Aichi and Daisuke were still fast asleep. Not expecting the little ones to wake up anytime soon, he freshened up and left his room. The orphanage had a decent-sized playground for the children on the north side, while the east and south sides were lined with trees, resembling a mini forest. Fujin noted that Konoha had many such mini forests throughout the village, often used as training grounds for ninjas. Unfortunately, there wasn't a training ground near the orphanage. The western side was filled with residential areas and a market a few hundred meters away. He considered that the forest could offer some cover and privacy, making it a potential spot for secret training. He also needed to find out when he could have his room to himself. Determined to start his training, he began with some warm-up stretches to loosen his muscles. After about 10 minutes, he started running around the playground. Estimating the circumference to be around 100 meters, he completed the initial rounds with ease but soon began to tire. Pushing himself to the limit, he managed to finish 28 laps around the playground. Breathing heavily, he marveled at his achievement, realizing he had run nearly 3 kilometers. He reflected that in his previous life, he wouldn't have been able to run even a kilometer at the age of 5. He couldn't recall the original boy doing any exercises before he took over his body. He wondered if the strength of the people in this world was greater or if unlocking his chakra had enhanced his physical capabilities. He suspected it was the former, as he had only unlocked his chakra the day before. After taking a short break, he resumed his exercise with push-ups, completing 2 sets of 12 reps. He followed this with sit-ups, managing 4 sets of 15 reps, and finally attempted pull-ups, where he barely managed 8 reps. This exercise did push him a lot, but he was careful not to push his body to its limits suddenly, as that could be detrimental. Once he finished his workout, he returned to the orphanage, took a bath, and changed into fresh clothes. He entered the room to find it was 7:30 a.m., and his roommates were still fast asleep. He thought it was interesting and wondered when they would wake up and if their wake-up time was consistent. If they only woke up at 8, when breakfast was served, it might give him the chance to practice leaf concentration in the early morning without anyone knowing. He decided to observe them for the next week to confirm this. He sat on his bed and took one of the leaves he had brought back from his morning exercises. As he stared at it, he contemplated the 5 basic natures that could be mastered: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. To discover his nature affinity, he would need chakra paper, but he knew that all 5 natures could be mastered by any ninja. He recalled how, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Shikamaru had every ninja perform the earth-style, earth wall technique, which indicated that the most basic jutsus of the 5 natures could be utilized without fully mastering the element, similar to Naruto's approach. However, mastering all 5 natures would allow for the use of more powerful jutsus from each element. Given Hiruzen's proficiency, he assumed that Hiruzen had mastered all 5 natures. He wondered what his own nature affinity might be, as that element would be easier for him to master. If he had to choose, his first preference would be lightning, as it offered a deadly attack. If he could replicate how the Raikages used lightning to enhance their speed, power, and defense, he could reach Kage-level strength. His next preference would likely be water. Although he wasn't particularly fond of water style, Konoha had the legacy of Tobirama and his water style jutsus. Gaining access to those could also elevate his power to Kage level. The remaining 3 natures posed their own challenges. While wind style was deadly and versatile, he couldn't recall a single Kage-level character who achieved that status solely through wind-style jutsus. The only one that came to mind was Danzo, who had been formidable in his fight against Sasuke. Still, the idea of becoming the first ninja to reach Kage level using wind style sounded exciting. Earth style had strong jutsus and was probably the second best nature after lightning, but very few were used by Konoha ninjas, making access difficult. Fire style had some powerful jutsus, but most seemed easy to evade. The only top-tier fire jutsu he remembered was Amaterasu, which he couldn't use. Madara's majestic flame destroyer appeared deadly and could be used by anyone, but he was uncertain if it was available in Konoha or if a regular ninja could unleash flames of that magnitude. Regardless, he reminded himself to keep an open mind, as there might be many more jutsus available than those shown in the Naruto series. For now, he had limited options. Of the 5 natures, he only knew the proper training method for wind nature, as it had been thoroughly covered. Training for the other natures would be a guessing game, so he decided to delay that training until the academy started. Until then, he would focus on mastering wind nature, regardless of whether it was his affinity. Fujin then channeled his chakra and attempted to cut the leaf in 2. He practiced for half an hour without success when a bell rang throughout the orphanage, signaling that breakfast was ready. Aichi and Daisuke woke up immediately. Seeing Fujin sitting on the bed, Daisuke noted that he had woken up early. Fujin explained that he had gone to bed early, which elicited a laugh from Aichi, who remarked that it was nice to see Fujin not screaming today. Both Daisuke and Aichi chuckled at his expense, prompting Fujin to express his embarrassment and remind them to hurry down for breakfast before it was all gone. Upon hearing this, both Aichi and Daisuke rushed to grab their toothbrushes. Over the following week, the same pattern continued. Fujin woke up early, completed his morning exercises, and observed that his two roommates only woke when the bell rang. Whenever he had the chance, he tried to cut the leaf, adding punching and kicking to his morning routine. He noticed that Aichi and Daisuke spent most of their time playing with the other children, leaving the room empty for long stretches, especially after breakfast and a few hours before dinner. With this information, he began practicing the leaf concentration exercise to improve his chakra control during those quiet PRDS. He placed a leaf on his forehead and directed all his chakra onto it, using it as a focal point. This not only enhanced his chakra control but also helped improve his concentration. He recalled Naruto emphasizing the importance of this exercise while mastering Rasengan. Fujin's choice not to participate in games with the other kids raised some eyebrows, but the overcrowded orphanage meant that no one paid him much attention. The incident involving the screaming and fainting had faded from memory. Only his two friends were disappointed that he no longer played with them as much. To avoid drawing suspicion, he positioned himself on the bed so that his back faced the door during his leaf concentration exercises. If anyone entered the room unexpectedly, he would quickly stop the exercise and hide the leaf from view. Fortunately, he experienced little interference. Over the next 6 months, Fujin maintained this routine. His physical fitness, concentration, and chakra control steadily improved, leading to a significant increase in his chakra reserves. Unfortunately, without anything to compare against, he had no idea how his chakra reserves measured up. Physically, he was now able to run nearly 50 laps around the playground. He could complete 4 sets of push-ups with 12 repetitions, 5 sets of sit-ups with 20 repetitions, and 4 sets of pull-ups with 8 repetitions. Fujin noted that it was much easier to improve physically in this world compared to his previous one. When it came to wind nature training, it took him 3.5 months to successfully cut one leaf. After 6 months of training, he was finally able to cut the leaf in one go without any issues. Although it took a long time, it was understandable due to several factors, such as Fujin having just unlocked his chakra and lacking shadow clones or a great teacher to guide him. Since he couldn't cut a waterfall to complete the next stage, he decided to cut tougher materials to further improve his wind nature. He replaced the leaf with a small piece of twig and then a branch he found lying around. One fortunate event occurred in the 5th month of his time in this ninja world. An elderly couple visited the orphanage and distributed many water balloons. Such instances happened frequently, and Fujin guessed they were likely people who had lost their children in the war or during the Kurama assault. This time, however, it was very beneficial for him. As an orphan without access to money, he couldn't buy water balloons for his Rasengan training. Seizing the opportunity, he collected a few water balloons and hid some away. With access to the water balloons, he finally began stage 1 of the Rasengan training. While chakra shape manipulation was challenging, recalling how Naruto popped the balloon, Fujin managed to replicate the technique to manipulate his chakra and apply pressure evenly within just a couple of days. However, he still couldn't pop the balloon. He thought to himself that perhaps his chakra reserves were too low. He believed he could pop it if he could use more chakra. Nevertheless, he decided not to worry about it for now, recognizing that practicing would help improve his shape manipulation skills. A couple of months later, Fujin turned 6 and became eligible to attempt entering the Ninja Academy. The entrance exam was still 2 months away. Upon inquiring about the exam's contents, he learned that it was primarily focused on the physical fitness of the candidates and an inspection of their chakra to determine their potential as ninjas. Fujin felt confident about passing both parts, so he continued his usual routine, adding throwing wooden shurikens to his training. In the afternoons, he ventured into a mini forest, marking tree trunks and trying to hit them accurately with wooden shurikens. This practice was in case shuriken throwing was included in the entrance exam. Unfortunately, the orphanage didn't have any shurikens to lend him, and being an orphan meant he had no money to buy them. So, he crafted wooden shurikens from small branches in the forest, using wind nature to cut them. The process of carving the shurikens also helped him improve his chakra control. Although the shurikens weren't perfect, they were the only option he had for now. Fujin had another idea. He thought that since he had mastered the basics, passing the entrance exam shouldn't be too difficult. However, he wondered if he could enhance his physical capabilities by using chakra. He knew that chakra could boost speed by concentrating it in his legs, and the power of punches could be increased by gathering chakra in his fists. He decided to experiment with whether he could do more push-ups and other exercises while using chakra to assist. With those thoughts in mind, Fujin began his experiment. He noticed a significant increase in speed and power when using chakra during his exercises. However, he encountered several issues. The first was that it was inefficient, wasting a lot of chakra. The second was that it required more chakra than his current reserves could handle. As a result, Fujin modified his morning exercises. He continued his usual routine, but once he finished, he repeated the exercises, this time with the aid of chakra. This adjustment benefited him immensely, increasing both his physical capabilities and his chakra usage, while also accelerating the growth of his chakra reserves. He began to wonder why his chakra reserves were growing at a faster rate. After some analysis, he concluded that it was likely due to exhausting his chakra daily. Each time he did so, it probably increased his reserves slightly. If his analysis was correct, he had two methods to increase his reserves, a combination of physical exercise and meditation, and exhausting his chakra repeatedly. He pondered whether there were any other methods as well. Around 2 months after turning 6, the academy entrance exams were conducted. Fujin woke up early, freshened up, and prepared to leave for the academy. For the first time in 10 months, he skipped his morning workout. He waited for Daisuke and Aichi to get ready, as they were also planning to participate in the exams. In total, around 7 boys and 2 girls from the orphanage were taking the academy exams this year. They all left together, accompanied by the caretaker Momonosuke. Upon reaching the academy, the children were surprised by the vast number of participants gathered for the exam. A girl named Naomi exclaimed in disbelief at the crowd. Momonosuke noted that there were probably over 1,000 participants. He recalled that last year, more than 1,600 children attempted the exam, but only around 360 were selected. Fujin thought to himself that he hadn't expected such a large turnout. So many participants and so many selected? He figured Konoha was trying to fill the void left by the losses during the Third War and the Kurama assault. However, he felt it wouldn't affect him in any way. As he looked around, Fujin noticed some groups within the crowd wearing Konoha headbands. Momonosuke pointed out that they were trained ninjas from various clans in the village, likely accompanying their children. He remarked that most of them would probably pass the exam. Hearing this, the other kids tensed up a bit. Momonosuke, noticing their anxiety, chuckled and tried to reassure them, saying that they shouldn't worry too much. The majority of participants weren't from clans, so they had a good chance of passing. He encouraged them to give it their best. The other kids nodded nervously, feeling a mix of apprehension and determination. At that time, someone wearing a chunin vest approached the crowd and announced that the exams would begin shortly, instructing all the children to gather at the training ground behind the academy. Once at the back of the academy, Fujin's group gazed at Hokage Rock, which featured the carved faces of all 4 Hokage. Everyone was awestruck by its grandeur. Fujin thought about how magnificent it looked up close, wondering if it served a greater purpose beyond its beauty. Inside the academy, in a conference room, several chunins, most of whom were teachers, discussed the entrance exam. One chunin stood up to report to the meeting leader, Naruto. After reviewing the report, Kisho sighed. Following the Third Great Ninja War, the third Hokage had assigned him to supervise the entrance exams, instructing him to pass as many students as possible since Konoha had lost many ninjas during the conflict. He had been promoted to a special jounin position due to his contributions. He sighed again, thinking it was quite a burden. Looking at the report, he noted that this year, 2,147 children were participating in the entrance exam, about 30% more than the previous year. He decided to start by eliminating those who were physically unfit. He signaled the assigned Shunin, Doi Masashi, to begin the exam. Masashi announced that the first phase would consist of running 5 laps on the marked path in the training ground, each lap approximately 500 meters. He would monitor everyone during the run, leading the way. With that, he disappeared and reappeared on the track. As Masashi started running, everyone followed. Fujin thought the task seemed simple, recalling how he could have easily run this distance on his first day after arriving in this world. After 10 months of training, he had managed to run over 8 kilometers and could push himself to over 10 kilometers with chakra. As the first 3 laps were completed, some participants began to drop out. By the end of the 5 laps, everyone in Fujin's group, except for him, was exhausted. 1 girl and 2 boys were unable to finish the 5 rounds. Masashi announced that those who couldn't complete the laps were eliminated and instructed them to return to the front of the academy to meet their guardians. He continued, explaining that among those still remaining, there were 2 options: run another 5 laps or return to the front of the training ground and wait. Many chose to return, but a few hundred continued. In Fujin's group, only Daisuke and another boy, Tatsuya, decided to attempt the additional laps. Nara Kisho noted that 438 participants could not complete the 5 laps, while only 257 attempted the next 5. Among the 257, 241 participants completed the additional laps. Those who could not were sent to the waiting group. Again, the same 2 choices were offered. Only 21 participants chose to attempt another 5 laps, while the rest were sent back to a different group. Fujin was now the only one left from the orphanage, with most of the remaining participants coming from clans. All 21 completed the additional laps and were placed in a separate group, resulting in 3 distinct groups on the training ground. Fujin felt relieved that they weren't asked to run 5 more laps, as he might have had to withdraw. Following this, more physical tests were conducted, leading to further eliminations. Nara Kisho noted that all 21 and 220 participants from the other 2 groups passed, but many from the first group were eliminated, leaving only 636 still standing. After the first phase concluded, the participants were given a break and provided breakfast. Once breakfast was finished, the examiner for the second phase appeared. Fujin recognized him as a member of the Hyuga clan. He announced that those who had unlocked their chakra should step forward. Everyone except one from Fujin's group moved ahead. Almost 100 kids had unlocked their chakra, with all the clan members stepping forward. Fujin felt relieved to see many civilian children join them, knowing that his own chakra unlocking would not draw too much attention. The Hyuga activated his Byakugan to examine the chakra of those who stepped forward, checking both the amount and quality. All 20 from Fujin's group passed, along with 64 others, while the remaining students were disqualified. A few Chunins then assisted the remaining students in unlocking their chakra. Fujin was surprised by the support given to help everyone unlock their chakra, realizing that Konoha must be quite desperate. He wondered about the implications of this move, considering how many more individuals in Konoha might benefit from chakra access. While the chakra unlocking process continued, Nara Kisho observed the situation. The examiner for the second phase, Hyuga Hachiro, approached him. Hachiro expressed surprise that the third Hokage ordered all these kids to unlock their chakras. Kisho nodded in agreement, explaining that the Hokage had little choice given the losses in recent years. He noted that while most of the children would not become ninjas, their chakra would enable them to fill various roles in the future. He was impressed by the Hokage's efforts to ensure so many kids attempted the exam, even increasing the academy's capacity. Hachiro agreed, stating that they just needed a few years without major conflict. Kisho, feeling dejected, remarked that the exams would be a challenge until then. Hachiro laughed at Kisho's annoyance. The process of unlocking and examining chakra continued for a while, and by evening, around 430 kids had passed, while the remaining 447 were asked to return to their guardians. Those who passed were gathered together in the training ground, where a few kids noticed an old man with a smoking pipe approaching them. Fujin looked to his left, feeling a thrill of excitement at the sight of someone from the story. He couldn't believe that the first person he recognized was Hiruzen himself. Upon seeing the third Hokage, everyone grew respectful and serious. The children were surprised that he had come to meet them. Hiruzen looked at the kids and smiled gently. He began his speech, congratulating all of them for passing the entrance exams, pausing to let the joy sink in. The kids were ecstatic, eager to finally enter the ninja academy. The surrounding chunins called for silence, allowing Lord Hokage to speak. Fujin thought to himself that he was about to witness Hiruzen's legendary ability to inspire young minds. In his previous life, he had heard much about Naruto's talk no jutsu, but few spoke of how Hiruzen had influenced Naruto to work hard and protect those who had made his life difficult. The third Hokage continued, explaining that now that they had entered the academy, they would learn the ways of a Konoha shinobi. He promised to help them become full-fledged ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village. He reminisced about the academy's history, mentioning that it was established by the second Hokage, who had taught many students, including himself. He recalled the fun and challenges they faced during their time in the academy. Hiruzen emphasized that the ninjas who graduated would ensure the safety and peace of their village. He spoke of the will of fire, a principle instilled by the first Hokage, urging the children to carry this will within them. He encouraged them to love their village and to let their will of fire shine brighter than anyone else's. He advised them to have a resilient spirit, to endure rigorous training, and to maintain good health in both mind and body. With that, he welcomed the future ninjas to the academy. As soon as the speech concluded, the excitement among the children erupted, and they began to celebrate. The day came to an end, and everyone started to head home. After reuniting with his fellow orphans, Fujin learned that only 4 kids had passed the exam. Even Aichi had not made it. Only Fujin, Daisuke, Tatsuya, and Naomi were successful. Momonosuke comforted those who had failed, reminding them of the other paths they could take in life. Together, they returned to the orphanage. With 3 days remaining until the academy opened, those days were busy for Fujin and the other orphans who had passed. The successful orphans would no longer stay at the orphanage. They were given a small apartment in the residential area, rent-free until they became ninjas, along with a small stipend for support. Fujin reflected on this unexpected news. He had known Naruto lived alone later on, but he had thought it was due to special circumstances. He wondered about the purpose of having them live independently. He realized that this arrangement would help them prepare for potential solo missions outside the village. After packing his few belongings, he stepped out of the orphanage and glanced back. He noticed Daisuke looking very sad, tears in his eyes, as he and Aichi would no longer be together. Fujin mused that he hadn't formed strong bonds with anyone there. Since Naruto wasn't in the orphanage, he felt little reason to stay. The 4 orphans were accompanied by the caretaker to their new apartments. After dropping off the other 3, Fujin was the last to arrive at his new home. He thought to himself that this would be his residence for the next few years. The apartment was clean and tidy. Although the rooms were small, they were more than sufficient for him. It featured a small living room, a bedroom, a compact kitchen, and a washroom. The essential appliances included a fridge, a cooking stove, and other necessary items for cooking. There was also a sofa in the living room and a bed with an alarm clock in the bedroom. He noticed a first aid kit as well. He thought that this was quite nice. The bed was better than the one at the orphanage, and he would have much more privacy. This would allow him to dedicate his days to training. He wondered what food would be available. He remembered that someone would come around noon to deliver food for the day and provide his stipend. Finally having access to money would be convenient. He had run out of water balloons a month ago, halting his Rasengan training. He needed to buy more. He also wanted to try Ichiraka ramen. Anyone who had watched Naruto would want to experience it. Additionally, he needed to stock the fridge since they wouldn't be provided breakfast anymore. He planned to buy eggs, bread, and milk. Ending his train of thoughts, Fujin set an alarm for 11:30 a.m. and began practicing leaf concentration. At 12:15 p.m., there was a knock on the door. He opened it to find an academy teacher who had monitored the exam the previous day. The teacher introduced himself as Adachi Genki and informed Fujin that he would be his class teacher for the year. He asked if Fujin was comfortable in his new apartment and if there were any issues. After confirming that everything was all right, Genki expressed his satisfaction, mentioning that he had seen Fujin's performance during the exam and encouraged him to keep it up. Fujin thanked him, and Genki then provided him with his stipend along with a few ration bars. Fujin looked at the bars curiously and asked what they were. Genki smiled and explained that these were ration bars meant for lunch and dinner, sufficient for a week. He added that from then on, Fujin would need to collect the ration bars from the academy every Sunday. Fujin looked at his sensei, his expression revealing his skepticism about the ration bars. Genki noticed and reassured him not to underestimate them. He explained that these were the food of ninjas, developed through extensive research, with even legendary sanins like Tsunade and Orochimaru contributing to their creation. They provided proper nutrition for ninjas, and he encouraged Fujin to take pride in eating food made specifically for them. Fujin observed his sensei's enthusiasm, realizing he was explaining it as one might to a younger child. To avoid raising suspicion, he feigned confusion before showing a bit of pride in consuming food designed for ninjas. Genki smiled and took his leave, prompting a sigh from Fujin. He wondered who was responsible for providing food to orphans. A ration bar? No wonder all Naruto ate was ramen. He thought about how the bar should provide the necessary nutrients and be easy to preserve, but he definitely needed to learn some cooking. There was no way he wanted to eat ration bars for years. He then counted the stipend he had received, 1,000 ryo. He knew ryo was the currency here, but he wasn't sure if that was a lot. He had focused solely on training and had never ventured to the shopping area near the orphanage. He realized he needed to understand the prices of essential items like shurikens, kunai, senbon, swords, explosion tags, scrolls, and more. However, he decided that his most immediate purchase should be chakra paper. After eating a ration bar, which tasted mediocre compared to the food at the orphanage, he left his apartment, locked the door, and set out. After asking around, he found the marketplace and began checking the prices of various items. He discovered that a dozen eggs cost 24 ryo, a liter of milk was 9 ryo, and a packet of bread slices was 5 ryo. Meat was priced at 60 ryo per kilogram, while various fruits and vegetables ranged from 10 to 20 ryo. He concluded that 1,000 ryo would be more than sufficient for these necessities. As he continued exploring, he stumbled upon a weapon shop. He learned that a set of 6 shurikens cost 2,000 ryo, while each kunai was 1,000 ryo. A set of 6 senbon also cost 1,000 ryo, and swords varied greatly in price depending on their quality. He realized these items were quite expensive and that he would need to save for a long time to afford them. He asked the shopkeeper about chakra papers and purchased one for 100 ryo. Concluding his shopping trip, he bought a dozen eggs, a pack of bread slices, a liter of milk, a few fruits, 12 water balloons, 3 rubber ball, and daily necessities like soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste, spending around 80 ryo in total. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about breakfast for the next few days. Upon returning home, he channeled his chakra through the chakra paper, which split right down the middle. He sighed, realizing it wasn't lightning. Still, wind was a good element, and he had already started training in it. The next day, training continued, but in the evening, after asking a few strangers, he finally reached Ichiraku Ramen. Tucci was the second canon character Fujin encountered. He ordered miso ramen for 45 ryo. After tasting it, he thought it was delicious, but 45 ryo felt expensive for him at the moment, so he knew he wouldn't be able to visit often. Satisfied with the meal, he returned home. Today was the day the academy finally started. Fujin woke at 5 a.m., freshened up, and completed his morning workout. After bathing, he ran to the academy, which started at 8 a.m. He was assigned to class 4A on the 4th floor. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that many students had already arrived, over 25 in total. He took a seat on one of the unoccupied benches and observed that most of the students were from ninja clans, wearing their clan crests proudly on their backs. He wondered if the classroom could hold 40 students, which would mean there were over 10 divisions in his year. At 8 a.m., Adachi Genki, the sensei, arrived. He distributed identity cards to everyone and introduced himself. He welcomed the students to the academy, stating that he was Adachi Genki, their class teacher for the year. He shared that he was a chunin of Konoha and had fought in the previous Great Ninja War, expressing his passion for teaching young kids. He encouraged the students to introduce themselves. As the students took turns sharing about themselves, those from clans spoke with pride about their heritage. Fujin listened carefully, trying to understand the composition of his class. There were 30 students in total, including 2 Uchiha, 3 Hyuga, 2 each from Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi, 3 Inazuka, 1 Aburame, 1 each from Sarutobi, Shimura, Kato, and Hataki clans, and surprisingly, 3 from Senju and 2 from Kurama clan. The remaining 6, including Fujin, were ordinary civilians. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Genki spoke again. He explained their position, noting that 430 students had passed the entrance exam, but only these 30 had scored the highest. Emphasized that high expectations were placed on them and that they needed to strive to become strong shinobi. He mentioned that an elite like him was assigned to their class and that other teachers would assist them when needed. They would also have access to the academy library's E and D sections and would undergo special tests every 6 months, monitored by Lord Hokage himself. The students felt a swell of pride and became more attentive. Fujin thought he was fortunate to be in such an elite classroom, where he could quickly resolve any queries. He also speculated about the library sections and wondered if there were higher-ranked jutsus available. Since it was the first day, Genki gave them a tour of the academy, showing them all the classrooms, the library, the training grounds, and the canteen area. At the training grounds, they explored various areas, including a running track, an obstacle course, a shooting area, and a balancing area filled with poles. There was even a small pond at the far end of the grounds. After the tour concluded, they returned to the classroom, where Genki outlined what they would be learning that year. The curriculum primarily focused on the basics, including chakra, hand signs, chakra control, taijutsu, the theory of genjutsu, and shuriken throwing alongside regular subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, language, history, geography, and civics. Afterward, the class was dismissed for the day. Once class was over, Fujin quickly left and headed toward the library. However, on the way to the library, Fujin encountered Daisuke and Tatsuya. Daisuke called out to him, and Fujin turned around to greet him, asking how he was doing and how the class had gone. Daisuke replied that it had been fun, as they had taken a trip around the entire academy. Fujin mentioned that his class had also gone on a trip and inquired about the number of students in Daisuke's class. Daisuke noted that there were 100 students, which seemed to be the case for every class. Tatsuya chimed in, confirming that his class was the same. Fujin explained that his class had only 30 students, prompting Daisuke to ask why that was. Not wanting to delve into details, Fujin shrugged and said he wasn't sure. Daisuke then invited Fujin to go home with them, but Fujin politely declined, stating he had some work to do. As he distanced himself from them, Fujin resumed his journey to the library. Along the way, he grabbed a ration bar and munched on it while contemplating the differences in class sizes. He realized that while his class had only 30 students, the others had 100 each. With 5 divisions in total, he speculated that his class was being trained with the hope that everyone would either become a jounin or at least an elite chunin, while the others seemed focused on building a larger reserve of genin, with a few chunin and jounin emerging from there. Upon entering the library, Fujin showed his card to the librarian and asked for directions. He learned that the library was divided into 7 sections. There was a general section containing non-ninja related information, Section 0 with basic information about ninjas, and Sections E, D, C, B, and A. Sections A, B, and C were currently restricted for him. Fujin thought to himself that it made sense there was no S section, as high-level jutsus would not be available to the public. He was surprised to see Section A, but decided to explore the library nonetheless. Skipping the general section, he began with Section 0, skimming through the titles of various scrolls. He discovered a wealth of basic yet essential information, including chakra theories, chakra control, manipulation, nature manipulation, fuinjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, along with a lot of historical data. Next, he moved on to Sections E and D, where he found numerous scrolls containing rank E and D jutsus. He was amazed by the hundreds of different jutsu scrolls available, including many wind-style jutsus. Section E featured a scroll titled Introduction to Fuinjutsu, while Section D had a more advanced book on the same topic, which he knew would be very helpful. After spending several hours browsing the scroll titles, he returned to Section 0 and selected a scroll named Introduction to Hand Signs. He found a quiet corner in the library to sit down, as there were very few people around to disturb him. Fujin reflected on his progress, realizing he had gathered ample resources. He needed to plan his training for the next couple of years. In a corner of the library, a small child was engrossed in a scroll, but unbeknownst to anyone watching, his mind was racing with ideas. Fujin began to outline his training strategy. His chakra control was decent, thanks to daily exercises, and he planned to attempt tree climbing soon. His chakra reserve had been steadily developing through physical exercises and meditation, as well as pushing his chakra to its limits. He was also making progress with chakra shape manipulation, and he anticipated that as his chakra levels increased, he would be able to advance further. He concluded that his plans for chakra control, shape manipulation, and increasing his chakra reserves were solid. However, he recognized the need for additional methods to boost his chakra reserves. The most important aspect of his training was his wind nature manipulation. Having completed leaf cutting months ago, he had progressed to cutting branches with ease. This was sufficient for performing many wind-style jutsus, especially since wind was his natural affinity. Fujin pondered whether he could enhance his wind nature by attempting to cut tougher materials, perhaps starting with stone and then metal. He decided he would experiment later. He also realized he needed to learn a variety of wind-style jutsus, planning to read every rank E and D wind-style jutsu in the library and focus on the useful ones over the next year or two. He aimed to develop a combat system that would allow him to defend, attack, and evade effectively. In addition to wind, he contemplated learning an additional element. He considered fire, lightning, earth, and water, weighing their advantages. After some thought, he dismissed lightning as it didn't pair well with wind. Fire and water could combine effectively with wind, particularly fire, but he would need a shadow clone to use it effectively. Since he was in the land of fire, it was likely his teammates would have that element as well. This left earth, which, although it didn't combine with wind, could provide solid defense while he used wind for offense. Fujin hoped the library contained the jutsu Kakazu used to harden his body, as that would create a powerful combination of defense and offense. He decided to choose earth as his second element, committing to mastering both elements over the next few years. Other elements could wait until he could successfully utilize multiple shadow clones. He also recognized the importance of learning basic jutsus. While normal clones might not be very helpful in combat, they could serve as a foundation for shadow clones and elemental clones. The transformation jutsu had many uses, from disguise to transforming into weapons. Substitution was particularly useful and something he intended to master, even if he became as strong as the Kages. He resolved to give special focus to substitution jutsu and also to learn and master shunshin, body flicker, jutsu. Those two techniques would be essential for evasion and escape, perhaps even more critical to master than wind-style jutsus. This combat system was shaping up well: wind-style jutsus for offense, earth-style jutsus for defense, and substitution and body flicker techniques for evasion. Next on the agenda was taijutsu. The daily morning workouts had ensured that physical capabilities were top-tier among the current students. Unfortunately, time was limited, so increasing the workout's difficulty was necessary. Weights or seals might do the trick. The academy taught its own taijutsu style, and it would be wise to explore that before making further plans. As for genjutsu, there was little that could be done at the moment, so it would have to wait. This left kenjutsu, medical ninjutsu, sensing capabilities, and fuinjutsu. Medical ninjutsu could be postponed, but kenjutsu was important. Learning to channel chakra through weapons and infusing it with wind nature would enhance offensive capabilities significantly. However, this could also wait, as there was no immediate need for combat. Fuinjutsu was something to focus on now. With basic books available, it was time to determine if it suited personal strengths. Sensing was equally essential, and assistance from academy teachers would be necessary to develop those skills. Although it had not been tried yet due to safety concerns, concentrating chakra in the eyes, nose, or ears could enhance those senses significantly. The ability to sense chakra would be particularly useful when outside the village. The academy operated from Monday to Friday, with weekends off, running from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Mornings were dedicated to physical workouts, allowing for 2.5 hours of training. In the future, practicing taijutsu forms would need to be incorporated into this time. During academy lectures, training was limited, but perhaps nature transformation could be practiced discreetly. Techniques like leaf cutting could be concealed under a desk, and it would be wise to investigate the initial training methods for earth nature to see if they could be practiced in class. There was a concern about Genki being a censor. If that were the case, he might catch on and prohibit such activities. From 3 to 10 p.m., there was time for training, but an hour would need to be set aside for travel, meals, and other tasks. This left 6 hours to work on basic jutsus, wind jutsus, weapon throwing, fuinjutsu, chakra sensing, and meditation. Clearly, this was not enough time, prompting a need for a plan. After some deep analysis, a conclusion was reached. Meditation would be a daily necessity. For the other skills, there were 2 options: spread the training across different days or focus on a select few. The first option was tempting, but trying to learn too many things at once could hinder progress. For instance, mastering the 8 inner gates from Gai would require strict dedication to taijutsu. Fuinjutsu presented its own challenges, being a vast concept with numerous theories that would take time to learn. It was likely best to wait until shadow clones could be created before diving into it. This meant missing out on potential income from making and selling explosion tags or storage scrolls. For now, the focus would be on mastering basic jutsus. Once those were mastered, attention would shift to wind-style jutsus. The next few months would be dedicated to honing basic jutsus, shuriken and kunai throwing, chakra sensing, and meditation. There was no current understanding of how to sense chakra, so research in the library and consultation with Genki would be necessary. This would also reveal whether Genki was a censor. For weapon throwing, it was best to wait for the class to be conducted to avoid developing bad habits. Basic jutsus could be learned from the library, focusing on the theories behind hand signs and their execution. This would likely be covered in the academy soon, so it should not be a long-term issue. With these thoughts in mind, a summary of the plan was formed. It seemed solid for the time being, and the necessary knowledge from the academy would be acquired soon. There was confidence that any questions could be directed to the teachers. The anticipation of how strong one could become after years of training brought a smile. Fujin began reading the scroll. After reviewing its contents, he realized that the hand signs were similar to those depicted in the manga. There were 12 basic hand seals mentioned, which helped mold and manipulate chakra in specific ways. However, mastery required active effort in chakra molding. This would likely take time to perfect. Until an acceptable level of proficiency was achieved, practicing hand signs would substitute for basic jutsu training. To master the hand signs, practice would need to occur while simultaneously molding chakra correctly. Experimenting with different seals and adjusting chakra accordingly would be necessary before attempting any jutsu. It was clear that this process would be tedious. In addition to the basic hand signs, the scroll included signs for all 5 elements and 1 for clones, with hints at other signs not mentioned. The chakra molding aspect would require proper guidance, so it would be best to wait until it was taught in the academy. For now, these were just the basics. Later, Fujin realized he needed to learn one-handed hand signs, reduce the number of hand signs required to perform jutsu, and eventually perform jutsu without any hand signs at all. He remembered that several characters could execute hand signs with just one hand, and many had streamlined the number of hand signs for significant jutsu down to 1. While he was deep in thought about the hand signs, his class teacher, Genki, entered the library and noticed him engrossed in a scroll. Genki quietly approached Fujin from behind to see what he was reading. Upon recognizing the content, he smiled and greeted him. Fujin turned around in surprise. wondering when Genki had appeared. He mentally sighed, realizing he had let his guard down. Despite Genki being only a chunin, he was on a different level compared to Fujin. Becoming a censor could greatly aid him in such situations. He decided to act like a child and make a good impression, hoping to gain more guidance from Genki. In just a couple of seconds, Fujin feigned nervousness and greeted his teacher. Genki chuckled, explaining that he had been there for a while and that Fujin had been too absorbed in his scroll. He then inquired about Fujin's interest in hand signs. Fujin, maintaining his act of nervousness, explained that he had heard some classmates could already perform ninjutsu. He mentioned an Uchiha who could breathe fire at the age of 4 and expressed his desire to learn as well, which was why he began studying hand signs. Genki was pleased to see such dedication from a young student. He comforted Fujin by ruffling his hair and clarified that the Uchiha he mentioned was Itachi, who had graduated from the academy in just a year and became a Genin. Genki reassured Fujin that Itachi was an exceptional case, having started training at a very young age. He explained that Itachi used a jutsu called fireball, not simply breathing fire, and promised to teach Fujin about hand signs the next day, cautioning him not to practice alone to avoid accidents. Fujin's face lit up with excitement as he nodded eagerly, but Genki reminded him to keep his voice down in the library. After acknowledging this softly, Fujin watched as Genki moved into Section B of the library. He pondered whether all chunins could access that section or if it was reserved for a select few. Genki had mentioned being an elite, suggesting he was close to becoming a special jounin or jounin. Regardless, Fujin felt he had made a good impression, which was encouraging. Returning to the scroll, Fujin focused on understanding how chakra was molded with each hand sign, becoming engrossed once more. After a while, he noticed Genki exiting Section B, who smiled at him as he left the library. Once he finished studying the hand signs, Fujin closed the scroll and returned it to its place. He then picked up a scroll on wind nature training and settled back down to read. After some time, he found the content somewhat disappointing, noting that it only covered the leaf cutting exercise and did not mention waterfall cutting. He understood that not everyone had access to Yamato's abilities or Naruto's chakra levels for creating numerous clones. The remaining information primarily discussed the benefits and precautions of the leaf-cutting exercise, with a deeper explanation of the hand sign for wind nature transformation being the only useful part. He then exchanged the scroll for one on earth nature training, which he found to be more comprehensive. He discovered that there were 2 basic methods to master earth transformation: crushing a stone, similar to leaf cutting, and molding clay into various shapes using only chakra. This made sense to him, as most earth-style jutsus involved manipulating the ground. He considered that after mastering stone crushing he could progress to boulders, and for clay molding he could simply increase the amount of clay used. After placing the scroll back, he moved to Section E and picked up a scroll on the basics of Fuinjutsu. He assessed that it did not seem too difficult, although he anticipated that later versions would be much more challenging. He decided it would be best to tackle that later. Continuing his search, he looked for sensor training materials in section. He found many scrolls focused on enhancing senses like smell, sight, and hearing. After a thorough search, he finally located the one he sought, which detailed how to sense the chakra of anyone nearby. Upon reading it, he learned that every ninja had a chakra field around them, though not everyone could utilize it effectively. Sensors could not only use their chakra field but also expand it over hundreds of meters, with exceptional sensors capable of extending it for several kilometers. He noted that retracting the chakra field could help hide from enemy sensors. Training to be a sensor presented challenges, particularly concerning the other senses of a ninja. The training recommended shutting down the senses of sight, smell, and hearing. Fujin found this intriguing and wondered if he could selectively shut down 2 senses to train the remaining one, as good hearing, smell, and eyesight would be beneficial in this profession. The basic method involved a form of meditation, but in reverse. Instead of meditating to disconnect from his surroundings, he would need to meditate to become more aware of them. However, he realized he had no idea how to shut down his sense of smell and lacked any tools to block out sound. He concluded that he would need to find a way to hint to Genki about his desire to become a sensor. he finally stored the scroll and left the library, realizing it was already evening. He reflected on how he had lost track of time, having spent over 6 hours in the library. The absence of windows made sense. It likely prevented anyone from sneaking in. He suspected the walls were reinforced with fuinjutsu to deter Earth-style users from breaking in. On his way home, he purchased a small pack of clay for 5 ryo. The next day, Fujin was once again the last to arrive at the academy, strolling in just a couple of minutes before 8 a.m. He chuckled at the sight of his classmates, who were already seated on the first bench. Choosing solitude, he settled on the last bench, placing a stone on his desk. Genki arrived at 8 and began the class. The first hour was dedicated to a lecture about the village's history and the pride of being a Konoha shinobi. Fujin mentally labeled it a brainwashing session. He scanned the classroom, noting that the 2 Naras were half asleep, the Akimikis seemed preoccupied with thoughts of food, and the 3 Inazukas were distracted by their dogs. One of the Uchihas appeared smug, while the 2 Kurama girls were engaged in gossip. The rest of the class was paying attention. The smug student was Uchiha Yori, who seemed eager to follow in Itachi's footsteps. He boasted about how last year's top student was an Uchiha who had only turned 7 the previous day. Both Uchihas were already capable of performing the fireball jutsu. Fujin returned his focus to the lecture. While Genki wrote on the board, Fujin discreetly trained his earth nature, channeling chakra with his left hand under the desk. He kept an eye on Genki, curious if he would notice, but there was no change in the teacher's expression. Fujin felt fortunate. Either Genki was not a natural sensor or was simply ignoring him, both scenarios working in his favor. The lecture continued for an hour. Although Fujin paid some attention, most of his focus remained on his training. Once the lecture concluded, Genki shifted to explaining chakra and then moved on to molding chakra with hand signs. Fujin ceased his earth training and concentrated fully on the lesson. The clan kids, however, were distracted, having already learned hand signs before joining the academy. Genki introduced 3 hand signs for practice, closely monitoring the students. He announced that he would teach the remaining hand signs over the next 3 days. After lunch, they returned for another history lecture. Senju Teru and Hyuga Hana answered many of Genki's questions, while Fujin continued his training, pretending to pay attention. The week passed in a similar fashion. Genki taught all 12 basic hand signs, including the clone hand sign, emphasizing their importance. Fujin noted that this aligned with the scroll he had read the previous day. Genki encouraged everyone to practice at home and introduced the leaf concentration exercise. During regular lectures, Fujin practiced his earth nature training, but when boredom struck, he experimented with using his wind nature to cut the stone instead of crumbling it. In the second week, Genki organized a shuriken throwing class, beginning with a competition to gauge everyone's skills. He enlisted a few other teachers to assist. Most clan students performed admirably, with Uchiha Yori and Senju Teru tying for first place, followed by another Uchiha, an Aburame, and a Shimura in the top 5. Fujin was surprised by Shimura Nobu's serious demeanor, suspecting that Danzo had a rigorous training program for his clan's children as well. Despite having practiced with self-made wooden shurikens, Fujin's performance was only acceptable. The difference in weight affected his training, and out of 6 throws, he only managed to hit the board once, and that was near the edge. He ranked 21st in the competition. Afterward, Genki provided individual feedback to each student. When he reached Fujin, he pointed out the need for improvement in his throwing form, promising that once corrected, Fujin would see quick progress. Fujin nodded, allowing Genki to adjust his posture. He then attempted to replicate Genki's throwing technique, receiving several corrections before Genki was satisfied with his form. Fujin took this training seriously, dedicating time to practice throwing shurikens on the academy grounds after classes. At home, he practiced hand signs, molded clay, and meditated. He had attempted to sense his environment the previous week but had not succeeded, so he set that aside for later. Fujin also began practicing wall walking as a substitute for tree climbing, reasoning that the uniformity of the walls would make it easier. He arranged cushions on the floor to cushion his falls. After several days of practice, he succeeded in walking on the wall and even standing on the ceiling. His main challenge was managing his chakra, but he noticed improvements in his stamina over time. He decided not to dwell on the specifics, content with his progress. Through countless falls, he also learned how to flip in the air to land on his feet. By the end of the second week, he had mastered wall walking without falling. After the first month at the academy, Genki introduced everyone to the academy's basic taijutsu style. The taijutsu style included numerous forms and moves, making it a comprehensive approach that covered all areas. However, this also meant that it wasn't mastered in any one aspect. For now, Fujin chose not to dwell on that. This taijutsu style was clearly superior to anything he had previously learned. He was surprised to find the basic style so intricate and all-encompassing. It made him curious about how much more advanced the taijutsu styles of the Senju and Uchiha clans were, and he knew that the Hyuga taijutsu was even more refined. He decided to focus on mastering the academy style first before considering more advanced forms of taijutsu. It would take time, but he was fortunate to have plenty of it. After that day, the taijutsu forms became part of his morning workout. The academy's taijutsu training continued for over a month, teaching students everything about the style. Fujin noticed that students from the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inazuka clans did not learn the academy's taijutsu style. Once the lessons concluded, the academy students were encouraged to spar against each other weekly. Based on their performance and technique, Genki provided tips or suggested specific forms to practice. These matches were organized as tournaments, and Fujin performed well, ranking 8th in the first tournament. Although his taijutsu style was still developing, he benefited from his stronger physique. He wasn't surprised by his ranking. While the other students were talented, few 6-year-olds dedicated as much time to training as he did. Those who did were rare exceptions like Guy. Even Rock Lee only began training with such intensity after becoming a genin. Hyuga Hoka took first place in the tournament, followed by Senjuter, Hyuga Hana, Uchiha Yori, and another Hyuga. Shimura Nobu ranked 6th, with one of the remaining Senju in 7th place. Fujin felt optimistic, realizing that he hadn't yet undergone proper training. As he continued to train, he believed he would grow stronger and faster than his peers. He felt he was on the right path and resolved to stay committed. Genki began conducting weekly taijutsu and shuriken throwing tournaments for his class. Fujin noted that no such tournaments were held for the other 4 divisions. In one encounter with Daisuke, he learned that they hadn't even had a taijutsu class yet and were still focusing on shuriken throwing and making hand signs. He reflected on the academy's commitment to developing his class properly. He had heard that similar efforts were made last year, and while they had the advantage of having Itachi in their class, he doubted they would find another talent of his caliber so soon. With that thought, Fujin looked forward to the future, excited to continue improving. The academy life continued in this manner for the first 6 months. At the end of this PRD, Genki had to report to Hiruzen about his class's progress. He arrived at the Hokage's office on time and knocked on the door. Upon being allowed in, he entered the room and respectfully acknowledged Hiruzen. The Hokage nodded and inquired about the class's progress and any notable talents. Genki replied that things were going well. While it was still early to draw conclusions, he believed most of the students would become elite chunins, with a few likely reaching jounin status. Senju Teru and Uchiha Yori were showing the most talent, as expected from their clans. Hyuga Hoka and Hana were also performing admirably, and Shimura Nobu was quite good. The remaining students from the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, along with the lone Aburame, were decent as well. Among the civilian students, there was a pleasant surprise. The orphan, Suzuki Fujin, was progressing rapidly. Genki had observed him and noted his diligence and hard work, indicating he was someone worth nurturing for the future. Another civilian student, Aoki Nori, was also performing well. The other students were doing adequately, but overall, the talent in this batch was higher than in the previous one. Genki expressed his enthusiasm but sighed, acknowledging that there was no one like Itachi in this class. Hiruzen nodded, understanding that it was unrealistic to expect a talent like Itachi every year. However, he found Genki's report promising. If they could produce a dozen jounins and maintain the rest at chunin ranks over the next 15 years, it would greatly benefit the village. He commended Genki for his efforts in developing this batch into capable shinobi. Genki respectfully acknowledged Hiruzen's praise before exiting the room. After he left, Hiruzen reflected on the promising prospects for the village, particularly noting the diligent orphan and wondering how Fujin's story would unfold. The praise Genki had for Fujin was well-deserved. Fujin had made significant improvements over the past 6 months, more than Genki realized. Even at home, he dedicated much of his time to training in a structured manner. One of his most notable advancements was in molding chakra with hand signs. His speed had finally reached an acceptable level, allowing him to perform 6 random seals consecutively. He decided it was time to start learning basic jutsus. In earth-nature transformation, he had successfully crumbled rock. His clay manipulation was also progressing well. He could freely shape the clay and partially harden it, though he had yet to achieve full hardening. Fujin noted that his progress with earth nature was slower than with wind nature, which was understandable given his affinity for wind. He also managed to create deep cuts in stones using his wind techniques. In taijutsu, he adapted well to the academy style. He frequently sparred with Teru, Hoka, and Yori, now ranking among the top 4. Teru, in particular, had become a sparring partner for Fujin. During the tournaments, he noticed that his stamina was notably high compared to his classmates, with only Teru able to match him. He wondered if this was due to his more trained body or if his chakra levels were higher than others, as it made sense for Teru to have a higher chakra level given his Senju heritage. Shuriken throwing was also improving. He could hit all 6 shurikens on the target with his right hand, though he was still working on hitting the center consistently. Left-handed throwing still required practice, as Fujin could only hit the target 4 out of 6 times. He resolved to train until he could consistently strike the dead center with both hands, then challenge himself to hit the target while running. In the weekly shuriken throwing competitions, Fujin gradually climbed into the top 10. Perhaps the most surprising achievement was that he managed to pop a water balloon about 4 months after the academy started. He moved on to attempting to pop a rubber ball, which proved to be much more difficult. It felt like it would take years before he could succeed. The class continued in a similar manner. The initial excitement of the new academy had faded, but competition among the students intensified. Uchiha Yori, once smug, had turned grumpy. Although he was skilled, he was no Itachi. In shuriken throwing, he was matched equally by Teru, while others were also beginning to hit all 6 shurikens consistently. In terms of taijutsu, both Teru and Hoka surpassed him, while Fujin and Hana were at a similar level. Even in lectures, Hana and Teru often outperformed him. Overall, Teru clearly excelled, with Hana close behind. Fujin pondered whether jealousy could unlock the Sharingan or if it required a significant event, like the loss of someone dear. He hoped Yori would unlock his Sharingan. Sparring with someone who possessed it would be beneficial. Setting those thoughts aside, Fujin faced his own challenges. His morning workouts had become monotonous. He had grown comfortable with them and struggled to make them more challenging without extending the workout duration. While he did know one method adding weights, he was uncertain if using weights at such a young age would cause any issues. After 6 months of saving, he had accumulated over 1,200 ryo, enough to purchase lighter weights. After some consideration, he decided to consult Genki. There was little to hide about his physical workouts since he practiced openly. One day, after classes, he approached Genki for assistance. He explained his dilemma, and after some thought, Genki demonstrated a few slightly more difficult exercises. He also helped design a new workout plan for Fujin. Grateful for the new plan, Fujin thanked his sensei and thought about how helpful it was. He realized he should have asked for guidance sooner. However, he suspected that even this new routine would become comfortable after a few months. After expressing his gratitude, he inquired if it would be acceptable to make the exercises more challenging by wearing weights. Genki, surprised by the question, asked where Fujin had learned about weights. Fujin feigned nervousness and mentioned seeing weights in a weapons shop while shopping. Genki understood and cautioned him, explaining that while curiosity was good, using weights for training could negatively impact his growth in the long run. He smiled kindly and advised Fujin to consult him before trying any new ideas in the future. Fujin nodded and, after a moment's thought, asked if there were other ways to make his workouts tougher. Genki was taken aback by Fujin's determination to enhance his physical training. He thought about how diligent Fujin was, and it made him look forward to his future. Genki then mentioned that instead of weights, seals could achieve the same effect without drawbacks, such as a gravity seal. Fujin was intrigued by this information and realized he needed to learn Fuinjutsu. His enthusiasm pleased Genki, who decided to tease him a little. He explained that these seals were not available to just anyone and were quite expensive. Fujin, confused, wondered if Genki was trying to bait him. Playing along, he sighed and feigned disappointment. Genki, pleased with Fujin's reaction, continued, mentioning that if he performed well in the upcoming exams, he could ask the Hokage for a gift, including the seals. Fujin began to understand Genki's intentions and nodded, realizing he was being motivated to excel in the exams. Genki smiled and ruffled Fujin's hair, reminding him that the exams would include a theoretical component, so he needed to study theory as well. Finally grasping the situation, Fujin expressed his determination to study hard for the final exam. Satisfied, Genki left. Once alone, Fujin chuckled to himself, reflecting on how challenging it was to maintain the facade of being a child. He found it amusing how adults often tried to manipulate kids, just as he had experienced in his previous life. Despite the pressure to perform well in the exams, he couldn't help but find humor in the situation. He realized he had never even answered a single question Genki posed in class. No wonder he tried to manipulate him. Fujin realized he would need to improve his skill at pretending to pay attention in class. He wasn't particularly worried about theoretical exams. While he wouldn't claim to be the smartest person in the room, his mind was certainly more mature than those around him. The exams should be easy for him. However, the seals concerned him a bit. If someone mishandled the seal while applying it to him, it could lead to complications. He decided he should check on the gravity seal and some suppression seals in the library later. Ending his train of thoughts, Fujin glanced at the new workout plan and made his way to the library. Upon entering the library, Fujin headed to Section 0 and searched for chakra control scrolls. After a few minutes of searching, he finally found the right one. Finding a place to sit, he opened it and began reading, thinking about how he could now walk on walls even in his sleep. He needed to try tree climbing and then move on to water walking to further enhance his chakra control. If anyone asked where he learned these techniques, he could point them to this scroll. The scroll detailed leaf concentration, tree climbing, and water walking. However, what surprised Fujin was a reference to another scroll at the end, which proposed a theory to improve chakra control even further. Intrigued, he searched for that scroll and began reading it. The analysis was fascinating. The scroll suggested that chakra could be used to counterbalance gravity itself. By applying the same force that gravity exerts on them, one could float and control their ascent or descent by adjusting the force applied. Yet, no one had successfully achieved this. Even Tsunade, known for her exceptional chakra control, had not mastered such a skill. As for others who could fly, like the third Tsuchikage, they likely used Earth-style techniques to lighten themselves. It was an interesting theory, and he considered trying it later. Returning the scroll, Fujin finally focused on his main task. He moved to Section E and grabbed the Clone Jutsu scroll. Upon opening it, he discovered that this jutsu required only 3 hand seals, ram, snake, and tiger, in that order. He continued reading the scroll, realizing that despite the simplicity of the hand signs, much more was required internally. The hand signs served merely as a guide, meaning that knowing them alone wouldn't suffice to perform the jutsu. This realization dashed his hopes of mastering the Shadow Clone Jutsu, so he decided to start learning the basic Clone Jutsu instead. After memorizing the essential details about the Clone Jutsu, he left the library and returned to his apartment to practice behind closed doors. As expected, the jutsu proved to be quite challenging. He needed to make several trips back to the library to review the scroll. During one of those visits, he noticed Gink watching him with a smile, which made him think that Gink might have misunderstood his library visits as an interest in history and other subjects covered in class. It didn't bother him. He temporarily set aside his after-academy routine to focus entirely on the clone jutsu. He would only take breaks to meditate after exhausting his chakra. It took him 3 days to successfully create his first clone, and he was horrified by the result. He thought he had never imagined he would create clones worse than Naruto's. After a week of practice, he finally managed to produce a decent clone and continued to refine his technique over the next week, allowing him to perform it much faster. Next, he turned his attention to learning the transformation jutsu, which he deemed critical for his plans. He intended to disguise himself while training outside to avoid attracting attention. It would also serve as practice for infiltration missions. If anyone were to catch him, he could use the disguise as an excuse to escape. It took him a week to execute the transformation jutsu to a satisfactory level. He managed to transform into his classmates, though it wasn't perfect. There were still many imperfections, especially regarding his smell and chakra, which he hadn't yet managed to replicate. He reflected on the difficulty of achieving the appearance alone. While he believed he could eventually alter his smell, perfectly mimicking someone else's scent would be challenging. He recalled that even Naruto, during the Chunin exams, had struggled with this, as Kiba easily identified him by his scent. It seemed that even those who graduated from the academy were not expected to master the art of changing their smell. He considered using perfumes to mask his scent when transforming into people from his previous life, which would make disguising himself as a stranger more feasible. Continued practicing. The next morning, he noticed a tense atmosphere in the village. Despite the early hour, many people were awake, and numerous ninjas were rushing around with serious expressions. Fujin wondered what had happened. When class began, he observed that some of the clan children appeared anxious. He approached Senju Teru and inquired about their tension. Teru seemed surprised and informed him that one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, had betrayed Konoha and fled the village, becoming a missing nin. Fujin felt a wave of seriousness wash over him. After a moment, he acknowledged the gravity of the news, recognizing it as extremely surprising. Teru agreed, expressing disbelief that one of the third Hokage's students would betray Konoha. He mentioned that Orochimaru had conducted illegal experiments that resulted in many deaths, revealing a darker side to someone once respected. Fujin nodded solemnly and took a seat at the back of the classroom. He thought about how difficult it was to act surprised when he already knew it was going to happen. Still, events were unfolding similarly to those in Naruto's story. The aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War, the attack by Kurama, Minato's death, Itachi's passing a year later, and Orochimaru's defection had left a significant impact on the ninja world. The next anticipated event was Kumo's attempt to kidnap Hinata, which would lead to Hisashi's tragic fate. This move from Kumo seemed logical given the current circumstances. With Minato gone and Orochimaru having left the village, the absence of the remaining 2 Sannin created a precarious situation. Hiruzen's decision to hand Hisashi over to them appeared to be a grave misstep. Fujin reflected on these events, acknowledging that he lacked the power to intervene or the complete information regarding Konoha's and Kumo's military capabilities. Even if he had the power, he likely would have chosen to remain uninvolved, as these matters did not directly concern him. Orochimaru's departure, however, was a relief. If he had to identify the individuals he wanted to avoid until he grew stronger, Danzo and Orochimaru would be at the top of that list. With Orochimaru gone, a significant threat had been removed, but he still needed to avoid attracting the attention of Root, as that would complicate his life. Fujin pondered whether Hiruzen had allowed Orochimaru to leave or if Orochimaru had managed to escape on his own. If it was the former, Hiruzen would bear a heavy burden of blame. The deaths caused by Orochimaru's actions, including those resulting from Kabuto's impure world resurrection in the Fourth Great Ninja War, could be traced back to Hiruzen's leniency. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen wore a solemn expression. Alongside him, Hamura and Koharu shared their concerns, while Danzo criticized Hiruzen's leadership, claiming he had grown soft and allowed a significant threat to escape. Koharu added that Orochimaru possessed knowledge of many Konoha secrets, and if he were to share that information with enemy villages, it would spell disaster for them. Hiruzen expressed his regret over Orochimaru's defection but maintained hope that he would not act against Konoha's interests. Danzo retorted sarcastically, reminding Hiruzen of his previous assurances that Orochimaru would not betray the village. The discussion grew heated, with Danzo insisting that Orochimaru must be marked as a missing nin, his bounty increased, and a squad sent to eliminate him. Hiruzen countered that sending a squad would likely lead to their deaths, given their current manpower shortage. Kohara questioned the wisdom of leaving Orochimaru unchecked, to which Danzo and Hamura agreed. Ultimately, Hiruzen decided to send Jiraiya to pursue Orochimaru, hoping he could persuade him to return to the village. Danzo suggested that Jiraiya might be too emotionally compromised, advocating for root ninjas to accompany him. Hiruzen dismissed this idea, believing they would only hinder Jiraiya's efforts. The debate among the four former teammates continued until the afternoon council meeting, where tension hung thick in the air. The clan leaders were anxious, knowing Orochimaru's extensive knowledge of their secrets could be detrimental if leaked. The council concluded that Orochimaru would be labeled a missing nin, his bounty increased by 50%, and Jiraiya dispatched to track him down. Despite their doubts about Jiraiya's effectiveness, the clan leaders felt they had no other choice. News of Orochimaru's defection shocked other hidden villages. In Sunagakure, Raza contemplated the implications of Orochimaru's departure, recognizing an opportunity to exploit Konoha's misfortunes. In Kirigakure, Yugura was too preoccupied with internal issues to focus on the incident. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, the council debated the situation, with some advocating for revenge against Konoha, while others urged caution, suspecting a deeper strategy at play. Ultimately, Inoki advised against rushing into action, noting that Konoha remained strong despite the losses. As the council meeting concluded, a shared thought lingered among the members. Inoki's cautious approach was typical of a fence-sitter. In Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage considered the situation carefully, determined to see if he could take advantage of Konoha's troubles. While the entire ninja world was consumed by discussions of Orochimaru's defection, Fujin remained focused on his training. After 2 weeks of practicing transformation jutsu, he finally achieved an acceptable level of proficiency, though he recognized there was still room for improvement. He then shifted his attention to substitution jutsu, which proved to be much more challenging. It took nearly twice as long to master this technique to a satisfactory level. Fujin realized that the technique was fundamentally about misdirection. The key was to observe the opponent's focus and, at the moment they lost concentration, quickly replace oneself with a nearby object. It wasn't an instantaneous switch, making it ineffective against significantly stronger opponents or those with activated Sharingan. The object used for substitution had to be close, otherwise, executing the jutsu would become increasingly difficult. He sighed, acknowledging that an instant switch would have been too powerful, especially since every academy student learned this technique. However, he noted the various applications it could have, such as using genjutsu or transformation jutsu to deceive the enemy further, or employing chakra threads to draw an object closer for substitution. It was noted that a lower form of summoning jutsu could be used to instantly summon nearby objects while making a quick escape. Although it wasn't as powerful as initially thought, it remained quite useful. The subtlety of misdirection would be an important skill for a ninja, applicable in numerous scenarios. Mastery of this technique to the point of executing it without hand signs was essential. However, the body flicker technique required more focus now. Learning wind and earth-style escape jutsus was also on the agenda. For nearly 2 months, Fujin dedicated himself to these jutsus until he exhausted his chakra. This rigorous training had a remarkable effect on his chakra reserves, which increased significantly during this PRD. During these 2 months, he also explored the library for scrolls on enhancing chakra reserves. He easily found 2 scrolls. One explained that chakra could grow with physical and spiritual development, meaning it could be increased over time through physical exercises and meditation. The other compared chakra reserves to muscles, stating that just as physical strain could build muscle, chakra reserves could expand through consistent use. To increase his reserves, one had to keep using chakra until it was depleted. Fujin had relied on these 2 scrolls, which explained the rapid growth in his chakra reserves. He also discovered a few other theories. One scroll discussed using nature chakra, specifically Sage mode, which would enhance chakra reserves and potency while activated. Another scroll mentioned increasing cellular activity, suggesting that by making cells more active, one could extract more chakra from each cell, thereby significantly boosting reserves and improving physical condition. Fujin found this theory intriguing but noted that the method for increasing cellular activity was not detailed. He pondered the difficulty of this task, speculating that if it were easy, it would be widely practiced. He wondered about the origin of the theory and thought about contacting the creator in the future. Upon reading the scroll thoroughly, he was surprised to find the author's name at the end. Initially shocked, he concluded that it made sense for the theory to come from Orochimaru. It seemed this method might lead to a dead end. He considered raiding Orochimaru's bases in the future to uncover research results, hoping for a slide of luck, though he acknowledged the low chances of success. Alternatively, he thought about asking Tsunade for help, as her knowledge of the human body might surpass Orochimaru's. Being his former teammate, she might have assisted him with this theory. It was another consideration for the future. The other theories he encountered were similarly impractical. Some were incomplete, while others could be harmful in the long run. With a sigh, Fujin returned all the scrolls to their places. He realized that his only option was to consult Genki. Unfortunately, he lacked a reasonable excuse for wanting to increase his chakra level. He imagined Genki's first question would be how he was exhausting his chakra, and revealing that he was practicing basic jutsus alone could lead to unwanted attention. After mastering the 3 jutsus, he began to allocate time for other aspects of his training. Over the past 2 months, he had reduced his shuriken throwing practice, halted clay molding, and stopped practicing chakra control, only meditating when completely drained of chakra. Among the 3 jutsus, he didn't plan to focus much on the clone jutsu, as he intended to replace it with shadow clones and elemental clones in the future. The transformation jutsu proved challenging to master completely, so he decided to concentrate on perfecting the appearance aspect. However, he aimed to fully master the substitution jutsu, striving to execute it instantly without hand signs. During these 2 months, he made significant progress in earth and wind nature training during lectures. He could now crumble a small stone into soil and cut a stone in half. In a rather awkward yet amusing incident, his desk became covered in soil from crumbled stones, prompting him to clean up quietly after class. Following that, he refrained from crumbling stones during lessons. He wondered what else he could do during that time, but couldn't think of a suitable alternative for earth nature training. Instead, he decided to focus more on wind nature, bringing a small metal scrap to class to practice cutting it. Over the next few months, he ventured out into the streets of Konoha, using transformation jutsu to disguise himself as a random teenager. He discovered many secluded spots within the mini-forests of Konoha and began practicing tree climbing, which resembled walking on walls, with the only difference being the rougher surfaces of the trees. He managed to master this skill within an hour and moved on to water walking. Additionally, he studied gravity seals and various suppression seals in the library. Another month passed in a similar manner, leaving less than a month before final exams. Fujin contemplated whether to start preparing for the exams, reminding himself that there were still 25 days until the written tests. After some internal debate, he sighed, acknowledging that it was his first exam in this world and decided to get it over with. While studying, he noted that the syllabus was more challenging than in his previous world, likely designed for a 9 or 10-year-old rather than a 6 or 7-year-old. He wondered if the curriculum in the later years would truly challenge him. Soon, the final exams arrived for the academy students. For most students, the final exams consisted only of the written portion. However, for those in elite batches, additional parameters were included. In Fujin's class, a shuriken throwing competition, a leaf concentration competition, and taijutsu tournaments were organized. For the shuriken throwing event, a board with concentric circles of different sizes was set up, and participants had to hit the target. Points were awarded based on which circle the shuriken struck, with the smallest circle yielding the highest score and the largest circle the lowest. The shuriken competition was worth 30 points, while the leaf concentration competition was designed to test how long a participant could keep a leaf from falling. This competition was worth 20 points, with the longest holder receiving the full 20 points, while others would earn points based on their performance relative to the top holder. For instance, if the longest holder managed to keep the leaf for 30 minutes, they would receive 20 points, while someone who held it for only 21 minutes would earn 14 points. The taijutsu tournament was straightforward, with points awarded based on rank, and it was worth 50 points. The written exam itself held the highest value at 100 points. When the exams finally took place, Fujin found amusement in how seriously everyone took them. He felt confident about his answers in the written exam, though he was uncertain about how his classmates had performed. 2 days later, the other competitions commenced. It seemed they wanted to grade the written papers first so that the Hokage could reward the winner immediately. The day began with the leaf concentration competition. Fujin, having practiced water walking, felt quite confident. The competition kicked off, and the first participant, from the Inuzuka clan, dropped his leaf in just 2 minutes. More than half of the class had dropped out within the first 4 minutes, their groans of frustration echoing around him. After 10 minutes, only 9 students remained in the competition. By the 15-minute mark, the last competitors were Suzuki Fujin, Hyuga Hana, Senju Teru, Shimura Nobu, and Uchiha Yori. Fujin noticed Yori's discomfort. Based on their previous exercises, he knew that the others could only last about 20 minutes at most. Senju Teru dropped his leaf during the 19th minute, followed by Nobu in the 21st minute, while Hana lasted until the 22nd minute. Fujin decided to push himself to build a lead for the points he might lose in the taijutsu tournament. He aimed to stop around the half-hour mark but continued until the 33rd minute before intentionally dropping the leaf. Although he had outperformed his classmates, he wasn't overly concerned about drawing attention, remembering that last year, Itachi had held his leaf for an astonishing 2 hours, with rumors suggesting he was asked to stop. When he opened his eyes, he noticed several classmates looking at him enviously, while Yori appeared frustrated at being outmatched. Next came the shuriken throwing competition, where Yori, Teru, Nobu, Fujin, Hoka, and a few others scored perfectly. Observing Yori's fallen expression, Fujin thought about how unfair this competition was for him. Yori had demonstrated impressive accuracy hitting stationary targets while moving, and while he could hit moving targets consistently, he often missed the center. Unfortunately for him, the exam was not particularly challenging, allowing many others to keep pace with him. If it had been more difficult, only Teru and perhaps Nobu would have been able to match him. In the taijutsu competition, Hyuga Hoka took first place, followed by Teru and Hana. Fujin ranked 4th, while Yori and Nobu placed 5th and 6th, respectively. Fujin faced Yori in the quarterfinals. Although Yori's technique was superior, his physique was weaker. In the semifinals, Fujin lost to Hoka, and in the match for 3rd place, he was defeated by Hana. He reflected on how challenging it was to fight against the Hyugas, realizing that pure taijutsu competitions against them felt completely unfair. Even Teru, despite his strong senju style, ultimately lost. He resolved that if he encountered the Hyugas in future exams, he would come prepared with plenty of explosive tags to fight from a distance. Hiruzen had come to watch the taijutsu competition, and Fujin noted that everyone seemed fiercer during this event, especially Hana. He wondered if their intensity was due to the exams or the presence of the Hokage. Once all the exams were completed, the teachers allowed the students a brief break while they calculated the final scores. As the teachers tallied the results, the students waited on the training grounds. Fujin found it amusing to see some of his classmates so nervous, while only the 2 yawning Naras and Teru appeared calm. After cross-checking the scores, the teachers returned, led by the Hokage himself. Hiruzen delivered an inspiring speech, praising everyone for their efforts and showcasing their talents. Following his speech, Genki stepped forward to display the results on a board. As Fujin had anticipated, he ranked 1st. The scores of the top 5 were as follows. Fujin, 100 plus 20 plus 30 plus 44 194. Hana, 100 plus 13 plus 29 plus 46 188. Teru, 96 plus 12 plus 30 plus 48 186. Nobu, 98 plus 13 plus 30 plus 40 181. Yori, 95 plus 9 plus 30 plus 42 176. Fujin felt satisfied with his rank, as it aligned with his expectations. However, upon examining the individual scores more closely, he was surprised to realize that he was ranked first primarily due to his performance in the leaf concentration competition. Had he not built a significant lead there, Hana would have surpassed him, and Teru would have been tied with him. He hadn't expected anyone else to achieve a perfect score in the written exams. He let out a long sigh of relief, acknowledging his luck with the scoring system of the leaf concentration competition. His chakra control was superior to that of his classmates from the clans, but unfortunately for them, their strengths were not reflected in this particular competition. Yori and Teru could have easily scored higher if the shuriken competition had been more challenging. Likewise, they would have excelled in a ninjutsu test, considering that fireball jutsu was a rank C technique. Fujin speculated that Genki would have noticed these discrepancies as well, suggesting that the marking scheme might change next year. Other exams could potentially be scored similarly to the top performer. He concluded his thoughts, recognizing that despite ranking first, he still had much to improve upon. He resolved not to slack off but to intensify his training, knowing that his classmates would likely be training hard during the vacation. As he emerged from his thoughts, he noticed Hana and Teru looking at him with expressions of grievance, as if he had wronged them in some way. Realizing they were likely upset about the results of the leaf concentration competition, he chose to ignore their stares. After the results were displayed, Hiruzen asked Genki to announce the prize. However, upon glancing at Genki, Hiruzen sensed that he appeared rather grumpy, prompting him to wonder what had caused his irritation. Genki felt a surge of irritation as he reflected on the student who had been unresponsive for 10 months. He thought about how the student always seemed distracted, with his left hand hidden beneath the desk. When Genki had tried to investigate, had only discovered a pile of soil. Yet, this same student had just scored a perfect 100 on the written exam. Genki couldn't help but wonder if all the student did at home was study. At that moment, Genki sensed the Hokage's gaze upon him. Understanding what was expected, he quickly called for silence in the classroom. Once he had everyone's attention, he announced that Lord Hokage was present to observe their performance and that there would be an additional reward for the top scorer of the exam. The best student would have the opportunity to request a reward from the Hokage. The civilian students were taken aback by this news, while the clan kids seemed to already be aware. Genki then called out for Suzuki Fujin to step forward. As Fujin approached, he contemplated the possibilities of the reward. He wondered if he could request private tutoring, forbidden jutsus, or even the coveted scroll of sealing. He chuckled to himself, imagining the Hokage's reaction if he asked for something as ambitious as the Edo Tensei scroll. When Fujin reached the Hokage, he bowed respectfully. Hiruzen smiled warmly, pleased with Fujin's performance. He acknowledged Fujin's hard work and noted that the will of fire burned brightly within him. Fujin couldn't help but think sarcastically about the Hokage's words. Hiruzen then invited Fujin to ask for his desired reward. Fujin glanced at Genki, noticing his irritated expression, before turning back to Hiruzen and respectfully requesting seals that could replicate the effects of weights on his physique without any harmful side effects. Hiruzen was taken aback by the request but nodded in agreement, informing Fujin that it would take some time to prepare. He promised to call Fujin to his office once it was ready. Fujin beamed with enthusiasm, thanking the Hokage before returning to his classmates. With the exams concluded, he felt optimistic about the new routine Genki had established, which would help him strengthen his physique. Before dismissing the class, Genki announced that they would have one more class the following day. Many students groaned, as their peers from other divisions had already begun their vacations. Genki reassured them that this would be the final class. The next day, the classroom was filled with students. Genki arrived and the class greeted him, though a few still expressed their displeasure about attending. He began by expressing pride in their performance from the previous day and encouraged them to continue their hard work, assuring them that they would all become splendid shinobi. His words calmed the upset students, and he continued by explaining that today's class would be exciting. He intended to discuss the various paths available to them as future ninjas. Genki started with the role of a medic Nin, explaining their responsibilities and importance in a squad, even mentioning Tsunade to pique their interest. He went on to describe other roles such as assault ninja, tracking ninja, sensor ninja, hunter nin, infiltration ninja, and communication ninja, detailing the benefits, restrictions, and risks associated with each. He also emphasized the importance of specialization, discussing areas like genjutsu, taijutsu, and elemental ninjutsu. He warned that while specialization could lead to great power, having a basic capability in other areas was crucial to avoid weaknesses. The lecture continued for 2 hours, and at around 10 a.m., Genki concluded, officially marking the start of their vacation. Fujin felt a wave of excitement wash over him, thinking that he finally had a chance to pursue his goals. Many students celebrated the end of class, but Genki raised his voice to remind them to reflect on their future paths. He encouraged them to discuss their options with their parents and assured them that he would be available for any questions in the staff room until noon. As the students rushed out, Fujin headed to the shuriken training ground to practice. After half an hour, he decided to visit Genki. Upon entering the staff room, he found Genki alone, still slightly irritated. However, after a moment, Genki sighed, realizing that Fujin was simply reserved and not actively participating in class. Fujin noticed Genki's sigh and called out to him to get his attention. He asked if Genki could update his workout routine and provide more information about the seals and how to use them. Genki nodded and reviewed Fujin's routine, making adjustments to incorporate the seals. He instructed Fujin to follow the new plan and to gradually increase the pressure from the seals, cautioning him against overdoing it to avoid injury. Fujin expressed his gratitude and lingered for a moment longer, surprising Genki with a question he hadn't anticipated. He shared his interest in becoming a sensor ninja and asked for guidance on how to train for that role. Genki was taken aback by this request, intrigued by Fujin's determination. Not able to understand the reason, he wondered why Fujin wanted to become a sensor. Fujin explained confidently that if an enemy were to sneak up on him or his team in the future, being a sensor would help him save everyone. He added that he would be able to detect enemies from a distance and prevent them from falling into ambushes. This was his motivation for wanting to become a sensor. Genki was taken aback by Fujin's response, realizing that what Fujin said mirrored his own words from class. He thought about how it made sense that Fujin had scored full marks on the written exams, but something felt off. Fujin seemed overly eager to become a sensor, as if he had prior knowledge about them. Curious, Genki asked when Fujin had decided to pursue this path. Fujin, aware that Genki might find his request suspicious, feigned nervousness and claimed he had only learned about sensor ninjas during the lecture that day. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and mentioned that the idea had been on his mind since Genki had surprised him in the library. He reflected that if it had been an enemy, he could have been in serious danger without even knowing it. Genki was surprised by the impact that incident had on Fujin, realizing it was only his first day. He felt a sense of responsibility for Fujin's newfound obsession. However, he had to inform Fujin that he was not a sensor and could not help him directly. Fujin's expression fell, feeling dejected at the news. Yet, Genki had good news to share. He mentioned that he had a friend who was a sensor in Konoha's sensor division and would ask him to train Fujin over the vacation. Hoped Fujin had no other plans for that time. Fujin's excitement was palpable as he thought about all the plans he had, not just for the vacation but for the upcoming years. He eagerly replied that he had no other plans, and Genki smiled, telling him he would pick him up the next morning at 8 a.m. Fujin then took his leave. The next morning, Genki arrived at Fujin's house at 8 a.m. After picking him up, they headed to a training ground. There, Fujin noticed a middle-aged man, likely in his late 20s or early 30s, waiting for them. The man bore the Yamanaka crest, confirming Fujin's thoughts about the best sensors in Konoha. Genki approached the man and introduced Fujin, explaining that his name was Shin, a special jounin and Genki's former classmate. He would be providing Fujin with tips on becoming a sensor. Genki reassured Fujin that despite Shin's grumpy demeanor, he was a kind person. Fujin greeted Shin, but the introduction seemed to irritate him further. Shin expressed his annoyance at Genki's introduction and firmly told Fujin not to call him sensei. Fujin wondered why everyone around him was so peculiar, while Genki teased Shin about his grumpiness. Fujin, trying to navigate the situation, asked what he should call Shin. After a brief pause, Shin forced a smile and suggested that Fujin call him Shin Aniki, though his expression was somewhat unsettling. Fujin's thoughts almost slipped out, questioning why he shouldn't just call him Old Geezer. Genki, sensing the awkwardness, urged Shin to let Fujin call him sensei instead. With a sigh, Shin relented and turned his attention to Fujin. He explained that they would first assess Fujin's talent for becoming a censor. If his abilities were lacking, Shin would not train him, as it would be a waste of time. He began by lecturing Fujin on the role of censors and how they operated. Afterward, he instructed Fujin to sit in a meditative pose and guided him on how to sense his chakra field. It took nearly half an hour, but Fujin eventually succeeded, finding Shin's instructions helpful. After testing Fujin's chakra field, Shin concluded that it had a radius of 7.3 meters. He commented that this was impressive, as the average ninja had a chakra field of 4 to 5 meters. In the Yamanaka clan, they trained young ones to become censors if their chakra field exceeded 7 meters, while for other Konoha shinobi, the minimum requirement was 5.9 meters. He noted that many in the Yamanaka clan had chakra fields exceeding 10 meters before training began. Shin himself had a radius of 10.6 meters. While Fujin had potential, Shin warned that he would need to work hard to become a censor. He asked Fujin if he was still committed to pursuing this path. Fujin processed the information quickly and nodded, ready to take on the challenge. Shin agreed to guide him but explained that the training process was complex and required proper facilities. He would take Fujin to the training area for Konoha censors, where he would start attending daily at 10:30 a.m. from the following day. Genki acknowledged Shin's plan and informed Fujin that Lord Hokage would have his seals ready by the next day, instructing him to report to the Hokage's office at 6 p.m. Fujin expressed his gratitude and then accompanied Shin to the training facility, which was located a bit away from the residential areas, nestled within one of Konoha's many mini forests. Fujin memorized the location before taking his leave. The next day, he arrived at the training facility at 10:28 a.m. and found Shin already there. Upon entering, Fujin observed the many rooms within the facility. It was mostly empty, with only a few people present, but he noted that several rooms were occupied. Shin explained that these rooms were designed to isolate everything from the outside and contained seals that eliminated all sound and smell within. This meant Fujin would have to rely entirely on his ability to sense. Fujin listened intently, understanding that this was where many of Konoha's censors trained. Other trainees occupied the other rooms. Fujin recalled that Konoha had a facility designed to monitor the village's border for intruders, though it was only mentioned in Shippuden and not in the earlier series. He wondered if that facility was nearby or located elsewhere. Shin led Fujin into a dark room with black painted walls. It was spacious, and upon entering, Shin explained how to train to sense objects using chakra. He informed Fujin that a BLNDFLD would be placed on him, and once the seals were activated, all sound and smell in the room would be eliminated. A few objects with a small amount of chakra sealed within them would be placed in the room for Fujin to detect. They would start with the object 3 meters away, then increase the distance to 5 and 7 meters. After completing this, Shin would teach him how to expand his chakra field. Fujin understood and expressed his gratitude. He began his training, which continued until 12:30, but he had no success. At that point, Shin concluded the session, informing him that they would train for 2 hours daily and offered tips for progress. He encouraged Fujin, reminding him that sensing these objects couldn't be mastered in a day. Shin also handed Fujin a small cubical object, explaining that it was one of the items he needed to sense. He could borrow it temporarily to practice at home, even though he wouldn't be able to block his sense of smell and sound. Shin suggested practicing with the BLNDFLD on and having someone else place the cube in the room so he wouldn't know its location beforehand. However, he cautioned against practicing for too long. Fujin nodded in understanding, thanked Shin, and headed home. With the academy day over, he had 7 additional hours for training. The time spent at the facility, traveling, and having lunch took less than 3 hours, leaving him with 4 hours dedicated to chakra sensing training. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen examined the custom-made seals on his desk. He sighed softly, reflecting on Konoha's diminishing edge in Fuinjutsu. The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan and the passing of Mito had brought progress to a standstill. Although Kushina and Minato had begun to make strides, their untimely deaths had halted their potential. It now took nearly 2 full days to create a simple seal for Fujin, which was surprising. Genki had mentioned the boy's diligence, but requesting such seals at a young age was rare. Over the next few days, Fujin experimented with the pressure applied by the seal. He turned 7 years old and took 4 days to determine the amount of pressure he could handle while completing his workout, which was slightly over 2% of the seal's maximum capacity. He thought to himself that it was low but acknowledged his young age. At least he hoped his physique would develop faster now. His sensor training continued, and after 8 days, he finally succeeded in sensing the objects around him. Yamanaka Shin felt a twinge of disappointment at the progress, recognizing that while 8 days wasn't bad, it wasn't particularly impressive either. He doubted Fujin would become an exceptional sensor, but with effort he could become decent. Compared to the average Konoha sensors, Fujin's time was slightly better, but it paled in comparison to those from Shin's clan, who typically sensed objects by the 7th day. Konoha lacked sensors due to the prominence of the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans, which meant the village had not invested much in sensor training. Most of Konoha's sensors came from Shin's clan, so having another, even an average one, would benefit the village. Afterward, Shin moved the objects further away from Fujin, placing them 4 to 5 meters away. Since the basics remained the same and the objects were still within his chakra field, Fujin sensed them quickly, taking less than half an hour. Shin was surprised by this speed. He then moved the objects to 7 meters away, and the same quick detection occurred. This astonished Shin, as it was unusual for a Yamanaka to sense objects after moving them away so quickly. Fujin reflected that while it had taken time to detect the objects initially, sensing them after increasing the range was manageable since the principles remained the same. He anticipated that the next training would focus on expanding his chakra field and hoped it wouldn't be as tedious as this session. After training, Shin commended Fujin for progressing faster than expected. He instructed him to continue practicing at home for the next 4 days to become more comfortable with sensing chakras in his field. Shin mentioned he would be out on a mission and would not see Fujin until his return, at which point they would begin training to increase the radius of his chakra field. Fujin expressed his gratitude and left. The following months passed similarly, with training focused on expanding the chakra field requiring longer hours of meditation. He needed to concentrate on one point and attempt to extend the range in that direction. Fujin thought about how long this would take and decided he should work on being able to train with his eyes open instead of wearing a blindfold during class. This way, he could continue his training when the academy resumed. During the vacation, he maintained his physical workouts, which yielded excellent results thanks to the seal. He also practiced the substitution jutsu extensively. His goal was to reduce the time required to perform the technique and also eliminate the need for hand signs. While he didn't manage to remove the hand signs entirely, he was able to perform the technique much faster, completing it in less than a second, though he couldn't measure the exact time without any instruments. For the clone technique, he successfully created 3 clones, which he recalled was the requirement for the Genin graduation exam. His transformation technique was also progressing well, as no one noticed anything amiss while he roamed the streets disguised as others. However, he had yet to test it against someone who truly knew him. In terms of chakra control, he became capable of running freely on water surfaces. Consequently, he reduced his practice sessions to twice a week instead of daily. Although he had ideas to further improve his chakra control, he decided to focus more on ninjutsu for the time being. His training in wind-nature transformation had taken a step back, as Fujin felt he had trained enough for it. He thought that being able to cut through stone was likely comparable to cutting through a waterfall. Even when testing against metal, he managed to leave small scratches on the surface. For earth training, he purchased more clay to mold and brought a small rock into his home, which he attempted to crumble out of boredom from sensor training. Regarding sensor training, after teaching Fujin how to expand the radius of his chakra field, his meetings with Shin were reduced to twice a week. By the end of vacation, Fujin could instantly sense chakra if anyone entered his chakra field, unless that person had concealed their chakra. However, he had to concentrate to achieve this. If he didn't focus, he couldn't sense anyone. Yet, he noticed he could passively sense chakra within a 0.6-meter radius around himself. Shin explained that this was a skill every sensor developed over time and was crucial, as it didn't require constant attention, allowing the sensor to perform other tasks simultaneously. His chakra field radius increased to over 4 times its initial size, reaching slightly over 30 meters. Shin was quite impressed with the pace of his improvement. He also taught Fujin how to measure the chakra levels of ninjas within his chakra field, explaining its importance in assessing threat levels. However, he cautioned against relying solely on this ability, as chakra levels could be concealed. Shin demonstrated how he could reduce his chakra to the point where others could not sense it, or even hide it completely to appear as an ordinary civilian. Fujin learned this skill as well. Fujin had some success in hiding his chakra completely, though it wasn't perfect yet. However, trying to reduce his chakra levels while maintaining the appearance of having a lower chakra level proved challenging, as his chakra fluctuated significantly. On the other hand, he could sense chakra without restricting any of his senses, without needing hand signs, and even while moving. However, without the hand sign, the radius of his chakra field reduced to around 25 meters, and while moving, it shrank to merely 17 meters. This indicated he still had much work ahead. On the last day of vacation, Shin acknowledged Fujin's progress, stating that he had improved significantly and could easily become a proficient sensor with more training. He encouraged Fujin to keep working on it and mentioned that they wouldn't have any more training sessions, but he was welcome to approach him with any questions. Fujin expressed his gratitude for all the help he received over the past 2 months and took his leave, returning the chakra objects he had borrowed. Fujin felt deeply thankful to Shin. Although his abilities as a sensor were still developing, Shin had instilled the fundamentals of being a sensor in him. Now, he simply needed to put in more effort to become proficient. The new year at the academy finally began, with Genki returning as their class teacher. Fujin suspected Genki would remain their teacher until they became Genin. The new year commenced with another lecture. Not wanting to waste any time, Fujin employed the art he had mastered in his previous life and refined in this one the art of feigning attention during lectures. He shifted his focus to his chakra field, planning to concentrate on increasing its radius. However, upon sensing others, he decided to first compare everyone's chakra levels. After observing the chakra levels of his classmates, he concluded that his own chakra reserves were quite impressive. The efforts he had put in over the past year and a half had truly paid off, and it felt rewarding to see the results of his hard work. He noted that, on average, the chakra levels of civilian students and those from the Nara, Yamanaka, Kato, Hatake, Sarutobi, and Kurama clans were lower than others. In contrast, students from the Hyuga, Akimichi, Inazuka, Aburame, and Uchiha clans had slightly higher chakra levels. Among them, Uchiha Yori had the 6th highest chakra in the class, while Hyuga Hoka ranked 7th. This was as he expected, but the 5th highest chakra level surprised him. He thought that Shimura Nobu, with the 5th highest chakra, indicated that Danzo had a proper training system for his clan's children. As for the top students, there were no surprises. He sighed, recognizing that the Senju clan was indeed blessed with high chakra reserves. Even those who weren't particularly talented had chakra reserves nearly 50% greater than Yori's. Terra's reserves were more than twice that of Yori's, even surpassing his own. Overall, the chakra levels of everyone were as expected, with Nobu being the only exception. This suggested that they hadn't begun training to increase their reserves yet, which made sense at their young age. Fujin thought that if Nobu didn't focus on enhancing his chakra level, he could surpass Terra's reserves. He then attempted to measure Genki's chakra level. Upon doing so, he realized that Genki's reserves were quite similar to Shin's. It became clear that there wasn't much difference between an elite chunin and a special jonin. The distinction lay in the special jonin possessing a skill at jonin level, while the rest of their abilities were at elite chunin level. For Shin, it was his sensor capabilities. Fujin acknowledged the convenience of becoming a sensor. Unless the ones being sensed were sensors too, there was little chance of anyone realizing they were being sensed. However, it was likely that all Kage-level ninjas had mastered this to a certain extent. Fujin had no intention of hunting any Kages, though. He decided to check on the students from other classes, particularly those who would be becoming Genin this year. While the 25-meter radius of his chakra field seemed insignificant in an open field, it covered a lot in a compact building. With that thought, he focused on the chakras outside his classroom. He first observed the classroom where he had seen Daisuke run into. The chakra levels of the students there were surprisingly low. Then, he turned his attention to the room where the senior classes took place. He measured their chakras and noted that a few had quite pitiful levels. He guessed that most of them wouldn't become Genin. On average, their chakra levels were only 20% higher than his. However, a few students had much higher chakra levels, which he suspected were from the Senju clan. Fujin concluded that by the end of the academic year, his chakra reserves would likely be high enough to be considered Genin level. He had already learned the 3 basic jutsus, so in terms of chakra and ninjutsu, he expected to reach Genin level within a year. He believed his taijutsu would reach that stage in less than 2 years. However, he knew that would not be enough to pass the graduation exam. The exam included much more than just taijutsu and ninjutsu. It covered stealth, setting up encampments, incapacitating a target, escaping capture, using a first aid kit, hunting, cleaning, cooking a wild animal, and much more that would be taught at the academy. Without that knowledge and training, becoming a ninja could be perilous. Moreover, trying to graduate early would be unwise. Itachi was a different case, being the son of the Uchiha patriarch, while Fujin was merely an orphan. Graduating early would attract unwanted attention. From the perspective of ninjutsu, he still had much to learn. He needed to master a few more basic jutsus like body flicker and had yet to learn wind and earth-style jutsus. Additionally, he was almost entirely blank when it came to genjutsu and had a lot to learn in kenjutsu. Thus, there was no point in graduating until he had gained everything he could from the academy. If he ever reached a point where he couldn't make much progress due to being in the academy, then he would consider graduating early. After contemplating all that, Fujin focused on increasing the radius of his chakra field. The remaining lecture proceeded in a similarly dull manner. However, at the end of the lecture, Genki announced something that excited some of his fellow students. They would start learning ninjutsu this year. Fujin was not surprised by this news. He had gathered enough information about the academy in the previous year. For regular students, ninjutsu training began in their 3rd year, but for elite batches, it started in their 2nd year. Having already learned the 3 basic jutsus, he was not particularly interested in the announcement. However, he did have a concern. He would need to hide the fact that he could use these jutsus. He thought about how to feign failure at them without developing bad habits. He considered making hand signs without molding his chakra, or perhaps molding chakra for a few of the hand signs without doing so for one. He planned to test this approach. When around 7 or 8 students could perform the jutsu, he would show that he had just managed to do them too. During the first week, Genki reviewed what they had learned the previous year and tested all the students. However, seeing the progress of some students left Fujin speechless. Genki was surprised as well, but it was a joyous surprise for him. In the leaf concentration exercise, Hana, Teru, and Nobu were able to hold the leaf for more than half an hour, while Yori and Hoka exceeded 25 minutes. Fujin dropped his leaf after 36 minutes to avoid attracting suspicion. He thought to himself that if they maintained this competitive spirit, they might reach beyond 1 hour by the end of the year. While it was reasonable to expect him to keep up, he decided to show that he had slacked off and not made much progress. If Genki ever asked, he would simply say he felt bad for them and was letting them win. Genki was very impressed. He thought that 4 kids had managed to hold the leaf for over half an hour, and another 2 would likely reach that milestone in a couple of months. This batch was promising, and he suspected that Fujin had spurred them on. They might actually be able to do tree climbing and even water walking before they graduated, which would earn him a significant bonus from the Hokage. The shuriken competition did not provide much insight into their growth, as many were already performing well the previous year. However, the taijutsu tournament did not show much improvement across the board. Among the top performers, only Yori and Nobu made significant progress. Fujin suspected that it was his performance in the leaf concentration exam that had focused everyone's attention on it. The Inuzukas were performing much better than last year and were notably aggressive. Due to their poor scores in the exams, all 3 Inuzukas received special training from their clan to avoid further embarrassment. During one of the spars, an Inuzuka student declared that he would defeat his opponent no matter what, expressing his determination to avoid the harsh training in his clan again. The other 2 Inuzuka students winced at his words. Fujin, sensing the underlying tension, thought that this world was in dire need of laws against child abuse. Unfortunately for that Inuzuka student, he was still soundly defeated by Nobu, earning pity from the onlookers. The taijutsu tournament provided Fujin with the chance to finally test his progress, and he was pleased with the results. After deactivating the seals, his body moved much faster, and his strikes carried more weight. He tied with Teru in their match. After the first week concluded, Fujin entered the library and headed to Section D. He reflected on how he had probably attempted the substitution jutsu over 1,000 times. Fujin struggled to reduce the number of hand signs needed for his jutsu. He realized that jutsu could be nearly ineffective against skilled ninjas if it required complex hand signs, as even a novice could recognize them and prepare for the attack. However, he considered that it might still work against ordinary bandits. He acknowledged that it would take him a few years to simplify the hand signs, so he decided to move on to a new jutsu. Excitedly, he searched for the jutsu he wanted to learn, one of his favorites. Upon finding it, he read the title softly, the Body Flicker Jutsu. He settled down to read the scroll, analyzing its contents. He noted that while the jutsu was easy due to requiring only one hand sign, the tiger seal, it was also complicated because executing the technique demanded a significant focus of chakra in his legs to achieve high speeds. The scroll indicated that initially he would only be able to flicker a few meters away, and he would need to reach a distance of 100 meters to be considered proficient. It also advised using smoke or leaves to obscure his movements from enemies and emphasized the importance of avoiding collisions while using the jutsu. Being a sensor would assist him in this regard. Fujin learned that there was no maximum distance for flickering. Rather, it depended on how long he could sustain the jutsu. He realized that if he could flicker 100 meters in a second and maintain the jutsu for 10 seconds, he could cover a kilometer. This was a more convenient approach than needing to flicker repeatedly. After absorbing the information from the scroll, Fujin left the library and transformed into an ordinary 13-year-old in an empty alleyway. He then dashed into a nearby mini-forest, running around while trying to sense any chakra nearby. He concluded that the forest was clear and, under disguise, he could begin his training. Although the forest wasn't the ideal training ground for the body flicker jutsu, he figured that since his initial flickering distance would be short, it wouldn't pose a problem. He resolved to train in open spaces once he could flicker longer distances. As the months passed peacefully, Fujin's physique improved due to the seal he was using, which he occasionally increased by 0.1%. At the academy, Genki began learning ninjutsu with the transformation technique. Fujin discovered he could fake hand signs without molding chakra, but he felt it was wasteful. So, he devised a new method. He would begin with the first hand sign, then transition to the second seal while attempting to mold chakra for the first seal without actually using it. This way, he practiced performing jutsus with one less hand sign. As expected, Teru and Yori excelled in ninjutsu, competing for the top 2 spots, while Nobu consistently ranked third. Hoka, Hana, and the Aburame boy vied for the 4th to 6th positions. Fujin placed himself 10th in transformation jutsu, 7th in clone jutsu, and 8th in substitution jutsu. It took him a month to master the body flicker jutsu, even though he learned to mold chakra in just 3 days. Initially, he could only flicker a few meters. Over the next month, instead of focusing on increasing the range, he concentrated on speeding up the execution of the jutsu and eventually managed to perform it without any hand signs. He practiced thousands of times in a single month to achieve this. Afterward, he worked on extending the range, taking 4.5 months to reach 100 meters with the body flicker. He then shifted his focus to sustaining the jutsu for longer durations. Around this time, the incident involving Kumo's attempt to kidnap Hinata and Hisashi's death occurred, leaving both Hoka and Hana somber the following day. To track his progress, Fujin purchased a stopwatch. After 6 months, he was able to flicker 400 meters in less than 4 seconds. He reflected that while he had originally planned to start with elemental jutsu by now, he found the body flicker jutsu had more applications he wanted to explore. He decided to stick with it, recognizing that mastering the jutsu would be crucial later on. By the time the second-year exams approached, Fujin had managed to sustain his body flicker for 12.76 seconds, covering 1.9 kilometers. He could also change direction mid-flicker, though not frequently, and perform the jutsu in a forest while avoiding trees. He felt immensely pleased with his progress. At the academy, he had successfully reduced the hand signs required for transformation and clone jutsus by 1 and was close to reducing substitution jutsu by 2. His chakra field had expanded significantly, with a radius of 180 meters. Without hand signs, it reached 162 meters, and while running at normal speed, it could extend to 135 meters. His chakra reserves had also grown remarkably due to physical training and meditation. Daily practice of the body flicker jutsu had pushed him to his limits, and he had performed it tens of thousands of times over the past 9 months. His reserves now surpassed Teru's, and compared to the senior class, he realized his chakra levels would be above average, likely placing him in the top 10. Only 2 students, likely from the Senju clan, could exceed him significantly. He was confident that within a year, he would surpass their current chakra levels. He decided it was time to ask Hiruzen about the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu is not a forbidden technique. It is merely a B-rank jutsu that jounins can learn with ease. In Naruto, it was demonstrated that a genin named Konohamaru could perform shadow clones and even use Rasengan against one of the pains. Even Kiba, a chunin, was capable of creating shadow clones. The Forbidden Scroll contained the multi-shadow clone jutsu, which Naruto frequently used, and Kakashi had employed to intimidate Gado's thugs. Following this pattern, someone with genin-level chakra can create 1 to 2 shadow clones, while a chunin can create 3 to 5, and a jounin can produce more than. Fujin noticed an increase in his chakra level when he finally managed to burst a rubber ball, marking progress in his Rasengan training. However, he still required more chakra to perform the technique effectively. His shuriken throwing skills had also improved. He could now hit a stationary target while running and even strike a moving target. To facilitate practice, a board was suspended from a tree branch and moved like a pendulum. However, he still found it challenging to hit a moving board while running. Fujin decided that once he mastered this, he would practice hitting his clones with shuriken to better simulate battle scenarios. While training in the many mini-forests of Konoha, Fujin discovered shurikens and kunais scattered around. He found 23 shurikens and 11 kunai, but 7 shurikens and 4 kunai were in poor condition, leaving him with 16 shurikens and 7 kunai. He handled them with great care, avoiding direct contact in case they were poisoned. He thought it was convenient to find these used weapons as they were still usable. However, he needed to wash them properly to remove any scents from previous users and ensure there was no poison on them. He reflected on how long he had been in the forests and how few weapons he had found, speculating that others must also be searching for them. Nevertheless, he felt that the number he had was sufficient for practice. Soon, it was time for the second-year exams. As Fujin had anticipated, the grading system for their class had been revamped. He wondered if the same changes applied to other elite batches. The overall exams consisted of a written exam worth 100 points, a leaf concentration competition worth 20 points, a shuriken throwing competition worth 20 points, each of the 3 ninjutsu worth 10 points each, and a taijutsu tournament worth 30 points. The written exam had 5 divisions, each more challenging than the last. While it was not particularly difficult for him, he doubted that 8-year-olds from his previous world would pass. Noticing the exam's difficulty, he intentionally made mistakes on 2 questions worth 2 marks each. For the leaf concentration, the same marking system as the previous year was used. Yuri and Hoka surpassed 45 minutes, Nobu dropped at the 56th minute, and Teru at 59 minutes. Hana managed to hold her leaf for 1 hour and an additional 4 minutes. Knowing that the written exam was tougher this year and not expecting anyone to score full marks, Fujin dropped his leaf after 1 hour and 11 minutes. The shuriken exam also had multiple layers like the written exam. The first stage required throwing 8 shurikens at a stationary target board. The second involved running alternately to the right and left to a circle on the ground and throwing from there while running. The third stage required hitting a target board that swung like a pendulum. Each of these stages was worth 4 points, while the final stage, worth 8 points, involved hitting white plates launched into the air by Genki. The plates spun rapidly, making them difficult to track. Yuri, Teru, Fujin, Nobu, and Hoka scored maximum points in the first 3 rounds. Hana struggled in the second round but scored full marks in the first and third. The fourth round proved challenging, with 19 students failing to hit even 1 plate. 6, including Hana, managed to hit just 1, and Fujin suspected that most of them had been lucky. He had been observing the plates closely, trying to discern a pattern, but wished he had a Sharingan to aid him. Hoka and Fujin each hit 2 plates, Nobu hit 3, Teru managed 4, and Yuri impressively hit 7 of the 8 plates thrown by Genki. Fujin was impressed by Yuri's performance, especially since he had not yet awakened his Sharingan. After the competition, Yuri returned to his usual smug demeanor. In the ninjutsu exams, transformation and substitution jutsu were evaluated and marked by Genki. For the clone jutsu, marks were awarded based on the maximum number of acceptable clones created. Teru made 5 clones, and Fujin was confident that no one else would surpass him, so he created 4 clones. He chose to downplay his skills in this exam, knowing that Hana struggled in this area and that no one apart from her would come close to his written exam score. The taijutsu tournament resembled the previous year, with the notable difference being that the Inuzukas performed much better and Fujin had developed a stronger physique. He could now apply 5.3% of the seal's maximum pressure, significantly enhancing his abilities. He easily defeated most of his opponents. In the semifinals, he faced Teru and managed to win, while Hoka defeated Hana in his match. Yuri secured rank 5 by beating Nobu, and Teru claimed rank 3 by defeating Hana. The fight against Hoka was intense. To Fujin's surprise, his physical advantage was not as significant as he had thought. Ultimately, he lost to Hoka. He pondered whether Hoka was using seals or something similar to enhance his strength. Hoka's performance in ninjutsu was not as impressive as his taijutsu, and his written exam scores from the previous year were not noteworthy either. Fujin sighed, realizing that Hoka likely focused solely on taijutsu, while he had concentrated on ninjutsu. It was no wonder he couldn't defeat him. After the scores were tallied, the results for the top 5 were as follows. Fujin, 96 plus 20 plus 14 plus 23 plus 29 182. Teru, 81 plus 17 plus 16 plus 30 plus 28 172. Nobu, 86 plus 16 plus 15 plus 28 plus 25 170. Hana, 91 plus 18 plus 12 plus 21 plus 27 169. Yuri, 79 plus 14 plus 19 plus 28 plus 26 166. Upon reviewing the results, Genki noted that they were quite similar to the previous year, with the only difference being that Fujin had built his lead in the written exam instead of the leaf concentration competition. How much does this kid study exactly? The last 20 marks were quite challenging to achieve. Teru performed the best overall, ranking in the top 3 of every exam except for the written one. The leaf concentration competition was still dominated by Fujin, but with the performance of the others, tree walking exercises could begin next year. In the shuriken throwing competition, Yuri stood out, and Hoka excelled in the taijutsu tournament. That seal had certainly helped Fujin, and it might be worth suggesting to Teru's parents to get one for him as well. It would benefit him greatly. In ninjutsu, Teru, Yori, and Nobu were all excellent, but Teru had more chakra than the other two and likely knew more jutsus as well. This class had performed exceptionally well, with the top 8 to 12 students showing great skill. Lord Third would surely be pleased with their performance. After reflecting on this, he displayed the results for everyone to see. The reactions were mixed. The exam markings were designed to highlight those who performed well, so those who had not worked hard scored very low. A few struggled to hit a stationary target board with shuriken, making it unlikely they would fare well in the remaining rounds. Some had not managed to learn even one ninjutsu properly, and most did not master all three. Only 12 students had achieved that feat. The written exams were also quite tough, with the last 20 marks being particularly difficult to attain. Fujin noticed the disappointed expressions of those who had scored poorly. It reminded him of how much more challenging life was for the kids here compared to his previous world, even though these conditions were considered good. At least they were not fighting in a war. Among the top students, Yori felt frustrated, wondering why he was still ranked only 5th. He had showcased the Uchiha's prowess in shuriken technique, but it didn't feel like enough. Hana was incredibly upset, tears nearly forming in her eyes as her rank dropped from 2nd to 4th. Nobu, though expressionless, was also disheartened at not topping the exam. Teru sighed as he looked at the scores, lamenting that last year it was the Leaf concentration competition, and this time it was the written exam that kept him from being ranked first. At least he excelled in practical skills, and the exam hadn't accounted for the water-style jutsus he knew. Fujin observed the results with a happy expression, thinking that everything had gone as expected. He was surprised that some students scored over 80 on the written exam, realizing that the kids here seemed to develop their intellect more quickly. His shuriken technique still needed improvement, but he felt confident in taijutsu, knowing he would need Hoka to slack off to surpass him. In ninjutsu, he was on par with Teru and the others. He could have created 8 clones to lower their scores if he had wanted to, but there was no need. Everything was going well, and he decided to focus on elemental jutsus next. However, he frowned at the thought that the performance of the students had been so impressive that some might graduate early. He was relieved that Genki hadn't started teaching more advanced topics yet. It seemed his plan was to allow everyone to learn ninjutsu and fighting skills first for continuous improvement. Yet, the pace at which Genki was going made Fujin wonder if he intended to push for early graduation or introduce more complex subjects. Genki observed the expressions of his students and sighed. Only Fujin appeared happy, while Nobu remained expressionless, and Teru looked somewhat down. Most others were visibly upset. Genki regretted making the marking system favor the geniuses too much. Last year's results had made the students more competitive, but this year's could have a negative impact. He resolved to speak individually with each student to encourage them to view the exam results as motivation for future improvement. He also considered calling the Inuzuka kids' parents. The exams concluded with a motivational speech from Hiruzen. He called Fujin forward and asked what reward he desired this time. Fujin stepped forward and expressed his wish to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hiruzen was taken aback by this request and inquired where Fujin had heard about the jutsu and why he wanted to learn it. Fujin's excitement was evident as he explained that he had read about the second Hokage, who had founded the academy, and was inspired by his life and accomplishments. He found the Shadow Clone Jutsu particularly intriguing, believing it would be very useful to have a clone that could actively assist him. Hiruzen observed the young student's enthusiasm and felt a wave of emotion, reflecting on how the will of fire still inspired the children of Konoha, even decades after his sensei's passing. He had sensed Fujin's chakra level during the taijutsu tournament and noted that it was sufficient for forming a single shadow clone. Hiruzen decided to grant the request but resolved to warn Fujin about the technique's dangers. Nodding, he agreed to prepare the scroll and instructed Fujin to come to his office the following day at noon. Fujin's excitement grew, and he thanked Hiruzen profusely. However, he was internally surprised by how easily his request had been accepted. He wondered if he should have asked for the Flying Thunder God technique or the Impure World Resurrection instead. He sighed internally, realizing that the Shadow Clone Jutsu was not particularly complex. It was just a B-rank technique, accessible even to elite chunin from the library. His respect for Tobirama was genuine, as he had effectively done his job, unlike Hiruzen. Yet, the mystery of how Tobirama had died in war despite knowing the Flying Thunder God technique lingered in his mind. Hiruzen would remain unaware of anything unusual. Tobirama's creation of that jutsu was documented in scrolls in the library, leaving little room for suspicion. With those thoughts in mind, he returned to his fellow students. Genki announced that he would meet with everyone personally the next day and assigned each student a time slot, requesting that they bring at least one parent along. The following day, Genki was busy counseling all his students. Fujin was the first to arrive at 8 a.m., as Genki had scheduled the meetings according to their ranks. Observing Fujin, Genki thought to himself that the boy had performed well, but as an orphan he likely had no idea how vast the world was. Despite ranking first twice in a row, there was still much for him to learn. Genki felt it was crucial to ensure that Fujin didn't become arrogant and lose his way. Fujin greeted Genki with a bright smile and received congratulations on his performance from his teacher. After taking his seat, Genki quickly shifted to a serious tone. He explained that the purpose of their meeting was to review Fujin's performance thus far and to discuss his plans for the upcoming vacation and the next year. Genki had interacted with Fujin more than any other student, so he encouraged him to listen carefully and ask questions. Genki acknowledged Fujin's impressive performance, noting that while he had ranked first in both years, it was primarily due to his high scores in one exam. Fujin nodded seriously, feeling a mix of pride and confusion, wondering if such a serious discussion was appropriate for someone his age. Genki noted Fujin's maturity, impressed that the boy didn't seem upset. Genki advised Fujin to focus more on other areas of his training and inquired about his activities after lectures and on weekends. Fujin had anticipated such questions, having prepared his answers in advance. He explained that he mostly studied the material from class, trained in the ninjutsu taught, practiced leaf concentration exercises, and meditated before bed. On weekends, he dedicated time to studying and honing his sensor skills. Genki listened attentively, not surprised by Fujin's well-thought-out response. He recognized that Fujin's dedication to studying explained his high written exam scores, while his lower scores in ninjutsu were justified by the limited time he spent on it. Genki emphasized the importance of ninjutsu for future missions and advised Fujin to prioritize it over studying in the coming months. Fujin was taken aback, realizing it was unusual for an adult, especially a teacher, to suggest studying less. Satisfied that his advice was being taken seriously, Genki presented Fujin with a small gift to encourage him to work harder on ninjutsu. He handed Fujin a piece of chakra paper, explaining that it would reveal his chakra nature. After Fujin channeled his chakra into it, the paper split in two, confirming his wind nature. Genki instructed him on how to train this ability, suggesting he practice cutting a leaf with his chakra alone, a task that might take months to master. Fujin nodded, excited by the prospect of learning wind-style jutsu. Genki also mentioned that Yori and Teru could already perform elemental jutsu, aiming to spark a competitive spirit in Fujin. After discussing further details, Fujin took his leave, feeling a mix of relief and anticipation. He was glad for the conversation, knowing it would provide a solid excuse if anyone questioned his training in wind style. Genki continued counseling the remaining students throughout the day, offering tailored advice to each. Teru was encouraged to adopt the same seal as Fujin, while Nobu received suggestions to be more social. Hana, who had been feeling upset, was consoled and reminded to focus on important aspects of her training rather than solely on her rank. Genki advised her to reduce her time spent on studying and leaf concentration, shifting her focus to ninjutsu and taijutsu. For Yori, Genki emphasized the importance of daily meditation, while Hoka was advised to concentrate more on academics. This pattern of personalized advice continued throughout the day and into the next. At noon, Fujin visited the Hokage's office, where Hiruzen handed him a scroll containing the Shadow Clone Jutsu. He instructed Fujin not to share the scroll with anyone and to return it once he had learned the technique. Hiruzen also cautioned Fujin against creating more than one shadow clone for the time being, perhaps for the next year. When dispelling a clone, all its memories would transfer to the user, which could lead to a significant headache. Therefore, it was important to be cautious when dispelling clones. Additionally, creating shadow clones while sleeping could be detrimental to one's health. Fujin nodded in understanding and expressed his gratitude. Hiruzen then shared stories about Tobirama, and Fujin had to pretend to be interested in the conversation. After half an hour of storytelling, Hiruzen finally allowed Fujin to leave. Fujin sighed, pondering how a Hokage could have so much time to chat instead of being buried in paperwork. Having to feign ignorance and interest for 2 consecutive sessions left Fujin feeling a bit drained. He decided to skip his ration bars and treat himself to lunch at Ichiraku. He thought about how he had saved a decent amount of money and could afford to indulge himself for the day. After lunch, he began training for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Upon reading the instructions carefully, he realized it was the most challenging jutsu he had encountered so far. The process of molding chakra was complex, and he wondered how someone else had learned it in less than a day. However, he noted that this version of the Shadow Clone was more flexible than the one he had seen in Naruto. The chakra did not have to be evenly distributed among the clones. It was up to the caster's will and abilities to decide how much chakra each clone would possess. He could create clones with equal chakra to conceal himself or adjust their chakra levels based on necessity. Another important distinction was that dispelling a clone would not return all its chakra to the original body, resulting in some chakra loss during the process. As mastery of the jutsu improved, this loss would decrease, but it would never reach 0. Therefore, he needed to be mindful of the number of clones he created to avoid quickly depleting his chakra. After completing his analysis, he began learning the shadow clone technique. His knowledge of the basic clone jutsu provided some assistance. The training continued for a while, and Fujin noticed that it drained his chakra rapidly. He could only practice for an hour before exhausting his chakra reserves. From the next day onward, he practiced the shadow clone jutsu upon waking, around noon, and again in the evening, managing 3 hours of training while incorporating physical exercises or meditation for the rest of the time. He carried a few leaves with him as well. On the 9th day, he finally succeeded in creating a clone. Fujin observed that while molding the chakra was more difficult, executing the jutsu was much easier than the body flicker jutsu. After another 6 days, he successfully created an acceptable clone that was entirely identical and consumed half of his chakra. However, upon sensing the clone, he realized that some chakra was lost during its creation, resulting in the clone having slightly less chakra than intended. This was not acceptable, so he decided to test the clone first. He instructed the clone to go into the bedroom and write a random number on a scroll before dispelling. The clone entered the bedroom and wrote 8196 on the scroll. Upon dispelling, Fujin received all the information and confirmed its accuracy. He thought to himself that it worked well. He created another shadow clone and decided to test its resilience. He stabbed the clone's arm with a kunai, causing it to dispel. After a few moments, he concluded that while he had received the memories of the clone, the pain had not transferred to him. This indicated that the jutsu should be safe to use in battle. He formed another clone and had it perform the 3 basic jutsus. The clone executed them as well as he could. Unable to test the body flicker jutsu at home, he decided to postpone that for later. He then instructed the clone to perform the shadow clone jutsu. The clone managed to create a shadow clone, but both were dispelled almost immediately. Fujin sensed that their chakra was unstable. Reflecting on this, he concluded that the clones had been dispelled due to insufficient chakra. Even though a ninja could create a shadow clone with a small percentage of their chakra, the clone still needed to maintain a minimum chakra level. His single clone likely barely exceeded that limit. He wondered if this meant that after using a few jutsus, his clone would disappear even if it had some chakra left, simply because it wasn't enough. This realization put him on alert. He quickly rushed to a nearby mini-forest. After transforming and ensuring no one was around, he created a shadow clone. The clone, aware of the plan, began performing the body flicker jutsu repeatedly within the main body's chakra field while the main body monitored its chakra level. The clone started with around 49% of Fujin's chakra. When its level fell below 41%, the clone dispelled. With his theory confirmed, Fujin sighed, realizing that it would be impossible to have the clone assist him in ninjutsu training. He acknowledged that it was somewhat pointless, as he couldn't sustain ninjutsu training without depleting his chakra. After spending a moment lamenting his low chakra reserves, he resolved to learn the jutsu properly and move on. Over the next 5 days, he improved his mastery of the shadow clone jutsu to an acceptable level. No chakra loss occurred during the formation of the clone, and the chakra loss when retrieving chakra from the clone was reduced to around 5%. He noticed that this loss was decreasing quickly. With his work on the shadow clone jutsu complete, he decided it was time to start practicing elemental jutsus. However, he planned to wait another 10 days before returning the scroll to Hiruzen, hoping to create an impression of being less talented than he truly was. On the 21st day of his vacation, Fujin made his way to the library. As he walked, he contemplated various wind-style jutsus. He thought about how he was finally starting with wind release techniques. In the series, wind was often considered the least powerful element. Although Naruto had wind nature, he primarily used the Raisin Shuriken. Temari had a variety of jutsus, but she relied on a giant fan. Kakuzu utilized pressure damage, which was extremely lethal. He recalled Great Breakthrough used by Orochimaru and Gale Palm used by others. Lastly, he remembered Danzo's vacuum jutsu, which were also quite deadly. Sadly, other than Temari, no one else specialized in wind jutsu, and the number of wind techniques was quite limited. However, this world had many more wind release jutsu available. Fujin realized he could create a comprehensive battle system through them. Previously, he had only read their names, but this time he planned to study their scrolls as well. He wished he could access the descriptions of higher-ranked wind jutsu, as that would have been very helpful in making his decisions. Upon arriving, he meticulously went through the entire sections E and D, compiling a list of all available wind release jutsu. The list included Gale Jutsu, Wind Clone, Wind Levitation, E, Projectile Control Jutsu, E, Wind Retrieving Jutsu, E, Gale Surge D, Breakthrough D, Dust Cloud D, Slashing Wind Skill D, Wind Explosion D, Propelling Winds D. Fujin pondered why Wind Clone was merely a Ranki jutsu. After reading the scroll, he understood its simplicity. Elemental clones were like normal clones but made of elements, allowing them to perform attacks. They would dissipate upon taking damage. Since the material needed for a wind clone was simply the air around, it was easy to create. Despite its simplicity, it was still quite useful, and he was determined to learn it. Continuing his reading, he analyzed the rank E jutsu. He concluded that these techniques weren't lethal and had limited use in battle compared to others. Instead, they seemed to be tools for improving control over the wind element, which would be crucial when he learned more complex and powerful wind jutsu. Wind levitation allowed the user to raise inanimate objects into the air using wind. The weight and height of the levitated object, as well as the duration it could be held, depended on the user's control over the wind, stamina, and focus. Projectile control jutsu utilized wind to manipulate. Projectiles launched around the user, allowing shuriken or thrown kunai to change direction. Wind retrieving jutsu pulled objects toward the user using wind, similar to a technique used by Nagato but relying solely on the user's power. Gale jutsu created a small airflow in a specific direction. While it didn't cause harm, it had several practical applications, such as covering footsteps or altering wind direction to mask sense. Fujin concluded that he needed to learn all these jutsu not for combat, but to enhance his control over wind. He also found the potential for mischief in techniques like wind clone, levitation, control, and pulling, which sparked an amusing thought about how Naruto might use them for pranks. As he entertained this idea, a mischievous plan formed in Fujin's mind, one that would have made life in Konoha quite chaotic. He imagined how Naruto, despite his struggles as a student, could excel in pranks with these jutsu. The thought made him chuckle, but he quickly refocused and began reading the rank D scrolls. After finishing them, he realized the immense potential of wind release jutsu. The power of some techniques, if mastered and used correctly, could rival rank B or even rank A jutsu. He analyzed each one carefully. Dust cloud jutsu served as a smokescreen, which would be advantageous for him as a sensor who didn't rely on eyesight to track enemies. Slashing wind jutsu, while powerful, required a fan, which was not his preferred weapon, so he decided to skip it. Breakthrough jutsu was a toned-down version of Great Breakthrough, and he saw no harm in learning it, as he could later upgrade to the more powerful version. Gale Surge acted defensively by sending air outward to protect against projectiles and disrupt an enemy's rhythm, though its range was limited to 3 meters. Propelling winds was a movement technique that released small blasts of wind from the hands to assist in evasion. While not his favorite, he recognized its potential for future applications. Wind explosion jutsu appeared versatile, infusing chakra into wind to create a ball that exploded on impact. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Rasengan, it intrigued him, and he wondered if a combination of this technique with wind clone existed, which could make wind clones significantly more dangerous. After analyzing all the jutsu, Fujin faced the difficult task of deciding which ones to learn. He contemplated the usefulness of each technique but felt uncertain about his ability to master them all. To clear his mind, he focused on the number of jutsu he could realistically learn and concluded that mastering them was essential. He decided to eliminate slashing wind jutsu from his list, as it was the only one he didn't want to pursue. He resolved to learn all the others, prioritizing them based on their importance. The rank E jutsu were crucial for improving his control over wind nature, making them mandatory. Among the remaining techniques, wind explosion jutsu seemed the most useful due to its future potential, followed by wind propelling jutsu. While it might not seem impressive at first, the ability to create small blasts of wind around his body could evolve into a formidable fighting style in the future. Mastering breakthrough jutsu would be essential, as it forms the foundation for several more powerful techniques and offers an area of effect option. Gale Surge and Dust Cloud would be the final techniques to learn. Gale Surge provided temporary defense in one direction, while Dust Cloud offered cover. With enough calculations in mind, he acknowledged that he still had a few years before he might need to fight. He decided to practice these jutsu, hoping that a year would suffice. He also planned to learn a few Earth-release jutsu and possibly 1 or 2 genjutsu. This year, he intended to start training in kenjutsu, perhaps acquiring a sword or 2, as they complemented wind release well. After concluding his thoughts, he thoroughly read the scroll on wind clone jutsu. Once he grasped the basics, he left the library and ventured into a secluded mini-forest to begin his training. To his surprise, he succeeded on his first attempt at the wind clone jutsu, leaving him speechless at how easily he had mastered it. After regaining his composure, he reflected on his achievement. The jutsu was quite similar to the standard clone jutsu, and he had already learned shadow clones. Given his affinity for wind and extensive training with this element, it was no wonder he had succeeded so quickly. He reassured himself that this accomplishment was a testament to his hard work over the past 3 years. He spent the remainder of the day testing the capabilities of his wind clone. Unlike shadow clones, these did not transfer memories back but also required less chakra. Since they utilized the air around them, he deduced that this was the most chakra-efficient clone jutsu. In just a few hours he managed to create 10 wind clones. They could perform all the jutsu the main body could, except for shadow clone techniques, and would dispel upon taking a hit. After experimenting, he realized that in a direct confrontation, wind clones would be more effective than shadow clones. Throughout the day, he considered returning to the library to learn another jutsu but refrained from acting on that impulse, knowing it might attract unwanted attention. He sighed, wishing he had found a way to acquire those scrolls. Satisfied with his progress, he returned home. On the way, he had a curious thought about the jutsu he had learned so far. Of the 6 techniques he knew, 3 were clone jutsu. The next day, he read and learned Gale jutsu. He needed to gather chakra and then expel it from his mouth as a gust of wind. After a few attempts, he successfully performed it. The jutsu was harmless. When he tested it on a tree, it only caused some old leaves to fall without damaging the tree. After an hour of practice, he could cover his footprints. Changing the direction of the wind in a small area took him a few hours to master. Although he was unsure of how well he had concealed his scent, he planned to have an Inuzuka check it in the future. The following day he attempted to learn wind levitation jutsu. While he didn't succeed on his first try, he managed to perform it correctly within 10 minutes, levitating a leaf about 5 meters in the air. It took him half an hour to do the same with a pebble. By the end of the day, he could levitate stones with a diameter of 15 centimeters to a height of 15 meters, maintaining it for 78 seconds. He had read in the scroll that this jutsu could lift a boulder over 100 meters into the sky, and he suspected that even that wasn't its limit. He looked forward to practicing it further in the future. The next day, he tried the projectile control jutsu, which presented a real challenge. This technique required precise control over the wind. He created a wind clone to launch shurikens and attempted to control their trajectory. After several hours, he managed to alter the direction of a shuriken but struggled to maintain control. Noticing that the spinning made it more difficult, he decided to experiment with a kunai instead. This adjustment significantly reduced the difficulty, and by the end of the day he had decent control over a thrown kunai. He practiced this jutsu for another 3 days to improve his proficiency. After 4 days, he felt he had a better grasp of the wind element. The following day he attempted the wind retrieving jutsu. Attracting an object by directing the winds toward himself proved challenging. The first obstacle was creating a strong enough wind flow without being affected by it himself. This made him ponder whether he could create wind paths around himself to perform the jutsu. He decided to set that thought aside for later. It took him 3 days to learn this jutsu and become comfortable with it. Afterward, he returned the Shadow Clone Scroll to Hiruzen. In just 10 days, he had learned 5 rank E wind release jutsu. With a month of vacation still remaining, he began training for the rank D jutsu. He revised his plans, thinking that while he initially intended to learn in order of importance, his quick learning pace allowed him to change his approach. He decided to learn breakthrough jutsu first, followed by dust cloud jutsu and gale surge. After gathering all the necessary information from the library, he began training for breakthrough jutsu. The initial process was quite similar to gale jutsu, but he needed to gather a larger amount of chakra. The winds generated had to be more powerful and sharper to cause damage. In his initial attempts, the results were comparable to gale jutsu, but he could clearly identify areas for improvement. In just 15 minutes, he was able to expel a stronger gust of wind from his mouth. He noted that while it wasn't very powerful yet, it would likely cause significant damage when paired with a fire technique. He realized that this technique would require a lot of practice. The process of gathering chakra and converting it into wind needed to be faster, and the amount of chakra gathered should be larger to increase the damage. He practiced for 7 days until he mastered the technique. He tested it on a tree, which lost most of its leaves and many branches. He thought that while it probably wouldn't be lethal, it could easily injure most genin. The next day, he picked up the scroll for the dust cloud technique and memorized it. This technique was incredibly easy. Its process was similar to the breakthrough technique, but it focused on the ground to lift the dust above. It also incorporated aspects of the wind levitation technique to ensure the dust cloud lasted longer. He managed to raise a dust cloud on his first try, although it dissipated quickly. Properly incorporating the wind levitation aspect took a few hours, but by the end of the day he made sufficient progress. The following day, he began training for the gale surge technique. This technique was almost the opposite of the wind retrieving technique. Here, he had to distill the air around him with his chakra and then suddenly release it in a direction up to 3 meters away. It resembled the almighty push technique but was much weaker. This technique didn't provide a strong defense, but he had a couple of ideas for its use. First, he wanted to increase its range and power. Second, he aimed to release wind in every direction around him, making it incredibly disruptive. If he could enhance both range and power, it would be perfect for creating chaos on the battlefield, while an omnidirectional release would be useful if he ever found himself surrounded by enemies. Once again, it took him only a day to learn this technique and practice it to an acceptable level. The next day, he started learning the wind explosion technique. He viewed this technique as practice for his future Rasengan. He needed to gather the wind, shape it into a sphere, and infuse a small amount of chakra into it. This was the key difference between it and the Rasengan, which was purely made of chakra. Since the amount of chakra was low, These spheres could be launched at an enemy. Given his prior practice for the Rasengan, this technique became much easier to learn. Within a couple of hours, he successfully executed the technique for the first time. After trying it a few times on nearby trees, he concluded that while the chakra infused in the winds caused an explosion, it was the winds themselves that caused the real damage, becoming lethal after the explosion. They could inflict numerous cuts, some quite deep. He attempted to infuse more chakra to increase the explosion's power, but it backfired. The wind sphere couldn't move as quickly or travel as far. Even when he increased the wind volume to maintain the chakra-to-wind ratio, the sphere became bulky and lost its speed. He sighed, realizing that upgrading the technique would be complex. He decided to change his perspective and consider combining this technique with the wind clone technique. If the wind clones could explode in this manner, it would turn into a powerful strike. He practiced the wind explosion technique for a week. After the first day, he shifted his focus from improving the wind sphere to increasing his speed in forming and launching the spheres. His goal was to be able to launch these explosive spheres consecutively without breaks. While they might not deliver a killing blow, they could still cause significant damage to anyone unable to dodge or block them, potentially leading to severe injuries from blood loss. However, he was still quite far from achieving that level of proficiency. The next day, he began learning the propelling winds technique. The task was to gather chakra in his hands and release it in a direction. This burst would create an opposite force, propelling him in the opposite direction. While this technique was inferior to the body flicker technique for land movement, it was highly convenient for aerial maneuvers. Thanks to his training over the past month, creating bursts was easy. The challenge lay in controlling the amount of movement generated. His footwork needed adjustments. To use this technique effectively, he had to be light on his feet and allow himself to be pushed back by the burst. While he could control the burst's force, the counterforce varied based on how much pressure he applied with his feet, which was difficult to manage. On the third day of training, he overcame this issue using two tactics. First, he would slightly jump in the direction he wanted to go before using the burst to propel himself. Second, he would use the burst and then quickly lift his feet off the ground, allowing him to evade attacks. However, his control over the second tactic was lacking, causing him to flip in the air, which could be dangerous in a fight if an enemy pursued him. He trained to improve his control over this technique for 6 days, and by the end, he was pleased with his progress. That night, after dinner, he sat down to reflect on his current status. He realized that in the last 32 days, he had learned 5 rank E wind release techniques and 5 rank D wind release techniques. Including the 3 basic ninjutsu, body flicker, and shadow clones, he now knew a total of 15 techniques. He analyzed his techniques further and concluded that his wind clone technique rendered the standard clone technique unnecessary. He decided to discontinue its use. The Gale technique also required no further improvement. It adequately covered his footsteps, and in combat, the breakthrough technique was far superior. That left 13 jutsu. Although he had learned them, if he considered true mastery, he had probably mastered only one jutsu, the body flicker jutsu, on which he had spent 10 whole months. Next, he needed to focus on mastering the wind release jutsu, especially performing them without hand signs. Despite the 10 months it took to master the body flicker jutsu, he had realized in the past month that either his talent for wind nature was exceptionally high, or the wind release jutsu were relatively easy. Therefore, mastering them shouldn't take long. He could also enhance his substitution jutsu by substituting with his wind clone instead of nearby logs or other objects. Additionally, he could experiment with combining the wind clone and wind explosion jutsu. Similarly, he should try using body flicker and wind propelling jutsu simultaneously. If the body flicker jutsu could change directions freely, it would be extremely effective. He also needed to learn how to strengthen his weapons using wind chakra. After contemplating these ideas, Fujin considered how he could obtain rank C jutsu. He thought about asking Genki, but even if he succeeded, he doubted Genki would give him more than 2 or 3 jutsu, which would attract a lot of attention. He could also approach Hiruzen for access to higher sections in the library after the 3rd year exam, but he was uncertain if Hiruzen would agree. Even if he did, he would likely be monitored while in the library. If they saw him reading high-rank jutsu, someone might be assigned to keep an eye on him, which would prevent him from practicing ninjutsu in secret as he currently did. If they sent someone skilled enough to avoid detection, it would mean his abilities would become known to Hiruzen and soon to Danzo. He sighed, deciding it was better to follow a stable path. There was no point in taking such a significant risk. If he mastered all his current jutsu and a few Earth-released jutsu but couldn't progress further, he could consider graduating early. Over the past year, he had thought quite a bit about graduating early. Initially, he believed that graduating early would attract a lot of attention, perhaps still in Naruto's generation. However, it seemed that graduating early was now highly supported and even encouraged by teachers. In the last 2 years, many had graduated after their 4th or 5th year in the academy, with a few even graduating after the 3rd year. It appeared the village wanted new ninjas to join their ranks as soon as possible, which explained the current encouragement. Still, graduating at 6 or 7 would undoubtedly attract attention. During this vacation, Fujin had focused almost entirely on ninjutsu. His routine consisted of morning workouts followed by all-day ninjutsu training. When he ran out of chakra, he practiced meditation or shuriken throwing. Everything else was put on hold. In the last week of vacation, Fujin decided to continue practicing his wind jutsu while also starting additional training. He began attempting to hit his wind clones with shurikens to improve his throwing skills. Although he was unsure whether to feel frustrated about his shuriken throwing skills or pleased with his clone's speed and maneuverability, he had not managed to hit a single wind clone. Nevertheless, he improved rapidly. The 3rd year began after the vacation. This year, Genki focused on other crucial aspects of being a ninja beyond fighting capabilities. Fujin was a bit surprised that Genki did not push for more advanced jutsu, but after some thought, he understood that more than half of the class struggled to keep up. Considering that Genki had asked him to learn wind nature, he guessed he had given similar advice to others who could keep up. This approach would help the struggling students catch up while allowing those performing well to reach the next level. It seemed they wanted to ensure that every child in the class became a capable ninja to fill the void left by the fallen. After the lectures, Fujin went to the library. He entered Section E and picked up the scroll titled, Introduction to Fuinjutsu. He recalled having read it a couple of years ago and decided to read it again, this time thoroughly. As he read, he analyzed the content. Fuinjutsu contained 2 parts, the writing part and the logic part. The writing part had 2 components as well. The first was the language, which involved special symbols he needed to understand before attempting to create seals. He would have to learn to draw each symbol correctly and infuse his chakra in the specified manner. Any mistakes could lead to seal failure and unintended complications. This process was similar to hand signs, but the number of symbols was much higher. The symbols served various functions, with the primary function being the ability to produce an element. There were symbols for each of the 5 elements, as well as symbols to suppress or enhance them. Some symbols controlled time and space. A simple storage seal contained many space symbols, while a complex one included both space and time symbols to ensure that time slowed down within that storage seal. The second component was the logic part, which resembled coding on Earth. Since he was familiar with coding, this part was easier for him, though it wasn't a significant advantage. Coding was relatively easy to learn, and he was sure that the brighter students in his class could pick it up within a week or 2. After the writing part, the next step was to mold his chakra to create what the seal was intended for. For a simple sealing scroll, he would need to create that storage space using the symbols and set up the conditions for activating the seal. He sighed, realizing this was quite complicated. Determined to start, he decided to focus on the symbols, though there were hundreds of them. It would take months to learn them all, so he chose to pick a seal and learn its symbols. This way, he could monitor his progress. After reviewing all the seals in the scroll, he decided to learn the most commonly used seal, the storage seal, which required 16 types of symbols, the majority being different types of space symbols. A few increased the amount of space in the seal, while others restricted the space to maintain the boundaries, and some ensured that the space remained stable. He drew the required symbols perfectly on a spare scroll and took notes related to it. Having seen a few others do the same in the library, he felt confident about not getting into trouble, though he was surprised by Konoha's generosity. Once finished, he left the library. He made his way to the market and transformed in an alleyway. After searching for a bit, he found the shop he was looking for. There, he purchased the special ink required for Fuinjutsu, along with special scrolls made from a unique material. These scrolls were much sturdier and could last for centuries if not damaged. They could easily bear the chakra applied to them while seals were inscribed. The special ink would make infusing chakra much easier. Using regular ink was significantly more challenging. However, there was an alternative to this special ink: the blood of a ninja. These items were quite expensive. The scrolls cost 60 ryo each, and a small bottle of ink cost 100 ryo. He bought 5 bottles of ink and 5 scrolls to practice. He sighed, hoping these would last a few months, as he only had 4,370 ryo left. Upon returning home, he created a shadow clone. After months of intense physical training, meditation, and constant ninjutsu practice, his chakra had grown by around 25%. This meant he could now create 2 shadow clones, though both would have limited chakra. If he made one shadow clone with exactly 50% chakra, that clone could last until his chakra dropped to 32% of Fujin's maximum. This effectively doubled the usable chakra for the shadow clone. Fujin and his clone began working on the first symbol. After half an hour of practice, Fujin confirmed that the chakra needed for this training was quite low, which was good news as it meant his shadow clone could last much longer. Based on his clone's remaining chakra, he estimated it could last 4 hours while practicing the symbols. After an hour of practice, he dispelled his clone and received all the memories from it, along with a minor headache. He created another shadow clone, which practiced the symbol for 2 hours, took a 2-hour break, then practiced again for 1 hour, followed by another hour break and 1 more hour of practice. Meanwhile, Fujin went outside to practice shuriken throwing with a wind clone and worked on increasing the radius of his chakra field. He refrained from practicing ninjutsu, as using only half his chakra wouldn't last long. After 7 hours, he dispelled his clone. The headache was a bit worse this time but still manageable. Remembering Hiruzen's instructions, he decided to get some sleep. He felt satisfied with what he had accomplished that day. The next morning, he thought about his successful experiment. Now that his shadow clone could last 7 hours and practiced the symbols for 4 hours, he could leave it at home to continue practicing Fuinjutsu while he attended the academy. He realized he needed to increase his chakra by another 20 to 25% for the clone to practice for 7 hours straight. He also needed to decide what the clone should do during the remaining 3 hours. After some thought, he had an idea. He should buy a few cooking books for the clone to learn from. Over the past 2 years, he had learned to make various breakfasts but hadn't had the time to learn how to prepare proper lunches or dinners. This seemed like the perfect opportunity. He resolved to buy the books after the academy. Excited about the prospect of finally enjoying delicious meals, he analyzed his daily routine. With this plan in place, he would continue his physical training in the morning. During lectures, his clone could practice Fuinjutsu while he focused on important lessons and worked on his chakra field during the remaining time. After class, he would return home, dispel the clone, and take a short nap, probably about an hour. Then he could practice his ninjutsu and shuriken throwing. The year continued in this manner. Genki taught a lot of practical knowledge essential for ninjas, and Fujin maintained his rigorous training. He noticed that the class was more serious this year, likely due to Genki's one-on-one talks with the students. After 6 months, Fujin was able to perform rank E wind release jutsus without hand signs, while the wind clone required only a single hand sign. Among rank D jutsus, he could execute the wind propelling jutsu without hand signs, though the others still required 1 or 2. Just 23 days before the third-year exams, he managed to perform all but 2 of the jutsus without hand signs. Only the dust cloud jutsu still required a couple of hand signs, and the wind clones required 1. Similarly, the shadow clone technique had dropped to just 1 hand sign, the clone seal, which he still could not perform without hand signs. His breakthrough jutsu and wind explosion jutsu now dealt significantly higher damage, and he had mastered the other wind release jutsus to a certain extent. It took his clone 3 months to master the 16 symbols and another month to successfully create a storage seal. After an additional month of practice, he could perform it comfortably without mistakes. He had spent 4,000 Ryo on materials by then, leaving him with just over 2,000. He had created 5 proper sealing scrolls. Each time he bought materials, he visited different shops under various disguises. Among the 5 shopkeepers he encountered, one seemed particularly greedy and lacking in morals. He realized he couldn't continue spending on Fuinjutsu without running out of money soon. He would need to sell his scrolls but was unsure whom to approach. He couldn't reveal his identity, and he doubted any shopkeeper would buy from an unknown seller. He decided to approach the shopkeeper with questionable morals, hoping that he would be willing to make a deal. However, he remained cautious, suspecting that the shopkeeper might be putting on a facade. Fujin decided it would be best to send a clone using transformation jutsu. Over the next few days, he had his shadow clone observe the shopkeeper. Genki's training in stealth proved invaluable during this time. The shopkeeper, named Jing, appeared to be in his 40s. The clone carefully monitored his actions and movements to determine if he was a hidden ninja. Fujin had already sensed his chakra, which was at a mere civilian level. He speculated whether Konoha had once conducted a program to unlock the chakra of many individuals. The clone also noted how Jing interacted with customers, where he stored his inventory, and where he kept his cash. The spying yielded results when, on one fortunate occasion, the clone overheard Jing negotiating with his supplier about the prices of various items. The suppliers sold an explosion tag to Jing for 500 Ryo and a storage scroll for 1,200 Ryo each. Jing then sold the storage scroll for 1,500 Ryo and the explosion tags for 750 Ryo to his customers. Once confident that Jing was a suitable target, Fujin sent his shadow clone with 5 scrolls. The clone transformed into a middle-aged man and approached Jing when the shop was empty. Upon seeing him, Jing greeted him with a friendly smile and asked what he wanted to buy. The clone stated he was not there to buy but to sell. This surprised Jing, who raised an eyebrow and inquired about the seller's identity. The clone introduced himself as Zoro. Jing, intrigued, asked what Zoro wanted to sell. The clone paused, locking eyes with him before revealing he had storage scrolls. Jing, eager to assert his position in the negotiation, dismissed the offer, claiming he already had 3 suppliers for storage scrolls and questioned why he should buy from Zoro. The clone smirked, asserting that his scrolls were superior. This piqued Jing's interest, prompting him to ask how and request to inspect the scroll first. The clone maintained his confident demeanor and handed over a scroll. Jing took it and led him to a room inside the shop. On the way, he inquired about the name of Zoro's company and who was in charge, but the clone dismissively replied that it was not a concern. Jing's thoughts turned to the possibility of a secret organization behind Zoro, speculating that he might be someone who didn't want to reveal his ability to create storage scrolls or was part of a shady group. He felt he could make a significant profit from this encounter. Once in the room, Jing began inspecting the scroll. The clone's claims were not unfounded. A standard storage scroll typically contained 10 storage seals, but this one had 12. As Jing examined the scroll, the clone reflected on the ease of creating 12 seals by drawing them closer together. He considered that if someone aimed for optimal storage while maintaining the scroll's size, they could fit even 25 seals. However, mass producers often settled on 10 seals to maximize profits, as most buyers didn't require more than that. Jing, having more experience, recognized the scroll's potential value. He recalled a conversation he had overheard about the convenience of storage scrolls with more seals. He realized he could sell this particular scroll for a much higher price, possibly over 2,000 Ryo. He then pondered whether Zoro was aware of its true worth. After a moment, Jing's expression shifted to one of displeasure as he claimed the scroll only had 2 additional seals and that the quality was the same as others. He offered to buy it at the same price he paid his suppliers. The clone, understanding the shopkeeper's nature, smirked again, countering that they both knew that wasn't true. There were many ninjas willing to pay more for scrolls with additional seals. Jing, however, remained dismissive, asserting that while he would pay a bit more due to the extra seals, he would only offer 1,100 Ryo. The clone scoffed at this, pointing out that standard scrolls were supplied for around 1,200 to 1,250 ryo. He argued that considering the additional seals, the price should be at least 1,440 ryo, as some ninjas might be willing to pay even more. Jing felt the pressure from the clone's arguments. The haggling continued for several minutes, during which Jing exploited Zoro's reluctance to reveal his origins to lower the price to 1,150 ryo. After the negotiation concluded, the clone thought about the intensity of the exchange. Jing was indeed a skilled negotiator, but the clone felt satisfied with the outcome, knowing that selling the scrolls for over 1,000 ryo each was more than enough for him. Internally, he smiled, realizing he still had the advantage of being the sole supplier of the 12 seal storage scrolls. He was eager to see how Jing would respond to this information. Finally settling on a price of 1,250 ryo, Jing asked how many scrolls Zoro had for sale. The clone did not respond verbally but instead placed 4 scrolls in front of him. Jing was taken aback, realizing that including the one he had inspected, there were only 5 in total. What was he playing at? Seeing that the seller wasn't saying anything further, an enraged expression crossed Jing's face as he angrily questioned the seller about the limited number of scrolls. Only 5? He felt his time had been wasted. Fujin's clone remained calm and explained that the boss had sent several clones to other shopkeepers to sell the scrolls as well. The future sales would depend on the prices each shopkeeper offered. Jing's reaction was quite revealing, and internally, Fujin's clone found amusement in the situation. It was the first time during their negotiation that Jing had lost his composure. Fujin's clone thought about how he didn't necessarily need a higher price, but this approach would cast fewer doubts on him. The existence of a boss behind him would keep Jing from pushing too hard. Jing, however, was lost in thought. He realized that if he bought one scroll for 1,150 ryo, he probably wouldn't get any more in the future. But if he paid too high a price and others still offered more, he might miss out entirely. The idea of a powerful organization behind Fujin's clone made him uneasy. Were they trying to change the entire storage scroll market? After contemplating, he asked whether the scrolls would only be sold to the highest bidder or to others as well. Fujin's clone replied that they would sell to many shopkeepers, but the number of scrolls each received would depend on the prices they offered. Those who offered below average might not get any, but he wasn't privy to the exact plans. Jing analyzed the situation for a moment and sighed. He understood that buying at a low price would be detrimental to his future opportunities. He needed to find a balance. After some consideration, he decided to offer 1,500 ryo per scroll, believing it would allow him to earn more than usual from them. They completed their deal and discussed how and when future transactions would occur. Fujin's clone left the shop with 7,500 ryo, handing the money to Fujin in a nearby alleyway before dispelling himself after ensuring no one was around. Looking at the cash, Fujin marveled at his negotiating skills. However, after receiving his clone's memories, he realized he was more of a novice than a master. The final bluff had been too tempting for Jing to resist, and the notion of a powerful organization behind him likely intimidated him. Regardless, this was good cash, and Fujin considered selling scrolls to him regularly. He then visited several other shops in different disguises to purchase materials, acquiring 30 bottles of ink, 25 scrolls, and 200 blank paper tags. The blank paper tags cost 10 ryo each, totaling 6,500 ryo spent on materials. He also bought some meat before heading home, contemplating his increased meat consumption. The meat business was entirely dominated by the Akimichi clan, and he wondered if it was due to their efficiency or a monopoly granted to them upon joining Konoha. After that day, Fujin began learning other seals. He mastered several basic ones, including heat seal, cool seal, hard seal, soft seal, shock seal, and wet seal. These seals utilized elemental symbols, but required fewer symbols than a storage seal since they performed basic functions. The heat seal could warm a room, while the cool seal absorbed heat to cool the space. The shock seal delivered a harmless electric shock, one that Fujin could easily withstand. The hard seal was used to harden surfaces or objects, while the soft seal did the opposite. The wet seal gathered moisture from the air to wet the surface it was applied to. All these seals had to be inscribed on a paper tag, which needed to be activated upon application. The elemental seals required the user to wield those elements, but since these seals were basic, Fujin could use them despite not having mastered fire, water, and lightning natures. It took him 4.5 months to learn all these seals. During this time, he also began selling 20 storage scrolls to Jing every month for 30,000 ryo. He kept the amount low to avoid drawing the ire of major suppliers of storage scrolls. Jing was pleased as well, able to sell these scrolls for around 2,300 ryo. By the time the third year's exams arrived, Fujin had saved over 100,000 ryo. In the third year, Genki focused entirely on basic skills, making the year much more enjoyable. After teaching a skill, he created games to help everyone practice. For example, after teaching stealth, he provided each student with 29 tags marked with their roll numbers. They had to place these tags on the backs of other students while avoiding having tags placed on their own backs. Thanks to Fujin's sensor abilities, no one managed to tag him, and those who attempted to sneak up on him received a swift counter. While hunting wild animals led to some amusing reactions from the students, killing an animal didn't faze everyone. However, Fujin sighed, realizing that his first kill in this world was a rabbit. Genki found the most enjoyment in having everyone clean and prepare the animals they hunted for cooking, an act that disgusted many students, including Fujin, who had never done anything like this before. Only Nobu remained unaffected. To ensure everyone learned cooking properly, Genki banned bringing lunch to the academy for several days, making their lunch the wild animals they cooked. Later in the year, he introduced tree climbing as a chakra control exercise for his students. In this manner, the year progressed. 1 week before the final exams, Genki dropped surprising news that caught Fujin off guard. He thought that while he was aware of the announcement, its suddenness was surprising. Genki had stated that anyone interested in attempting the graduation exam should inform him within the next 3 days. By the end of the day, Genki regretted making the announcement so early. He sighed, realizing that he should have waited until after the lectures, as no one seemed to pay attention during class. After returning home, Fujin reflected on the situation. He concluded that there was still much for him to learn. His wind jutsus, basic jutsus, shadow clones, body flicker, shuriken throwing, and taijutsu had reached a satisfactory level. However, he still needed to learn earth release jutsus, improve his sword skills, and work on jinjutsu. Although his fuinjutsu was progressing well, he had yet to start on the intermediate level seals available in Section D of the library. Additionally, he still needed to master the Rasengan. Fujin recognized that graduating would save him time in the academy, but given Konoha's current shortage of ninjas, he suspected that his free time might actually decrease rather than increase. The missions would likely carry more risk than usual, especially with the memories of the recent war still fresh. Ultimately, he decided not to participate in the exam. While it might raise questions that the top scorer was not attempting the graduation exam, he believed it was better than risking his life on a dangerous mission. In contrast to Fujin, the other students in his class were inspired by the will of fire and many were eager to participate in the graduation exam. However, some parents did not allow their children to take part, knowing they might not pass. In the end, 7 students chose to attempt the graduation exam: Yori, Nobu, Teru, Hoka, a civilian kid, and 2 from the Aburame and Hataki clans. Fujin noticed Genki's disappointment in his decision not to participate, but felt relieved that Genki did not press the issue. The graduation exam took place about a week after the third-year exam, which followed the usual format but included additional parameters based on the skills Genki had taught that year. This year, the Hokage's reward was also tied to the graduation exam performance, which meant Fujin would not receive any rewards for ranking first. Consequently, he intentionally lowered his performance in the written exam and did not give his all in the ninjutsu exam, ultimately ranking 4th. Teru ranked first, followed by Nobu and then Hana. Fujin was grateful that Hana was not attempting the graduation exam, as it meant he was not the only high scorer opting out. Unbeknownst to him, Hana was upset that her parents did not allow her to become a ninja yet. A week later, the graduation exam was conducted. For the elite class students, The exam was similar to regular exams but more comprehensive. A new 50-point section presented various scenarios for the students to respond to, and except for Nobu, everyone else struggled with it. In Taijutsu, only Hoka and Teru performed well, while Yori and Nobu were barely average. In ninjutsu, however, Teru, Yori, and Nobu demonstrated their capabilities. Yori executed 2 rank C jutsus, Fireball Jutsu and Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu, perfectly. Teru showcased his versatility by performing a rank C Water Gunshot Jutsu and 3 rank D Jutsus, Ground Shaking Jutsu, Headhunter Jutsu, and Stone Shuriken Jutsu. Nobu impressed everyone with his ability to perform 1 rank E Jutsu of each of the 5 elements and 2 rank C Fire Jutsus, Fire Dragon Jutsu and Flame Bullet Jutsu. After all the tests were completed, the students' performances were analyzed. From Fujin's class, only Teru, Yori, and Nobu graduated and became Genins. Due to his superior performance in Taijutsu, Fujin ranked first in his class. From the batch 1 year ahead of him, 11 students graduated, along with 28 from the senior class. Oblivious to these developments, Fujin dove back into his ninjutsu training as soon as summer vacation began. Satisfied with his progress in wind release, he decided to start training in earth release jutsus and visited the library. He examined every earth release jutsu in sections E and D, creating a list. He noted that Konoha had significantly more earth release jutsus compared to wind, which was not surprising given the lower number of wind release users. His list included Rock Throw Jutsu, Rock Shield Jutsu, Stone Bracers Jutsu, Swift Earth Jutsu, Earth Release, Transformation Jutsu, Trapping Jutsu, Mud Moat Jutsu D, Earth Clone Jutsu D, Rock Thorn Bed Jutsu D, Stone Shuriken Jutsu D, Headhunter Jutsu D, Pebble Barrage D, Ground Shaking Jutsu D, Earth Tremor Sense Jutsu D, Earth Mound Creation Jutsu D, Mud Interceptor Jutsu D, Earth Military Movement Jutsu D, Stone Breastplate Jutsu D, Mud Weight Jutsu D, Earth Release Camp Jutsu D, Earth Release Note Jutsu D. He pondered why there was no Earth Wall Jutsu listed, as it seemed simple enough to be ranked higher. He hoped it would be found in the higher sections. After spending about 2 hours reading and analyzing each jutsu, he concluded that Earth Release Jutsus were more comprehensive than Wind Release Jutsus. The only downside was their lack of offensive capabilities. Surprisingly, many of the jutsus had potential similar to wind ones, but most Earth Release jutsus, especially those with high potential, would be severely limited if the battle took place over water. He reflected on how fortunate IWA was not to share a border with Kiri. Otherwise, they would find themselves in very passive situations during the wars. The character decided to focus on Earth Release jutsus, particularly ignoring offensive techniques. For defense, the Rock Shield Jutsu was a solid choice, even if it was likely an inferior version of the Earth Wall Jutsu. There was potential for improvement, and he wondered if he could use the Hard Seal to enhance the shield's durability. For trapping, the Mud Moat Jutsu was also a viable option. It created a 6-foot-deep moat with a 6-foot radius around the user, serving as a foundation for a rank A swamp jutsu that Jiraiya had once used, though the character couldn't recall its name. Movement was another priority, and the Earth Military Movement Jutsu was essential. It allowed for travel through the ground over short distances, providing an additional escape route. The Earth Release Camp Jutsu proved to be quite useful as well. It enabled the creation of a cave within mountains. There were several small hills in the village, including one near a waterfall, where this jutsu could be tested. The 4 jutsus could work together effectively. He could build a cave with the camp jutsu, conceal the entrance with the rock shield jutsu, and prepare a moat around the mountain. If anyone discovered the cave, he could escape using the Earth Military Movement Jutsu. He began his training in Earth Release Jutsus. Although he had not refined his Earth nature as much as his Wind nature, he had still made significant progress. He could reduce boulders to dust in mere seconds, allowing him to learn quickly. However, these jutsus were slightly more challenging than their wind counterparts. He mastered the rock shield jutsu in just a few minutes and spent a couple of days enhancing the size and durability of the shield he raised from the ground. He also attempted to apply the hard seal to the shield, which did increase its durability. However, activating the seal took around 1.5 seconds, a duration he might not have in a fight. The camp jutsu was learned within a day. Although the cave was a bit dusty, he could use the breakthrough jutsu to clean it up. The rock shield jutsu could cover the entrance if he wanted to hide it, but he had to leave a small opening for air circulation. He chose not to perfect this jutsu at the moment, as it wasn't necessary. Next, he tackled the mud moat jutsu, which had aspects of water nature. This made it take nearly a week to learn. He realized he would need to improve his water nature to enhance this jutsu further, so he decided to leave that for the future. Finally, he practiced the earth military movement jutsu. This technique was quite challenging, requiring him to move through the ground as if swimming. He needed to soften the ground significantly to achieve this. It took him 11 days to succeed for the first time, and another 2 weeks to move more freely. His only limitation was the amount of oxygen available underground. While softening the ground allowed some oxygen to seep in, it was still quite limited. He stopped once he could move 100 meters underground. He reflected on his progress, acknowledging that while he had learned the earth release jutsus, he still needed to work on the rock shield and earth military movement jutsus. He planned to continue improving them gradually over the next year. His next goal was to learn about chakra flow. He visited the library and searched through all 4 sections available to him. Surprisingly, he did not find a single scroll on the topic he sought. He pondered whether the information was kept in a higher section or if it was not provided to regular ninjas. As he left the library, he considered that infusing chakra into weapons was not particularly uncommon. Many samurai could do it. However, in Konoha, he could only recall Asuma and Danzo as practitioners, with Danzo using a different method. Determined, he decided to try it himself, suspecting that Genki and his friends might not know this technique. On his way back to the mini forest, he contemplated various approaches. He thought about flowing his chakra through a kunai, similar to how he practiced cutting a leaf, but instead of cutting, he aimed to sharpen the kunai's edges. He attempted this technique but faced numerous challenges. He experienced immediate success in infusing his kunai with chakra on his first try, but the amount was minimal. After 2 days of trying to infuse more chakra, he saw little improvement. While the kunai's sharpness and penetrating capabilities increased, the changes were not significant, and he made no further progress over the next couple of days. Frustrated, he realized this approach seemed like a dead end. He considered that having a chakra blade might help, but something felt off. He concluded that while persistence might yield results, it could take years. He needed to devise a new strategy. After several hours of thought, an idea struck him. He decided to adopt a method similar to that in Hunter x Hunter. He planned to release his chakra and coat his entire body, then extend that coating to cover the kunai he held. Although this method was inefficient, it might allow him to learn faster. Once he mastered it, he would practice infusing chakra directly into the kunai without coating his body. Coating his entire body with chakra was not a preferred technique among ninjas due to the rapid depletion of chakra reserves. From what Fujin recalled, apart from the Jinchurikis, only the Raikages typically used this method. Most others would only coat a body part or a weapon to enhance them. Fujin began training with this new approach, but it was exhausting. In just 7 minutes, he depleted his chakra. Nevertheless, he noticed some progress in extending his chakra to the kunai. It was slow, but he observed steady growth during those 7 minutes. He estimated that after about 10 attempts, he would be able to perfectly coat the kunai with his chakra. However, due to chakra exhaustion, he could probably only train 3 or 4 times a day. There was much more to do after coating the kunai, and not wanting to waste weeks on this, he decided to buy soldier pills. After resting for a couple of hours, he returned home to get some cash and then left to purchase the pills. He transformed in an alleyway and headed to a shop that sold soldier pills. These pills were extremely useful for a ninja. When he first read about them, he was amazed. A top-quality soldier pill could provide around 30 times the chakra of an average jounin, releasing it in small amounts every hour over 3 days. It also contained enzymes that stimulated the ninja to stay awake for the same duration. This was why someone who consumed a soldier pill could fight for 3 days straight. Unknown to Fujin, there were better soldier pills custom-made for elite ninjas and not available to everyone. He decided to buy medium-quality soldier pills, which were mainly used by chunins. Fujin's chakra reserve was already much higher than that of a typical fresh genin, likely better than the average genin. In the next year, his chakra reserves should grow to match those of the weaker chunin academy teachers. Despite not yet having chunin-level chakra reserves, he opted for medium-quality soldier pills due to the exhausting nature of his training. He purchased 5 pills for a total of 10,000 ryo. The prices made him curse but also appreciate that he had started learning Fuinjutsu. Over the next 3 days, he trained diligently. On the first day, he successfully coated his kunai with chakra and charged it with wind nature, which significantly enhanced its sharpness and penetrating power. The chakra extended the kunai's range by 5 centimeters. He experimented with his new ability, realizing he could cut through branches effortlessly. While he couldn't cut a tree, he noted that a sword would handle that easily. The kunai could penetrate deep into a boulder, and he recalled Naruto and Asuma being able to do the same in a filler episode. He thought that if an enemy underestimated him and tried to block the kunai, they would be in for a rude awakening. However, he needed to reduce the amount of chakra required for this technique. He contemplated how to proceed and concluded that directly trying to coat the kunai might lead to failure. Instead, he decided to focus on coating only his hand with chakra and then extending it to the kunai. He also considered training to infuse chakra into his punches, which, while not at Tsunade's level, would still be significantly stronger than normal punches. Fujin began by attempting to coat only his fist with chakra. After a few hours, he succeeded and then tried to extend that chakra to the kunai. Although he managed to extend it, the amount of chakra he could transfer to the kunai was much less. He realized that since he was only coating his fist, he needed to concentrate more chakra there. He focused on concentrating more chakra in his fist, which proved to be much harder than he expected. It required a high level of chakra control, but Fujin had trained extensively in this area. It took him a day to double the chakra he could concentrate in his fist, but he wasn't satisfied and continued to push himself. As the 3 days approached their end, he rushed home. When the time was up, exhaustion hit him hard. The side effects of using soldier pills were intense, but fortunately, they were only short-term. He went straight to sleep without setting an alarm. When he woke up, he glanced at the clock and realized he had slept for over 15 hours. Feeling very hungry, he brushed up and grabbed a couple of ration bars to eat. He completed his morning workout, albeit 3 hours late, and decided to treat himself to lunch at a yakiniku restaurant. He rested for the remainder of the day and resumed his training the next day. It took another 3 days for him to double the amount of chakra he could concentrate in his fist again. He wondered how strong his punch had become and decided to test it on a boulder. Upon impact, numerous cracks appeared on the surface, and he felt the sting in his hand but noted there were no visible injuries. Although it hurt significantly, it didn't cause any bleeding, just a few small scratches. He realized he had truly become stronger. Fujin spent the next 15 days increasing the amount of chakra he could infuse into the kunai and sharpening the chakra itself. While infusing wind chakra had made it potent, he needed to shape his chakra to form a thin edge that aligned with the kunai's edges for maximum effect. By the time his vacation ended, his kunai could penetrate through 3 4-meter-wide boulders and get lodged in a 4th. The range of the kunai had increased by 15 centimeters due to the chakra flow. However, he noticed that as he increased the chakra infused into the kunai and sharpened it, the condition of the kunai began to deteriorate. 2 days before his vacation ended, the kunai he had been practicing with crumbled. He sighed, reflecting that it had been a kunai he picked up in the forest. He wondered if a new kunai would last longer and decided he would need to buy a few later on. Fujin decided to check the prices of chakra blades the day before the academy started. He visited the best weapon store in Konoha, entering as an enthusiast rather than in disguise. He wanted to show genuine interest, especially since the shopkeeper was a retired ninja with chakra levels nearly double that of Genki. However, the prices shocked him. A small chakra knife cost 2 million ryo, and he wondered why Kazu hadn't stolen Asuma's chakra blades instead. The book mentioned that the cheapest chakra sword was priced at 7.5 million ryo, which left him contemplating his options. The costs were daunting. He thought about focusing on fuinjutsu and selling seals, which could take a year or two to earn enough, but that would attract attention. Custom-made chakra swords would likely require a more elaborate disguise, and he doubted the village would overlook such a significant purchase. Waiting until he could earn money from missions seemed impractical, as he wouldn't be able to take on rank A missions for a long time. Then an idea struck him. He could ask Hiruzen for a reward. This year, he planned to train hard to dual-wield swords and showcase his dedication to everyone. Genki knew his nature affinity was wind, so they would likely get the hint. However, he faced two main issues, the first being that everyone would know about his request, and the second whether Hiruzen would actually grant him something so expensive. Fujin considered how to navigate these challenges. He could ask Hiruzen to hold onto his swords until he felt confident enough to take on Jounin's. If Hiruzen refused, he could always request smaller chakra blades. With all the talk about the will of fire, it would be amusing to see how he would handle a young kid asking for such items. Despite having a mature and slightly nervous image, he couldn't throw tantrums if Hiruzen declined him twice. However, he planned to have his revenge if that happened by funding Naruto's pranks with various seals, enjoying the chaos that would ensue in Konoha. With those thoughts, he chuckled to himself, imagining Hiruzen's reaction if he knew what Fujin was plotting. The next day marked the beginning of the 4th year at the academy. Not having paid attention to the graduation exam, Fujin decided to arrive early to gather information. He reached the classroom at 7:45 a.m. and noticed 24 kids already present, including 3 new faces. Teru, Yori, and Nobu were absent, so he approached Hoka, sat beside him, and inquired about the graduation exam. Hoka's mood soured as he revealed that he had failed, while only Teru, Nobu, and Yori had passed. Fujin nodded, having anticipated this outcome. He asked for details about the exams, and Hoka summarized the events. Despite knowing the possibility, Fujin sighed at the realization that those 3 could perform rank C jutsu. He reflected on the advantages of being in a top clan or having a powerful mentor. Curious about the new students, Fujin asked Hoka about them, but Hoka seemed indifferent. Fujin realized that Hoka was not the right person to ask, as he was mostly focused on taijutsu. However, he considered using this information to acquire a few C-rank jutsus from Genki. After their conversation, Fujin decided to stay for the rest of the day. Although he hadn't formed strong relationships with his classmates, his bond with Hoka and Teru was better than with others. To his surprise, Genki entered the classroom accompanied by an old man, the headmaster of the academy. The students stood to greet him. Once inside, the headmaster engaged in small talk before discussing the will of fire and encouraging the students to strive for graduation this year. Fujin was taken aback by the urgency in his message, thinking that they must be quite desperate. After the headmaster left, Fujin realized that not participating this year was not an option. He had already learned most of what he could, with only genjutsu, sword training, and the second book of fuinjutsu remaining. If the academy was this eager, he might actually have a chance at acquiring chakra swords. The headmaster then introduced the 3 new students, explaining that they had transferred from other divisions to fill the gaps left by those who had graduated. The new students introduced themselves, and reactions varied among the classmates. Some were excited, while others felt they didn't need any new additions. Fujin observed the situation thoughtfully, recognizing that this strategy ensured the remaining students wouldn't feel too pressured by the absence of their graduated peers. The new students would serve as a benchmark for the rest, and if they kept up, they would likely become quite strong in the future. It was a clever move, and while Fujin acknowledged the ingenuity of the action, one person in the class was far from pleased and nearly in tears. That person was the class teacher, Genki. He thought to himself that he had taught everything he needed to last year. All he had to do was wait for the students to absorb the material and pass the graduation exam. Now, he faced the prospect of teaching a new group from scratch. As he wallowed in his thoughts, a horrifying realization struck him. If more students graduated this year, It meant even more newcomers would join the class, and he would have to teach them all over again. His shoulders slumped at the thought, and he sighed, feeling disheartened. This was not what he had signed up for. After introducing the new students, the headmaster departed, leaving Genki to announce the syllabus, which surprised Fujin once again. Genki explained that this year, the main focus would be mastering everything he had taught over the past 2 years, including the 3 basic ninjutsu and essential skills. Additionally, he would introduce 5 new rank E-jutsus: Fire Release, 1 Jutsu, Wind Release, Gale Jutsu, Lightning Release, Static String Jutsu, Earth Release, Rock Shield Jutsu, and Water Release, Fish Spit. While these jutsus were not mandatory for graduation, they would be beneficial if the students could learn them. Genki planned to check their nature affinities later, emphasizing that at the very least, each student should learn the jutsu corresponding to their affinity. Mastering all 5 would aid those who wished to graduate early. He mentioned that their former classmate, Nobu, had successfully performed all 5 jutsus, which allowed him to graduate ahead of schedule. The mention of Nobu ignited a competitive spirit in the class, and Genki felt satisfied with their enthusiasm. He thought it was nice to see them motivated, crediting Nobu for inspiring this drive during the previous year's exam. Fujin found the announcement surprising. He hadn't expected Genki to teach jutsus from all 5 elements. However, it didn't concern him much since he already knew 2 of the 5 jutsus. After class, he picked up a sparring sword from the academy and began practicing his swings. He had 2 main ideas for learning to use swords. The first was to infuse wind chakra into his sword, making it incredibly sharp, allowing him to cut down enemies even if they blocked with their weapons. This would make him formidable in close combat. The second idea was to launch slashes or moves at mid-range, similar to techniques he had seen in his previous life. Of the 2 ideas, the first seemed realistic, and Fujin felt confident he could achieve it soon. The second, however, was more uncertain. His memories of the small events in Naruto had become a bit hazy, but he recalled that only one ninja could use brute force at mid-range, Guy, with his morning peacock and evening elephant techniques. Even if he couldn't replicate those moves exactly, he reasoned that he could launch chakra slashes like a samurai, enhanced further by wind nature. After an hour of practice, he sighed at his sword skills, realizing he lacked a proper training method. He decided to seek Genki's help once again. Returning the sword, he went to find Genki, who was conversing with a fellow teacher. After waiting a moment, Genki noticed Fujin and cut short his discussion, asking what he needed. Fujin expressed his desire to learn how to use swords, prompting an internal sigh from Genki. He felt overwhelmed, having just been tasked with teaching 3 new students. Now, this student was asking for sword training, and he hadn't even attempted the graduation exam yet. Genki gathered himself, knowing he couldn't refuse, but he also wanted to have a serious talk with Fujin about graduating this year. If he stayed for another year or 2, others might follow suit, making Genki's life even more complicated. Fujin was surprised by Genki's sigh, wondering what was bothering him. Genki replied that he didn't use swords much but had friends who did, promising to arrange some training sessions with them. As he spoke, he felt relieved to have friends he could rely on to help with his students. Fujin nodded in gratitude, and Genki then shifted the conversation to graduation exams. He asked Fujin about his thoughts on the matter. Internally, Fujin sighed, realizing there was no other option this year. He put on a thoughtful expression and explained that he intended to attempt the exam this year. Last year, he had been too scared to try, as the information had come at the last moment, leaving him unsure of what to do. He displayed a slightly yearning and sad expression, looking down as he mentioned that after hearing about Yori, Teru, and Nobu successfully performing rank C jutsus, he felt it was a good thing he hadn't attempted the exam. He believed he would have embarrassed himself. Seeing Fujin's expression, Genki felt a pang of sympathy. He understood the struggles of an orphan without a clan, recognizing the disadvantages of lacking resources. He sighed, deciding to cheer Fujin up by offering him a rank C jutsu. The Great Breakthrough Jutsu was a basic one for wind users, and he was sure that Lord Hokage would approve. But first, he needed to check on Fujin's progress. Fujin shared his progress with Genki, informing him that he had managed to cut a leaf in two and learned Gale Jutsu from the library. He also mentioned that he could perform breakthrough jutsu, though he was still working on improving it. Genki was pleasantly surprised by Fujin's achievements, recognizing his diligence and noting that while E and D rank jutsus were not overly difficult, Fujin's self-study was commendable. He thought that since Fujin had mastered these two techniques, learning great breakthrough jutsu should be easier for him. Genki encouraged Fujin to demonstrate his skills, and they made their way to the training grounds. Fujin performed Gale Jutsu flawlessly, executing all the hand signs for Genki's benefit, even though he could do it without them. Genki nodded in approval and directed him to try breakthrough jutsu on a nearby tree. Fujin again made the hand signs, this time at a slower pace, carefully controlling the power of the jutsu so that it only broke a few leaves and twigs. He reflected that had he used full power, the tree would have sustained significant damage, which might have drawn unwanted attention. Genki was impressed with Fujin's performance, acknowledging that while the power was somewhat lacking, it was impressive for a 9-year-old who had not received formal training. He considered Fujin's potential, noting that even if he did not become a ninjutsu expert, his sensor abilities and solid taijutsu would make him a valuable asset to his squad. Genki believed that with continued growth, Fujin could achieve the rank of Special Jounin within a decade, possibly even Jounin. After concluding his thoughts, Genki praised Fujin for his hard work and advised him to focus on increasing the power of his jutsus. Fujin agreed and expressed his gratitude when Genki mentioned he would try to obtain AC rank jutsu for him. The following day, after receiving permission from Hiruzen, Genki presented Fujin with the scroll for Great Breakthrough Jutsu, explaining that it was the next stage of breakthrough jutsu and essential for his graduation. Fujin thanked him once more. The next day, Fujin resumed his Fuinjutsu practice, leaving a clone at home. He had not practiced much in the last 2 months due to his ninjutsu training. He still had a few basic seals to learn and estimated it would take another 2 to 3 months to complete them before moving on to the next scroll. He contemplated whether to leave 1 or 2 shadow clones at home. His chakra had increased significantly since he began practicing shadow clones, but he decided to leave just 1 for now, planning to assess the academy's demands during the first week before making any changes. The day after that, Genki provided Fujin with the scroll for Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Fujin began learning it immediately, finding it similar to Breakthrough Jutsu but with much greater power. He managed to grasp it by the end of the day, although he recognized there was still much room for improvement. He recalled the impressive display Orochimaru had made during the Chunin exams with this jutsu, realizing he had a long way to go in terms of power and efficiency. Later that week, Genki evaluated the students' elemental affinities. As expected, most had a fire affinity, while the rest were divided between earth and water. Fujin, with his known wind affinity, was the only one without a lightning affinity. Genki explained the jutsus to the class, noting that the lightning jutsu created harmless strings of electricity, while the water jutsu produced a small jet of water. One jutsu, fire release, surprised the class. It was a simple technique that generated a heat ray with a finger and was part of a series of 6 jutsus, each building on the last, culminating in a powerful rank A jutsu. This piqued Fujin's interest, as he only knew 1 rank A jutsu and acquiring another would significantly enhance his abilities. However, he tempered his enthusiasm for 2 reasons. He had yet to train his fire nature, and the jutsu did not seem compatible with his wind release techniques. Overall, the 5 jutsus could complement the basic skills Genki had taught. Fire release. 1 could ignite fires, fish spit jutsu could extinguish them, gale jutsu could cover tracks, rock shield jutsu could provide defense and concealment, and static string jutsu could temporarily paralyze small animals. Each technique had its practical applications. The following week, Genki announced that they would be learning about swordsmanship, having arranged for a guest teacher to guide them. He had decided that swordplay training would benefit all students, not just Fujin, as it could uncover hidden talents among them. Fujin was surprised by the announcement but soon recognized its logic. Everyone headed to the academy training grounds, eager to learn. Upon entering, they noticed Genki conversing with a tall, muscular man who carried a single sword. Genki introduced him as Nakaya Michi, a chunin like himself, who would be teaching them how to wield swords. The year progressed steadily. Michi focused on teaching Fujin the fundamentals, which he absorbed eagerly. Although he chose not to learn the 5 basic elemental jutsus at this time, he began leaving 2 clones at home to study Fuinjutsu, effectively doubling his learning speed. To avoid overwhelming himself, both clones practiced the same symbol or seal. A month and a half after the 4th year began, Fujin completed the basic Fuinjutsu. He reflected on his experience, realizing that while the clones practiced the same seal, it did not necessarily double his learning speed. When he dispelled the clones, he gained their perspectives, resulting in a stronger foundation, albeit at the cost of speed. He estimated that his overall learning speed had increased by around 60%. After further analysis, he concluded that the optimal use of shadow clones would be to have each clone learn different things. However, his attempt at this had resulted in a severe headache. Thus, he decided that while this might not be the most efficient use of shadow clones, it was the best path for him, prioritizing a solid foundation over speed. Once he mastered the basic seals, he turned his attention to more advanced seals found in Section D of the library. This book contains seals capable of storing elements, such as fire. It sparked his curiosity about whether the seal Jiraiya used to store Amaterasu was similarly simple. He learned that elements could be created with ninjutsu, but it wasn't a necessity. He could also draw from his surroundings, like storing water from a river. As he read through the seals, he recognized that the seals Shikamaru used against Kakuzu were likely included in this scroll. He speculated that Shikamaru's water was not ordinary but rather enhanced for conductivity, possibly through added salts or other substances. However, he noted that these seals would require considerable creativity to be effective in combat. Fujin began to learn these seals. 3 months into the 4th year, he successfully performed the Great Breakthrough Jutsu without hand signs. The following month he achieved the same with the Rock Shield Jutsu, though he still needed to slam his hands on the ground to execute it. He decided to learn how to perform the Rock Shield Jutsu by stamping his foot instead, which would require him to send Earth Nature Chakra underground through his feet. After some contemplation, he recognized the difficulty of this task. The hand signs for the Rock Shield Jutsu gathered Earth Nature Chakra into the hands before releasing it into the ground. To achieve the same effect by stamping his foot, he would need to manipulate the chakra to be released from his feet. However, if he succeeded, it would provide a remarkably effective defense, allowing him to create a shield with every step while retreating. He concluded that it was worth pursuing and planned to train later, also experimenting with creating wind bursts through his feet. After another month, Fujin decided to start training to wield 2 swords simultaneously. He approached Michi for guidance on the basics and made a point to practice where many could see him. His previous sword had worn down significantly over the past 5 months, prompting him to purchase 2 new ones. He trained for another month but struggled to eliminate the hand signs for the Earth Military Movement Jutsu. With only 4 months remaining before final exams, he chose to shift his focus from the 2 Earth release jutsus to learning genjutsu. Visiting the library, he searched for scrolls on genjutsu and found several in sections some covered basic knowledge already discussed in lectures, while others focused on countering genjutsu, and one detailed how to learn it. As he began reading the learning scroll, the first sentence caught him off guard with its straightforwardness. The scroll stated that genjutsu required precise chakra control and high intelligence. Lacking either would render the effort futile. However, he soon became skeptical, questioning whether such high intelligence was truly necessary, recalling how Kurenai had successfully used genjutsu on Itachi. Continuing to read, he learned that genjutsu was created when a ninja extended their chakra flow through the opponent's nervous system, allowing them to control the mind's chakra and affect the 5 senses. He discovered that genjutsu could be divided into 2 categories. One that created an entirely new environment, where the opponent could easily recognize they were under a genjutsu, and another that made subtle changes, planting suggestions that were harder to detect but potentially lethal when used at the right moment. The scroll also provided extensive information on extending chakra through the opponent's nervous system and stealthy techniques to do so, accompanied by diagrams of the cerebral nervous system. He then explored sections D and E of the library, hoping to find a basic genjutsu to learn. To his surprise, he discovered over 100 genjutsu in those two sections. Shocked by the sheer volume, he wondered if they had compiled everything from the Uchiha and Kurama clans. Acknowledging the extensive reading and analysis ahead of him, he decided to quickly skim through the scrolls, reading their descriptions before returning them. It took him over 4 hours to review all of them. After his examination, he concluded that most of the jutsus had little combat application, presenting various ways and scenarios for using genjutsu. He realized that someone like Itachi or Kurenai could easily master these techniques after a single reading. Ultimately, he had no intention of becoming a genjutsu master, especially with powerful Uchihas around, rendering such efforts seemingly pointless. Fujin needed to learn ways to counter the darkness genjutsu created by Hashirama or Tobirama to combat the Sharingan. He decided to focus on a few techniques, starting with the rank E double vision jutsu and the rank D demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Double vision would create an illusion of duplicates, putting pressure on the opponent, while hell viewing was a technique Kakashi had used on Sakura. He studied the method for performing double vision and read several scrolls on countering genjutsu. Following his usual routine, he made his way to a mini forest, knowing that genjutsu training required a partner to cast the technique on. To facilitate this, he created a shadow clone. His plan was straightforward. He would attempt to cast a genjutsu on his clone. Once the clone dispelled, he would gain access to its memories and insights into his ability to cast genjutsu. The clone would also try to resist the genjutsu, allowing him to train in both casting and countering simultaneously. To counter genjutsu, a ninja had two methods. The first was to stop their chakra flow, disrupting the technique, and the second was to inflict pain upon themselves to break free. However, a shadow clone could not use the second method. Fujin began by trying to influence his clone's nervous system with his chakra. He recalled diagrams showing how to manipulate an opponent's nervous system, which required precise chakra control. Unfortunately, he had no success on the first day. After 16 days of persistent practice, he finally succeeded in using double vision jutsu on his clone. The technique involved invading the clone's nervous system with chakra and doubling all visual inputs. The key was to keep his chakra output low enough that the enemy wouldn't sense it. The clone observed the effects, noting that everything appeared doubled. It saw two of Fujin, 2 trees for each, and even the clouds seemed to multiply. However, the ground and sky looked normal, making it difficult to distinguish between the duplicates. The clone realized that if it hadn't been familiar with the surroundings, it might not have noticed the changes. It concluded that if the enemy could see the caster while under the genjutsu, they would quickly sense something was wrong. Additionally, as a sensor, the clone could still detect Fujin's chakra attempting to influence it. After closing its eyes to focus, the clone sensed only one main body, realizing that the genjutsu only affected its vision. It then signaled Fujin, who took the cue to launch 4 shurikens at the clone. The clone perceived 8 shurikens and thought it had seen Fujin throw 4 from each body. It quickly dodged, but Fujin used projectile control jutsu to make the shurikens pursue the clone. The challenge of dodging increased with the illusion of more shurikens. After a brief struggle, the clone used Gale Surge Jutsu to disrupt Fujin's control over the shurikens. It then employed Wind Retrieving Jutsu to pull 2 shurikens toward itself, managing to catch one while the other vanished. The clone dispelled itself, transferring all memories back to Fujin. Fujin analyzed the results, realizing that the jutsu was less effective than he had hoped. Its utility was limited to situations where an enemy was alone, and he could hide to target them with shurikens. He also noted that the technique would not work against sensors. A crucial insight was that he could sense an enemy's attempt to influence him through genjutsu. He wondered if this ability was due to his inexperience or if all sensors could sense this passively. If it was the latter, it could be a valuable counter to genjutsu. He recognized that while this method might not work against the Sharingan, he could sense and disrupt genjutsu cast by others. Determined to improve, he resumed practice. This time, his clone would disrupt its chakra after the genjutsu was cast. The clone managed to master this within a day. The following day, it learned to disrupt its chakra as soon as it felt Fujin's chakra invading its nervous system, achieving this in just a few hours. Satisfied with his progress, Fujin decided to move on to the next jutsu. He began learning demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu, which was more advanced than double vision. This technique affected the opponent's vision, showing them a view that the caster wanted to project while also instilling fear and dread. To enhance its effectiveness, the caster could influence the opponent's sense of smell and hearing as well. Fujin recalled how Kakashi had used sound to manipulate Sakura's perception, and he speculated that adding a stench of blood could amplify the effect. He dedicated himself to practicing this jutsu, focusing on triggering fear and dread in his clone while also working on influencing its senses of sound and smell. After 7 days of diligent effort, he successfully mastered all 3 components. Fujin focused on creating an illusion but encountered a challenge. He pondered what he truly feared. The only concern that crossed his mind was the possibility of Danzo forcibly inducting him into root, yet even that did not fill him with dread. He realized he was fortunate not to have any mental demons haunting him. After some contemplation, the solution came to him. He cast the genjutsu on his clone, which willingly accepted the technique. For a few moments, nothing seemed to happen, but then the clone spotted something ominous on the horizon, a small black dot that grew larger. The clone recognized it as a tailed beast bomb, and a wave of fear washed over him. However, having faced this fear before, he understood that Fujin had triggered it. The bomb struck, and the illusion dissipated. The clone dispelled itself, transferring the memories back to Fujin. Fujin reflected on the experience, realizing that his greatest fear was dying without having made a difference. He considered the illusion he had crafted. While it was effective, the shape of the tailed beast bomb needed improvement, and the ending felt abrupt. He noted that a less experienced opponent might succumb to the illusion, but a seasoned ninja would likely remain conscious. He envisioned expanding the illusion to allow more time for a decisive strike, perhaps even inducing the smell of soil and blood, or showing the opponent a vision of their own lifeless body, making them believe they had crossed over to the other side for a brief moment. Fujin dedicated himself to refining his illusion, and after a week of hard work, he felt satisfied with the results. With 2 new genjutsu techniques mastered, he realized there were less than 3 months left until the final exams. His progress was commendable in all areas, but he recognized a crucial aspect he had yet to address. He assessed his skills. His chakra levels were on par with the weaker academy instructors, and his ninjutsu and taijutsu had likely surpassed the genin level. His fuinjutsu was progressing well, and he expected to finish the current scroll in another 6 months. He had a solid grasp of kenjutsu basics, and his chakra flow had improved significantly, allowing him to cut through trees and even boulders. He had also begun working on genjutsu. However, he realized he lacked combat experience. It was fair to say he had none at all, as the taijutsu tournament posed no real danger. They weren't even allowed to throw shurikens at one another. He recognized the importance of battle instincts. Being able to act on instinct during a fight or sense impending danger was vital for any ninja. While his instincts were sharper due to his sensory abilities, they still weren't enough. He resolved to spar frequently with his shadow clone over the next 3 months. After some thought, he decided to start with wooden weapons. Once he felt comfortable, he would transition to real ones. On the following Saturday, he ventured to a small forest. After ensuring no one was nearby, he created a clone and prepared to spar. Both he and his clone were equipped with wooden shurikens, kunai, and swords, standing 10 meters apart. Fujin picked up a pebble and tossed it into the air. The sound of the pebble hitting the ground signaled the start of the fight. With the clone created after all the planning, there was no need for dialogue. As soon as the pebble landed, both Fujin and his clone leaped backward and unleashed the great breakthrough jutsu. The 2 techniques collided, generating powerful winds that snapped branches around them. Once the winds began to subside, both Fujin and his clone observed the patterns in the air. Fujin quickly spotted an opening and threw 3 shurikens into the winds. The shurikens altered their trajectory, heading straight for the clone. Noticing the incoming shurikens, the clone flickered 50 meters to the left. Fujin tracked the movement and threw another 3 shurikens in that direction. He then utilized the projectile control jutsu to guide all 6 shurikens toward his clone. The clone, seeing the shurikens approach, used the body flicker technique to evade them, waiting for the right moment to counter. That moment arrived, and the clone prepared 2 spheres of wind, launching the wind explosion jutsu. The twin explosions destroyed 3 shurikens and deflected 2 others out of Fujin's control. However, Fujin redirected the remaining shuriken toward his clone, refusing to give him a moment's respite. The clone assessed the last shuriken and realized that blocking it would be risky if Fujin changed its direction suddenly. He needed a distraction. Moving backward, the clone slammed his hands on the ground, raising a rock shield. Fujin altered the shuriken's path to curve around the boulder, but found nothing behind it. He wondered if the clone had substituted or gone underground and flickered to a nearby tree branch. Activating his sensor mode, he focused on the ground and sensed his clone's presence. He resolved to wait until the clone surfaced, preparing a wind sphere in each hand. Meanwhile, the clone underground was making its way up for a sneak attack. However, sensing Fujin's awareness and the buildup of chakra for the wind explosion jutsu, the clone realized it couldn't launch an attack now. It needed to surface quickly, as its speed underground was limited. In a split second, the clone decided to emerge from the ground. Fujin, sensing the clone's movement, flickered closer to where it would surface. As soon as the clone's head broke the surface, Fujin launched both wind spheres and began preparing more. The clone, with its head barely above ground, anticipated this and created a rock shield, channeling more chakra into it for added strength. The wind spheres collided with the shield, resulting in a powerful explosion. The winds eroded the surface of the shield, but couldn't break through it. As soon as Fujin saw the rock shield rising from the ground, he prepared 2 more wind spheres and flickered to get a better shot at his clone. Even before the rock shield was fully acted, he was already adjacent to his clone, only about 10 meters away. The clone couldn't see Fujin flickering due to the shield, but upon realizing how close Fujin was, he launched a couple of shurikens toward him. Fujin noticed the shurikens approaching and thought that he didn't want to engage them. He sent a wind sphere to counter the shurikens and launched the second one at the clone. The clone flickered away, prompting Fujin to chase after him. For the next minute, they flickered around at high speed, trying to strike each other with wind explosion jutsu, shurikens, or kunais, but neither was successful. The clone seized an opportunity to surround Fujin with 6 shurikens, and in the only direction Fujin could escape, the clone unleashed a couple of wind explosion jutsus. Fujin realized that escaping normally would be risky and decided to go underground using Earth military movement jutsu. However, remembering his clone's earlier situation, he chose to move in the opposite direction while keeping track of his clone and the wind spheres. Fujin thought he needed a distraction to get out of the ground and prepared the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. As soon as he emerged, he saw the clone launching 2 wind spheres at him while also manipulating 6 shurikens. However, Fujin blew everything away with the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, causing the clone to escape underground. Fujin tracked his clone, thinking that he would likely try something similar to what he had done. He approached the spot directly above where his clone was and punched down hard, infusing chakra into the strike. The ground cracked slightly, and the clone underground felt the vibrations but sustained no damage. Fujin sighed, realizing that his attempt had failed. He reflected on how he was nowhere near Tsunade's level. He flickered to a nearby tree, preparing 2 wind explosion jutsus while also getting ready to flicker away. As he waited for his clone to surface, he contemplated the need to learn a way to force someone out of the ground. He considered jutsu similar to what Inoki's son had used or flooding the ground with water to restrict access to air. Meanwhile, the clone was also strategizing. He thought about how close he had come to being dispelled by that punch and considered his options. He sensed that Fujin had prepared wind explosion jutsus and was waiting for him to surface. The clone noted that the rock shield might not be very effective this time. As he waited, he realized he could breathe due to the cracks in the ground from the punch, allowing air to seep in. He pondered the surprising fact that a shadow clone needed to breathe. He wondered if Tobirama had intentionally included the breathing requirement to enhance the clone's efficiency for infiltration missions. If that were the case, he thought, finding a way to remove the breathing requirement would allow shadow clones to stay underground for hours. With no time pressure, the clone decided to wait until he could come up with a solid plan, as he had nothing to counter someone hiding underground. Fujin, on the other hand, remained on the tree branch, waiting for the clone to surface. After 5 minutes, he began to question whether the clone needed to breathe at all. He thought that the cracks couldn't possibly provide air all the way down. Frustrated, he realized he couldn't do anything effective. He considered that only the mud moat jutsu might have a chance, but its range was too limited. He wondered if his clone had a strategy or was simply wasting time. After sensing the clone for another 5 minutes, Fujin finally had enough and dispelled the clone. Upon receiving the clone's memories, he sighed at its tactic of waiting patiently underground. He recalled a game from his previous life where both teams had fought fiercely, and in the end, only 2 enemies remained, believing they had won. They searched for him for 5 minutes, only to be caught off guard when he struck from his hidden position. Fujin began analyzing his spar, noting that aside from the ending, the spar had gone quite well. It had mostly been a mid-range fight. He had utilized Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Wind Explosion Jutsu for offense, Projectile Control Jutsu to manipulate the battlefield, Rock Shield Jutsu for defense, and Body Flicker Jutsu and Earth Military Movement Jutsu for dodging. Wind clones could have been useful, but they were avoided due to the confusion they might create. Other jutsus hadn't worked in this fight. He reflected on his attempts to close the distance, realizing that his clone had ensured they never engaged in close combat, as a single hit would dispel him. This meant he couldn't use taijutsu or swords and missed opportunities to use wind-propelling jutsu. Casting genjutsu in such a fast-paced battle was also beyond his current skills. Fujin recognized that he needed to improve his ability to deal with underground battles. He had no effective means to counter an underground enemy aside from going underground himself, which he was not skilled at. He also acknowledged that punching the ground to crack it open was unwise, as it only provided the enemy better access to air. Additionally, he realized he needed a stronger offense. He considered that he could have sent a kunai through the rock shield, but a wooden kunai wouldn't suffice. His current ninjutsu wasn't strong enough to break through. Finally, he recognized the need to use flicker more effectively. Both he and his clone had occasionally flickered too far away, resetting the tempo of the battle. He needed to estimate the right distance to flicker so that he could maintain his offensive momentum. Fujin realized that it would take many practice sessions to master his skills. After careful analysis, he concluded that in mid-range combat, he surpassed most of the genin who participated in the Chunin exam. Only Gaara would likely defeat him, while Temari and Shino might pose a challenge. His speed was definitely faster than Lee's, even with Lee's weights on, and his body flicker technique was comparable to Lee's speed without weights. However, body flicker lacked the same flexibility, maneuverability, and stamina that Lee's natural speed offered. Fujin noted that his ninjutsu was progressing well, particularly with the Great Breakthrough and Wind Explosion techniques. The Earth Release jutsus functioned as he expected, and he was pleasantly surprised by the high usability of the Projectile Control Jutsu, even though he could currently control only 8 shurikens at a time. He contemplated what improvements he should pursue next. To enhance his power, he decided he needed to learn Fire Release jutsus, especially since he currently lacked access to higher-ranked techniques. Mastering 3 elements would certainly attract attention. He thought it wise to wait until his genin squad was formed. If one of his teammates could use Fire Release, he could postpone that learning. Additionally, he resolved to finally start learning Rasengan and to stock up on explosion tags. He envisioned attaching an explosion tag to a kunai enhanced by wind chakra flow, allowing him to bypass enemy defenses and detonate the tag when they attempted to evade. Fujin believed that his flickering distance would improve with more practice, while he would leave underground combat for later, as he lacked the necessary tools for it. He also needed to refine how he carried his weapons, considering inscribing storage seals on his weapon pouches or even creating a wristband with multiple storage seals for instant access to his gear. With his analysis complete, he created another shadow clone, this time setting the rules for close-range combat. The Great Breakthrough and Wind Explosion jutsus were off-limits, and staying underground for more than a few seconds was prohibited. Flickering was restricted to a distance of 10 meters. Fujin and his clone stood 20 meters apart, and he tossed a pebble into the air. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, he dashed toward his clone. The clone quickly prepared and launched a wind explosion jutsu. Fujin deftly sidestepped the wind sphere and continued his advance. Seeing Fujin evade, the clone detonated the wind sphere, but Fujin was unharmed, only feeling the rush of wind behind him. He aimed to slash the clone's neck with his sword, but the clone, unable to grab his own swords in time, infused chakra into his fist and blocked the strike. The clone then flickered behind Fujin and seized both swords. Not wanting to give the clone a chance, Fujin hurled one of his swords at high speed. The clone, still airborne, twisted his hand to the left, creating a wind burst that propelled him to the right. Fujin followed up by launching 3 shurikens at the clone and used the wind retrieving jutsu to reclaim his sword while closing the distance. The clone quickly employed Gale Surge jutsu to defend against the incoming shurikens and then engaged Fujin in a sword fight. Over the past few months, Fujin had trained extensively in kenjutsu, developing a combat style that was both aggressive and relentless. He had also focused on proper defensive techniques with his swords. As they clashed, Fujin took the offensive while his clone remained defensive, frequently using wind-propelling jutsu and body flicker jutsu to evade strikes. In the next 30 seconds, the clone managed to graze Fujin's left arm and right cheek with his sword. However, Fujin soon created an opening by combining wind-propelling jutsu with body flicker, landing a solid hit on the clone, which caused it to dissipate. He sighed, reflecting on how quickly the fight had ended. Although he had dodged 2 hits from his clone, he realized that if the clone had wielded a real sword, he could have sustained serious injuries. A sword enhanced with wind chakra could have inflicted deep cuts, and a poisoned blade might have incapacitated him. Fujin recognized the need for improvement. His clone had to avoid every hit to avoid being dispelled, and he considered adopting the same strategy. He also noted that blocking a sword strike with his fist, even infused with chakra, would result in significant damage against a real sword. He contemplated acquiring gloves with metal plates on the back of his hands for better defense. He acknowledged that his taijutsu needed enhancement as well. While the academy style was decent, it was insufficient compared to his kenjutsu, which had received much more attention. He wondered which taijutsu style would suit him best. If he couldn't find a suitable option in the next year or two, he considered approaching Guy for guidance, knowing that while Guy wasn't as foolish as many believed, he could be persuaded. Fujin was surprised that he hadn't encountered Guy even once in the past 4 years, despite training in a small part of the village. He also noted that he hadn't seen many other familiar characters. He wondered if they gathered elsewhere or if Konoha was so short on manpower that everyone was constantly on missions. Regardless, he found the sparring sessions to be highly beneficial and resolved to continue. He created another shadow clone and resumed his practice. Over the next 3 weeks, Fujin sparred daily with his clone, significantly improving his combat skills. After this PRD, he transitioned from wooden weapons to real ones, while the clone had to exercise caution to avoid seriously injuring him. The spars became increasingly risky as Fujin began using chakra flow to enhance his swords. In just 2 months, he had damaged 4 swords, 13 kunais, and 33 shurikens due to these intense training sessions. He ran out of the weapons he had collected from the forest and had to purchase more from shops, spending slightly over 120,000 ryo on them. However, he didn't dwell on the money lost. His thoughts were that there was no point in having money if he didn't use it to become stronger. He felt grateful for having learned Fuinjutsu, and he still had over 225,000 ryo left. Around the same time he began sparring with real weapons, he also started learning Rasengan. He had already mastered the first and second stages and was finally beginning the third stage. One of the biggest challenges in his Rasengan training was ensuring no one saw him. If someone interrupted or discovered him training in the forest, he could concoct excuses about practicing his transformation technique or keeping his skills hidden as a ninja. While those reasons might leave a bad impression, he didn't care much about that. However, if someone caught him training Rasengan, it would lead to significant trouble. The only excuse he could think of was claiming he had figured it out after reading about the 4th Hokage. but that would label him as an absolute genius, potentially attracting attention from root ninjas or even Shimura Danzo himself, which would mean a much stricter watch on him. Thus, he decided to train Rasengan at home. His senses had sharpened enough to detect if anyone was spying on him. If he sensed anyone watching, he could switch to training wind explosion jutsu instead. To prepare for Rasengan training, he cleared his living room, leaving only a sofa and moving everything else into the bedroom. He began his training, but the compression and shaping parts proved quite difficult. After a few hours of struggle, he sighed and thought it might be better to try it the Naruto way. He created a shadow clone using 20% of his chakra. The clone worked on suppressing and shaping the Rasengan, allowing him to learn it within a couple of hours. However, he realized that relying on a clone for Rasengan was inefficient, so he began training without any clones. It took him a month and a half to perfect the jutsu, but he finally succeeded. In the following days, Fujin decided to enhance his Rasengan. He aimed to reduce the time it took to form it and increase the amount of chakra he could infuse into it. With only a week left until the fourth-year exams, Genki followed the same procedure as the previous year and asked the students interested in participating in the graduation exam to meet him after class. Fujin thought it was time to finally become a ninja. He felt he had learned all he could at the academy. At best, he could learn another element or a few more genjutsu. If he didn't attempt the exam this year, the teachers and perhaps even Hiruzen might grow suspicious, and he wouldn't receive much help from them in the future. He doubted he could convincingly fake his performance to someone with decades of experience. Regardless, he believed he was ready now. After class, he approached Genki and confirmed his participation. Genki smiled and wished him good luck. With just a week remaining for the exams, Fujin focused on the syllabus for the written exams. He was surprised by what he found. He recalled when Genki started teaching trigonometry in the academy. His initial thoughts were incredulous. Was it really necessary for 9-year-olds? He was even more astonished when Hana solved the problems perfectly. He couldn't help but mentally exclaim at how much smarter the kids were and continued with his studies. He also wanted to be thoroughly prepared for missions. He stopped learning new seals and had his clones focus on creating a few essential items for him. He purchased 2 ninja waist bags, 2 ninja leg pouches, and a couple of metallic wristbands. He then had his clones apply storage seals to these items. The Fuinjutsu scroll in Section D of the library provided more information on storage seals, explaining how to increase or decrease the size of the storage space and manipulate its shape. This was quite useful for Fujin. Inside the ninja waist bags, he managed to draw 7 storage seals. For the ninja leg pouches, he drew 4 seals. Although these had less space compared to the seals he made on scrolls, they were handy for enhancing the capacity of the bags and pouches. For the leg pouches, 2 seals could store 6 kunai each, while the other 2 could hold 24 shuriken each. He created various triggers to refill the pouch from the weapons in the storage seals, significantly expanding his weapon supply. The waist bags could store much more, but he hadn't yet decided what to fill them with. He considered items like a first aid kit, ninja ropes, scrolls, elemental seals, more weapons, explosion tags, soldier pills, ration bars, and so on. For the wristbands, he inscribed a small seal on each. When worn, these seals would be positioned directly under his palms, creating a cuboidal storage space of approximately 15 centimeters x 15 centimeters x 100 centimeters, designed to hold swords for quick access. He also planned to inscribe 3 more seals on each wristband. For the opposite side of the current seals, he intended to buy sturdy shields to store there. If he ever found himself in a situation where he couldn't defend himself with his rock shield, he would rely on this shield for protection. However, he wasn't sure about the size of the shields he would buy, so he didn't draw that seal yet. He also planned to inscribe 2 more storage seals on the wristbands, but for now, he had no idea what to store in them. So he left it for the future. On the day before the exam, Fujin, disguised, purchased a considerable amount of weapons. He acquired 96 shurikens and 24 kunais to fill both leg pouches, along with 12 explosion tags to attach to 6 kunais in each pouch. The total cost was 65,000 ryo, but he managed to bargain it down to 55,000 ryo with the false promise of future purchases. The next day, the final exam commenced. Determined to pass and secure the top rank, Fujin excelled in the written exam, confident he would score full marks. With Teru, Nobu, and Yori absent, he also performed exceptionally well in the shuriken throwing competition. In taijutsu, he ranked second behind Hoka. During the ninjutsu exam, he ensured his performance matched Hana's. There was no chakra control exercise in the exam, which did not surprise Fujin, as nearly everyone in his class had excellent chakra control from extensive practice throughout the year. The exam also assessed various basic skills taught in the previous year, and Fujin made sure to rank near the top once again. When the results were announced, Fujin secured first place, Hana came in second, and Hoka surprisingly ranked fifth, having significantly improved his written exam scores. A week later, the graduation exam took place, and Fujin noticed students from 3 different batches, his own, his senior batch, and the junior batch. 23 students from his class participated. Unbeknownst to Fujin, the exam was overseen by Nara Kisho, who reviewed the list of participants. There were 68 from the 5th year, 35 from the 4th year, and 8 from the 3rd year. He sighed, thinking about how tedious the exam would be, and instructed the students to begin. The first exam was a written test. Fujin anticipated theoretical questions but was surprised to find scenarios instead, requiring students to write their responses. After reading through the scenarios, he sighed, realizing they were merely basic ninja protocols designed to confirm the students' readiness. He answered as any academy student prepared for graduation would. The exam lasted an hour. Once time was up, the papers were collected and sent to Nara Kisho, who had 6 academy teachers check the answers to determine each student's readiness to graduate. After half an hour, the results were provided to Kisho. One teacher reported that out of 111 students, 79 had satisfactory answers, while the remaining 32 were not ready yet. Kisho nodded and instructed them to be dismissed. Those 32 students were sent home to prepare for the next year. Fujin found this surprising, wondering if it would demotivate them or if it was a strategy to reduce the number of participants for the next exam. Fujin was not alone in his thoughts. One teacher, who taught a regular class, questioned Kisho about the potential demotivation of the students, noting that the participants were among the brightest in the academy. Kisho, who had 2 years of experience over the teacher, shook his head, stating that if they were discouraged by such a minor setback, they would be better suited for the Genin reserve force, allowing resources to be allocated to those more deserving of the Chunin rank. The teacher was not entirely convinced but chose not to argue, knowing this was not Kisho's first time supervising the graduation exam. Following the written exams, students were assessed on various skills such as shurikens, stealth, camping, and chakra control, similar to the tests conducted for Fujin's class a week prior. Since elite classes had already been tested, their scores were carried forward. The academy teachers observed the performances, resulting in another 15 students failing the exams. Upon receiving the reports, Kisho thought about how convenient it was, as it would simplify the upcoming taijutsu tournament. Just before the taijutsu tournament began, the Hokage arrived to observe the exam, accompanied by a familiar figure, Hatake Kakashi. Fujin was surprised to see him and wondered why Kakashi was present, hoping that Hiruzen would not assign him to train his squad, as it could disrupt the timeline. Next was the taijutsu tournament involving the remaining 64 students, arranged as a knockout competition, allowing each student to fight a maximum of 6 times. Fujin advanced smoothly to the semi-finals, where he faced a Hyuga student a year older than him. Despite fighting hard, Fujin found himself at a disadvantage. He managed to land a few critical hits, but ultimately lost the match. Initially irritated by the loss, Fujin took a moment to analyze the fight. He realized that the Hyuga clan members likely sparred regularly, while he had only practiced with his clone. The Hyuga fighting style relied heavily on taijutsu, whereas Fujin had depended more on ninjutsu techniques during his spars. Without those techniques, his fighting ability was significantly reduced. He considered that if ninjutsu and kenjutsu had been permitted, he might have won the fight, especially since he had not utilized chakra to enhance his strikes. As he watched the finals between Hoka and his opponent, he noted that Hoka, despite sustaining injuries from his earlier match, struggled but ultimately emerged victorious. Fujin recognized that even without those injuries, Hoka would have likely won. However, he felt reassured, knowing his scores in the written exam were much higher than Hoka's. Fujin believed that the difference in the exam format wouldn't affect his standing. He was confident he would still rank first in his class. He noticed that no students had been eliminated in the taijutsu tournament. For the next test, a few academy teachers escorted the students to a section of the training grounds. Upon arrival, the students saw a long white line drawn on the ground, with a series of obstacles ahead of it. Fujin wondered if this was an obstacle race, but quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it was too simple. All 64 students lined up behind the white line. Genki then appeared and announced that this would be the next phase of their exam, an obstacle race where they would need to run 500 meters straight to the white line. The announcement sparked excitement among the students, who thought they had finally encountered an easy exam. Those who had taken the graduation exam the previous year lamented that such a test hadn't been included then. Fujin felt puzzled by the simplicity of the exam. However, he noticed another man standing behind Genki, who nodded once Genki finished his announcement. Kisho observed the eager students with a chuckle, thinking that they were unaware of the man's true identity. Kurama Illumi, an experienced jounin from the Kurama clan, had earned a fearsome reputation during the previous war, having taken down countless enemies with his cunning tactics. Genki shouted, "On your mark, get set, Gio." At that moment, Kurama Illumi began forming hand signs. As the command was given, he unleashed his jutsu, demonic illusion, heaven and earth reversal. The moment the jutsu was activated, all 64 students felt a jarring shift, as if the ground and sky had swapped places. Gravity seemed to invert, causing most students to panic and cling tightly to the ground. Only 4 students remained unaffected, a girl from the Uchiha clan in her 3rd year, who activated her Sharingan, 2 5th-year students from the Kurama clan, familiar with the jutsu, and Fujin, who had been closely watching Illumi and recognized the hand signs. He sensed the attempt to manipulate his nervous system, indicating it was a genjutsu. Although he considered disrupting it, he decided against it to avoid drawing attention, impressed by Illumi's ability to ensnare so many students simultaneously. Illumi smirked at the chaos unfolding before him, having used a rank B genjutsu that had proven effective in the past during battles. Kisho, observing the students, thought that this test would assess their willpower. He believed that if they failed to complete the race, they wouldn't pass. While the other students struggled, Fujin focused on regaining his balance. He quickly deduced that the test could be evaluating their ability to break the genjutsu, their willpower, or their capacity to respond to unexpected situations. He resolved to look down and move forward, thinking that if others managed to break the genjutsu, he would too. With that determination, he took his first step. Alongside him, only the 2 Kurama clan students began to move. Gradually, a few others followed suit. The Uchiha girl managed to resist the genjutsu and broke free after about 15 seconds, running the obstacle race with remarkable ease. Fujin noticed her swift movements and was taken aback, realizing she was using the Sharingan at such a young age. He continued his race, gradually increasing his pace after the initial steps. Eventually, the other students began to adapt to the situation and quicken their speed. Fujin finished the test in 4th place, with only 41 students passing. Among the remaining 23, some had fainted, while others were too intimidated to take a single step. Kisho dismissed those who did not complete the race. Immediately following the test, the ninjutsu exam commenced. Kisho anticipated that the previous genjutsu would have shaken the students, likely affecting their performance during the ninjutsu test. He structured the exam so that those who finished last in the previous test would go first in the ninjutsu exam. The requirements for passing the ninjutsu exam were relatively lenient, requiring only the 3 basic ninjutsu and any additional jutsu. Although the students initially struggled, they ultimately met the minimum requirements without significant issues. Fujin was surprised to see that 16 students performed fire release, 1 jutsu, while another 7 executed fire release, 2 jutsu. Fujin thought about the implications of this, noting that they were in the land of fire, where most likely all of them had a fire affinity. He speculated that many of Konoha's jounin with fire affinity could use advanced forms of these jutsu, suggesting that other villages would have developed counters. The fact that the academy still emphasized these jutsu indicated their continued usefulness. Most students showcased the jutsu their clans specialized in. When it was Fujin's turn, he performed the 3 basic ninjutsu, followed by the wind clone jutsu, creating 8 clones. He then demonstrated his wind explosion jutsu and finally the great breakthrough jutsu, using only a fraction of their power and executing the hand signs somewhat slowly. While his performance was not overly impressive, he still outshone his classmates. What astonished Fujin the most was the Uchiha girl's performance. She announced her intention to perform Fire Release, 3 jutsu, piquing Fujin's curiosity as he was unfamiliar with this stage of the jutsu. As she prepared, 2 academy teachers stepped forward, holding a metallic string between them. Fujin was puzzled, recalling that a similar setup had been used for Fire Release, 2 jutsu, but this time 2 teachers were involved. After forming her hand signs, she raised both arms, pointing her index and middle fingers outward. Heat rays were released from both her fingers, swiftly cutting through the metallic strings. Fujin contemplated the jutsu, realizing it was similar to Fire Release, 2, where heat rays could be emitted from just one hand. She found it puzzling that there seemed to be no increase in power, only quantity, deeming it rather weak for a rank C jutsu. She wondered if the jutsu became significantly stronger in later stages. Continuing her test, she displayed the Fireball Jutsu and Fire Dragon Jutsu, performing exceptionally well. In Fujin's opinion, her ninjutsu skills were only second to a student from the Hatake clan in the 5th year. Once the exam concluded, the teachers began tallying the scores. Nara Kisho delegated this task to his subordinates, as his responsibility ended with the decision to pass the 41 students. He reported to Hiruzen, stating that all 41 students had passed, including 1 from the 3rd year, 9 from the 4th year, and 31 from the 5th year. He expressed confidence that they would become splendid shinobi. Hiruzen nodded, offering kind words to the Nara shinobi. After the scores were tallied and displayed for all students, Fujin maintained his position as the top student in his class, followed by Hana and Hoka, who had improved his rank due to his strong performance in the graduation exam. All 41 students were gathered before Hiruzen, who smiled and began another passionate speech about the will of fire. His fervor was greater than in any of his previous speeches, leaving even Fujin somewhat astonished at how someone could so openly inspire others with such intensity. As the speech concluded, Fujin smirked internally, pondering the true strength of the will of fire. Hiruzen then called for Hatake Rei, Suzuki Fujin, and Uchiha Mieko to step forward. The 3 students complied and stood before him. Hiruzen commended their hard work and asked what reward they desired for their performance. Hatake Rei stepped forward first, which some perceived as rude, including Fujin and Mieko. While Fujin was indifferent, Mieko pouted. However, Rei's next words clarified his urgency. He explained that his mother was very ill and requested the Hokage's assistance in arranging a skilled medical ninja for her treatment. Understanding the gravity of Rei's situation, Fujin wondered about the Hatake clan's condition. He questioned whether they truly lacked resources, considering their historical status. Kakashi, standing nearby, shared his confusion. Only a few teachers and Hiruzen were aware of the full story. Hiruzen reflected on the decline of the Hatake clan since Tsukumo's death and noted that Kakashi had not paid much attention to their affairs. He had looked into Rei's background after noticing his recent improvement. Rei's father had died in the Third Ninja War, and his mother, a civilian, had not received support from the clan. Her illness had motivated Rei to work harder. Hiruzen hoped that Kakashi would take the lead in revitalizing the Hatake clan. Hiruzen assured Rei that he would arrange the best medics for his mother and encouraged him to keep training diligently, ensuring that the will of fire within him burned brightly. Rei expressed his gratitude and promised to continue his efforts. Kakashi observed the young boy and resolved to investigate the clan's situation further. Hiruzen noted Kakashi's reaction with satisfaction, believing that the Hatake clan would soon make a comeback. After receiving the Hokage's promise, Rei stepped back. Mieko then approached and stated that she did not want any reward, surprising everyone, including Hiruzen. He speculated whether this was a form of protest against the constant scrutiny the Uchiha faced. Despite his attempts to persuade her, she remained resolute in her decision. Hiruzen sighed, hoping that Fujin would have a reasonable request to conclude the day positively. Fujin was taken aback by his fellow top students' choices. He thought about the disparity between Rei's heartfelt plea and Mieko's refusal, feeling that they were complicating his own situation. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to embrace his own desires, thinking that the Tao of shamelessness must prevail. With determination, he stepped forward, wearing a smile and an eager expression. He had carried 2 swords for 5 months in anticipation of this moment. He expressed his wish for 2 swords made entirely of chakra metal, looking at Hiruzen with hope and excitement, imagining his eyes sparkling like in an anime. Most students were unfamiliar with chakra metal, but nearly all the teachers recognized its significance and were shocked by the request. Genki, standing nearby, had his jaw drop in disbelief. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, thinking about the extravagance of the request, recalling that even his father's blade was not entirely made of chakra metal. Hiruzen, despite his composed demeanor, was taken aback by Fujin's request. For a brief moment, his mind went blank as he processed the implications of such a demand. Even the swords available in Konoha contain only around 15% chakra metal, with the rest made from more common materials. The last time a sword was forged entirely from chakra metal was when the Hokage commissioned it, and it cost well over 100 million ryo to create. The young boy likely had no idea of this fact, and while the Hokage could easily deceive him, the value of such a sword was still in the tens of millions of ryo. He glanced at Genki, hoping for some insight, but Genki appeared equally shocked, completely oblivious to the Hokage's gaze upon him. Hiruzen pondered his next move, realizing he couldn't simply refuse the boy's request. That would be too discouraging. Denying him outright would also provide ammunition for Danzo to spread rumors that the Hokage was dishonest with academy students. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen devised a reasonable excuse. Kakashi, observing Hiruzen's deliberation, chuckled internally, noting that it took the Hokage 13 seconds to respond. The boy certainly had a way of stirring things up. With a resigned sigh, Hiruzen informed the boy that he regrettably could not fulfill his request, as no one crafted swords made entirely of chakra metal. Fujin, unaware of this reality, assumed Hiruzen was simply making excuses. His disappointment was evident as he suggested, perhaps a couple of tanto made from chakra metal instead? Kakashi's eyebrows twitched at the new request, struggling to suppress his laughter at Hiruzen's expression, while Genki's shock deepened. Hiruzen reiterated that even those were not made entirely of chakra metal. Fujin felt a surge of frustration but took a moment to reflect on Hiruzen's words. The phrase, "aren't made entirely of chakra metal," resonated with him. He recalled that in his previous world, such production often involved various alloys and materials. Even gold jewelry wasn't pure gold. This realization sparked a question in his mind. He asked the Hokage what he meant by, "aren't made entirely of chakra metal." Did they only include a small amount of chakra metal along with other materials in the sword? Hiruzen nodded nervously, feeling uneasy about where the conversation was leading. Fujin, filled with excitement, began to speak again, but Hiruzen quickly interjected, asking why he wanted a sword made of chakra metal. Hiruzen desperately sought to steer the conversation in a different direction. Fujin, slightly annoyed at being interrupted, explained that he had been told such swords assisted in chakra flow. He enjoyed using swords and wanted to improve his skills by utilizing chakra flow. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, curious about how Fujin had learned about chakra flow. While he sensed Hiruzen's attempt to change the subject, Fujin remained unfazed, confident he could redirect the conversation back. Being a 10-year-old had its advantages. He answered without hesitation, attributing his knowledge to Michi-sensei. Hiruzen begrudgingly glanced at Michi, who stood nearby, and thought about assigning Fujin to a weaker Genin squad, limiting him to D-rank missions for half a year. With the village having mostly recovered from its losses, the absence of one chunin would go unnoticed. He kindly explained to Fujin that swords made of chakra metal weren't necessary for using chakra flow. One could apply it to regular swords, although they might break. Fujin, already aware of this, urged Hiruzen to get to the point. Hiruzen continued, explaining that special swords designed to aid chakra flow existed, particularly in the Land of Iron, where many samurai used them. He also cautioned that chakra metal could be problematic and might attract unwanted attention. Fujin understood the implications. Possessing swords worth tens of millions of ryo would certainly make him a target. He planned to leave them with Hiruzen for safekeeping. Curiosity piqued, he asked if it was possible to create swords that assisted with wind chakra flow. For the first time that day, his question was genuine, yet it made Hiruzen uneasy. He recognized that it was indeed possible, but it would require wind nature chakra metal and still cost millions. Hiruzen advised Fujin that it was better to wait before pursuing such a sword. He offered to help him connect with the right people when he was ready. Fujin felt a twinge of disappointment, believing he could reach out to them himself soon. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. Hiruzen felt relieved to have avoided spending millions of ryo. Just as he was about to speak again, Fujin interjected, asking if the sword Hiruzen would provide was used by samurai. Hiruzen nodded, hoping there would be no more extravagant requests. Fujin continued, inquiring if someone could teach him samurai saber techniques. Hiruzen considered this request. He was pleased that it did not involve a hefty sum and recognized Fujin's genuine interest in swords. He thought that having a sword master who specialized in wind release could be a valuable asset. While they couldn't teach samurai saber techniques to everyone, allowing a few students to learn was acceptable. He agreed to assign a teacher for Fujin. Fujin expressed his gratitude and stepped back, secretly reflecting on the advantages of being an innocent child. He acknowledged that he might never outmaneuver Hiruzen in negotiations, as the Hokage had the experience of dealing with far more unreasonable individuals throughout 3 great ninja wars. As Fujin stepped back, Hiruzen sighed with relief and congratulated everyone before leaving quickly. He decided this would be the last year he would reward the top student. After Hiruzen departed, the respective class teachers distributed headbands to their students, praising them for graduating early and instructing them to return to the academy in 3 days. Upon receiving his headband, Fujin put it on and exclaimed in awe that he was now truly a ninja. He cleared his mind and began planning. The academy was finally over. Although he had graduated 2 years early, it wasn't much of an issue. The only major event on the horizon was the Uchiha massacre, but he felt he wasn't strong enough to interfere. With only 2 years until then, he would likely only be a chunin by that time. After some contemplation, he decided to ignore the impending event, believing it wouldn't affect him. He assessed his strength. While he lacked experience, he considered that his ninjutsu was likely at chunin level. The 3 months of daily sparring had helped him address many issues. His chakra reserves had increased significantly, allowing him to create 3 shadow clones that met the requirements outlined in the scroll, indicating that his chakra level was indeed at chunin level. As for taijutsu, he felt uncertain. He was confident he was stronger than most who participated in the chunin exam, but he had lost to a hyuga. Assuming that he and Hoka were already at chunin level in taijutsu, it suggested he was likely at that level too. Worst case, he might be at the peak of Genin rank in taijutsu. He recognized the need for a better taijutsu style but took comfort in his strong physique for his age. His kenjutsu would improve once he learned samurai saber techniques, making it more lethal than his taijutsu. However, wielding 2 swords would limit his ability to perform hand signs, preventing him from using techniques like Rasengan and Wind Explosion that required hand movements. He hoped that mastering mid-range slashes would compensate for this limitation. He resolved to think more about it after learning the samurai saber techniques. His capabilities as a sensor had also grown. His chakra field could now extend over 750 meters, and he could perform most tasks expected of a sensor, though mastering all the tricks would take a few more years. His current fighting ability relied heavily on 10 ninjutsu techniques: body flicker, wind propelling, earth military movement, shadow clone, wind clone, great breakthrough, wind explosion, gale surge, rock shield, and projectile control. Additionally, he depended on swords, kunais, and shurikens enhanced with chakra flow. He knew Rasengan but hadn't trained to use it in combat yet. Although he had ideas for its application, he couldn't risk anyone discovering that he knew it. Overall, if he utilized everything to its fullest potential, he believed he could reach Chunin level, albeit just barely. He thought he could defeat opponents like Irika and Mizuki, but against stronger foes like Genki or Michi, his only option would be to escape. With his wind and shadow clones, along with body flicker and earth military movement techniques, he felt that evading an elite Chunin might be possible. Unless faced with someone specialized in tracking, he believed it wouldn't be an issue. In fact, if asked about his best skill, he would confidently say it was the art of escaping. As for his next steps, he needed to explore Section C of the library to learn Rank C Wind Release Jutsus. If any Rank C Earth Release Jutsu was useful, he would need to learn that as well. Additionally, he aimed to learn one Rank C Genjutsu and complete the current Fuinjutsu scroll before moving on to the next one. He concluded that this plan would be sufficient for now. Afterward, he could focus on improving the jutsus he already knew. Although he was interested in learning medical ninjutsu, he felt overwhelmed with his current workload and decided to revisit it later. Satisfied with his immediate plans, he began to formulate long-term strategies. Having spent nearly half a decade in this world, he had a much clearer understanding of it. Given the rate at which his physique and chakra were developing, he was confident he could reach Jounin level. If Section A of the library contained valuable jutsus, becoming an elite Jounin should also be attainable. However, he pondered how to surpass elite Jounin and attain the strength of Kages. After deep contemplation, he concluded that the easiest path might be to learn Sage Mode. The second option involved mastering the 8 inner gates, but he would need to cultivate a strong relationship with Guy for that. He wasn't sure if hard work alone would suffice to learn it. The third option was to acquire the Impure World Resurrection Jutsu and create his own army of Rank A and S deceased ninjas. The fourth option would be to master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The fifth option involved inventing his own Rank A and higher jutsus, which, combined with high speed, enhanced strength, and swordplay, might be enough to reach that level. Another possibility was to become a Jinchuriki, but that would attract the attention of Akatsuki, which he wanted to avoid. However, if he became strong enough, he might consider that risk. Acquiring a few powerful summons would also be beneficial. After reflecting on these options, he sighed, realizing that even the easiest path was incredibly challenging. He wondered if he could truly reach that level. Just then, a bold idea struck him. He contemplated exploring that option further, analyzing its feasibility. If he could pull it off, it would provide him with the means to become extraordinarily strong. He even knew the right opportunity to acquire the necessary resources. Determined, he decided to pursue this path. If successful, reaching Kage level would be within his grasp. Even if it didn't work out, the effort would not be wasted. This thought lifted his spirits. With limited time left in the day, he resolved to have dinner and meditate before heading to bed. The following days were hectic for Hiruzen. Organizing the new Genins and assigning them to their sensei involved extensive paperwork and analysis. He engaged in numerous discussions with the academy teachers and the selected sensei, beginning by forming teams of 3. He thought about the recent graduation, noting that 135 students had become Genin this year. Over 200 from the 6th year had failed and would be added to the Genin reserve forces. Among those who passed, the 94 from the 6th year seemed to lack hope, as the truly talented had already graduated early. Even if just a quarter of them became Chunin, it would suffice. He decided to assign Chunins to guide them. The 41 who graduated early all displayed good potential, with expectations that they would at least become Chunin, and about half had the potential to become special Jounin. He would need to arrange for 14 Jounin sensei to train them. Despite Konoha's numbers nearly recovering, they were still weaker than before the Third Great Ninja War in terms of high-end power. The goal was to train all 41 of them with the intention of raising them to Jounin rank. Even if not everyone became special Jounin, achieving elite Chunin status would be sufficient. He felt confident that Uchiha Mieko would become a Jounin, just like Senju Teru from the previous year, as she had the potential to reach elite Jounin status. However, he was uncertain about the others. He sighed, hoping for at least 10 to 12 Jounin from this batch, especially after the losses from the QB attack. He then called the academy teachers to begin forming the teams and got busy with the required paperwork. After the academy teachers prepared a rough draft, there were a few disagreements, as was customary each year. They approached the Hokage to discuss it. Hiruzen inquired about the top teams formed. Genki responded promptly, stating that according to their performance, Hatake Rei, Uchiha Mieko, Suzuki Fujin, Hyuga Hoka, and Hyuga Hana showed the highest potential. However, he noted that Rei's high performance was influenced by his home conditions, and now that his mother had been treated, it was uncertain if he would train with the same enthusiasm. Additionally, the two Hyuga could not be on the same team, leading him to propose a team of Uchiha Mieko, Suzuki Fujin, and Hyuga Hoka. Another teacher, who was Hatake Rei's class teacher, voiced his disagreement, emphasizing Rei's significant progress in just half a year and suggesting that he should be placed in the top squad alongside Mieko and Fujin. A different teacher interjected, pointing out that Fujin was just a civilian orphan and would not have the same advantages as those from shinobi clans. He suggested a squad of Rei, Mieko, and Hoka might be more optimal. Genki countered, arguing that despite Fujin's civilian background, his performance had been the most consistent in class. He deserved a spot on the squad, especially since he was a sensor with wind affinity, which would complement Mieko's fire release jutsus. Furthermore, both he and Hoka had a rivalry in taijutsu, which would enhance their teamwork. He privately wondered about their ability to cooperate with others, given their aloofness. The previous teacher was about to respond when Hiruzen intervened, declaring that the squad would consist of Mieko, Fujin, and Hoka. Rei's class teacher appeared upset, ready to voice his concerns, but Hiruzen continued, stating that their Jounin sensei would be Senju Renjiro. This revelation puzzled the teachers, prompting one to ask if Renjiro had been selected as a sensei. Hiruzen clarified that this change was due to Fujin requesting guidance on samurai saber techniques, as Renjiro had trained under a samurai. He also noted Renjiro's expertise in fighting against Sharingan and his use of water and earth jutsus, which would benefit Mieko in understanding potential counters and aid Hoka in learning water release jutsus. Renjiro's strong taijutsu skills would also be sufficient to handle Hoka's enthusiasm for it. Hiruzen then remarked that if Hatake Rei practiced his clan's kenjutsu, he would have placed him on the squad instead of Hoka. Everyone accepted this explanation, and they moved on to the remaining students. It took over 13 hours to form all the squads and decide on their sensei. Once completed, Hiruzen sent an umbu to deliver the news to all those selected as sensei, allowing them to approach him the next day if they had any issues. The following day, many approached Hiruzen for a meeting. At noon, Renjiro visited him. Upon entering, he greeted Hiruzen, expressing his reluctance to teach a group of young students, noting that he had already raised one Genin squad. Renjiro had grown up close to Hiruzen, which made the Hokage more tolerant of his words. Hiruzen observed Renjiro's casual attire, noting the signs of his extensive mission work since the end of the war. Hiruzen sighed, explaining that this assignment served two purposes: to give Renjiro some rest and to fulfill a request from one of the Genins who wanted to learn samurai saber techniques. Renjiro looked skeptical, questioning the necessity of teaching it to anyone. Hiruzen reiterated that the student ranked first in his class and had requested this as a reward. Renjiro asked for clarification on the reward, to which Hiruzen explained it was an initiative to encourage students to train harder. Understanding the ninja shortage Konoha faced, Renjiro nodded, though he expressed a wish that the student had chosen something else. Hiruzen remained silent, recalling what Fujin had asked for. After discussing the students further, Renjiro left, not surprised that his squad was the one with the highest potential, given his status as an elite Jounin for over a decade. Later that day, Fujin visited a shop specializing in ninja clothing. He purchased a completely black outfit, noticing that the fabric was sturdier than usual. The shopkeeper informed him that it was more resistant to cuts, fire, and lightning, and was less likely to get wet or dusty. Trying one on, Fujin checked himself in the mirror, satisfied with his choice. His entire outfit, consisting of boots, trousers, and a shirt, was completely black. This choice complemented his fair skin, black eyes, and spiky black hair. He mused about getting a black mask someday, imagining how it would enhance his ability to blend into the shadows. After inspecting himself once more, he noted that while he wasn't bulky, his muscles were well-toned, and there was hardly any fat on his body. Standing at about 4 feet, 9 inches tall, he felt satisfied with how the attire fit and looked. He had purchased 3 sets of this outfit, along with a pair of gloves that featured metal plates on the backhand. He inscribed a hard seal on the inside of the gloves. Although it didn't provide much enhancement, Fujin believed that even a slight increase in defense was worthwhile. He wished he could have inscribed the metal plates directly instead of the entire glove, but he knew he wouldn't be able to reattach them properly. The next day at 7:30 a.m., the graduated students gathered at the academy. The classroom they were in was different from the usual one Fujin attended, with 42 students present. The teachers took attendance and distributed scrolls to each student. Genki called each student by name, handing them their scrolls, and the other class teachers followed suit. When it was Fujin's turn, he noticed Genki's unusually happy demeanor. Although he didn't understand the reason behind it, he didn't dwell on it and returned to his seat. Genki was thrilled because Hiruzen had permitted him to take the Jounin exam. Once all the scrolls were distributed, a teacher announced that the storage scrolls contained a first aid kit, 24 shurikens, 6 kunais, 12 senbon needles, a ninja rope, and 100 meters of ninja wire. He smiled and congratulated the students on their graduation, stating that they would soon learn about their Genin squads. When Fujin's squad was announced, he sighed, reflecting on his teammates. He thought about the aloof individual who seemed solely focused on taijutsu and the arrogant girl who likely believed she was as talented as Madara. He felt disheartened about their potential teamwork, wondering if he should have graduated the previous year. Terra was the only one he considered mature enough. Despite his concerns, he reassured himself that it wasn't all bad. Sparring in taijutsu with Hoka had always been beneficial, and Mieko would provide some practice against the Sharingan. Although she wasn't on the level of Obito or Madara, neither was he. He glanced at Mieko, contemplating that since she might not be around in a couple of years, he wouldn't be stuck in this squad for long. He also wondered who his Jounin sensei would be, hoping it wouldn't be Kakashi. Additionally, he was curious about his rewards, as Genki hadn't mentioned them, and Hiruzen hadn't summoned him for a meeting. After the Genin squads were announced, the teacher informed them that their Jounin sensei would come to collect them from the classroom, and then they all departed. As they left, Fujin thought about how Naruto and his friends would start the academy next year, and he felt a twinge of disappointment about not being there to meet more canon characters. Soon, Jounin began entering the classroom to call for their teams. A tall, muscular man entered and announced that Team 3 should follow him. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko complied, moving to the terrace of the academy. A few moments later, all 3 Genins arrived. Upon reaching the terrace, Fujin took a moment to observe his new sensei. The man stood around 6 feet 6 inches tall, was very muscular, appeared to be middle-aged, and bore 3 scars on his face, one crossing his right eye, which was unharmed. His long black hair resembled Madara's, and he carried 2 swords at his waist. The symbol on his clothing indicated that he was from the Senju clan. Fujin could also sense the immense chakra emanating from him, which was the highest level he had encountered so far, about 7 times that of Genki. When Fujin attempted to gauge his chakra, Renjiro, his sensei, noticed and stared at him. Fujin simply smiled in response. Renjiro thought to himself that this was the kid interested in learning the samurai saber techniques and who had requested swords made of chakra metal. He found Fujin's ability to sense chakra impressive. Despite being stared at, the boy remained unfazed, which made Renjiro wonder if this indicated foolishness, bravery, or shamelessness. He then glanced at his other 2 Genins, noting the stoic expression of the Hyuga and the prideful demeanor of the Uchiha. He sighed, realizing that this would be a challenging journey. Renjiro introduced himself as Senju Renjiro and stated that he would be their Jounin sensei. He suggested they start by getting to know one another. Mieko asked what they should share, while Fujin recalled the common interview question about personal details. Renjiro encouraged them to discuss their likes, dislikes, dreams, hobbies, and similar topics. Fujin introduced himself as Suzuki Fujin. He expressed his fondness for swords and impressive jutsus, his hobby of training and studying shinobi history and wars, his dislike for the devastation caused by conflict, and his dream of becoming a strong ninja to help bring peace to the world. Renjiro was impressed by Fujin's dream. If he had known Fujin's true thoughts, he might have been taken aback. After seeing Renjiro's impressed reaction, Fujin thought that his response was exactly what the higher-ups in Konoha would want to hear. He didn't genuinely care about world peace, but he recognized that saying such things could earn him favor and possibly the opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, as well as protection from Hiruzen in case Danzo attempted to recruit him. For now, he felt it was best to play along. Renjiro then turned to Mieko, who introduced herself as Uchiha Mieko. She shared her love for cats, her dislike for being treated like a child, her hobby of practicing ninjutsu and playing with cats, and her dream of becoming the strongest Uchiha ever. Fujin chuckled internally at her ambition, thinking that she had 2 years to surpass Madara, which seemed unlikely. Renjiro nodded and looked toward Hoka, who introduced himself as Hyuga Hoka. He stated that he liked taijutsu and disliked studying. Fujin had a passion for sparring and aspired to become the strongest taijutsu user. Renjiro acknowledged their early graduation but reminded them that they were still on probation for 3 months. He would determine if they were ready to become true Konoha shinobi after that PRD. This announcement elicited mixed reactions from the 3 genins. Fujin pondered the situation, realizing that the lack of a test was likely due to their recovery needs. In contrast, Mieko expressed her impatience, questioning why they weren't immediately recognized as ninjas since they had passed the graduation exam. Hoka echoed her sentiment, emphasizing his victory in the taijutsu tournament. Renjiro explained that passing the graduation exam was merely the minimum requirement to be a ninja. He emphasized that attitude, temperament, courage, and values were far more significant, and he would be the one to assess those qualities. While Mieko and Hoka were still dissatisfied and wanted to voice their complaints, Renjiro cut them off, instructing them to meet him the next day at Training Ground 17 at 6 a.m. for a skills assessment. He vanished, leaving Fujin to reflect on how little Renjiro had shared about himself. After Renjiro's departure, Mieko huffed and began to leave in silence. Hoka, however, bid farewell to Fujin and prepared to follow. Fujin called out to them, capturing their attention. Mieko, annoyed, asked what he wanted. Fujin suggested that they would likely need to fight their sensei as a team the next day, so it was essential to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses and develop a strategy. Hoka agreed, but Mieko confidently declared that she could defeat their sensei on her own. Fujin gave her a skeptical look, prompting her to challenge him about his doubts. He asked how she planned to defeat a jounin by herself. Mieko smirked, claiming she would catch him off guard and use her fire dragon jutsu. Fujin pointed out that their sensei, being from the Senju clan, specialized in earth and water release jutsus, and even if she managed to surprise him, he would still have defenses in place. Mieko, taken aback, quickly countered that she could use her Sharingan Genjutsu to ensnare him as soon as he looked into her eyes. Fujin internally scoffed at her confidence, thinking it was unlikely their sensei would fall for such a basic tactic. He suggested they consider it their plan A and move on to plan B. Mieko questioned the need for a backup plan, and Fujin explained that their sensei might avoid looking into her eyes, knowing her abilities. He emphasized that it would be foolish to stand idle, especially if he underestimated her. This caught Mieko's attention, and she asked what they should do if Plan A failed. Fujin began by outlining his own skills. He was a sensor who could sense chakra within a 500-meter radius, proficient in taijutsu and swordsmanship, and knowledgeable in wind-release jutsus, shadow clone, and body flicker jutsu. He then turned to his teammates for their abilities. Mieko shared her strengths in taijutsu, her proficiency with shurikens, and her ability to use genjutsu with her Sharingan. She also mentioned her knowledge of a few fire-release jutsus. Fujin was surprised, wondering if Shursui had taught her the body flicker jutsu. Hoka then introduced himself as a master of the gentle fist style, capable of closing enemy chakra points and possessing enhanced vision up to 800 meters. He also knew fish spit and rock shield jutsus. Fujin encouraged Hoka to learn body flicker jutsu, explaining how it could enhance his taijutsu by allowing him to strike unexpectedly. Intrigued, Hoka agreed to learn it. Fujin then discussed tactics, suggesting they decide who would engage their sensei up close and who would provide support from a distance. Hoka expressed his desire to fight up close, but Mieko quickly claimed the same. Their argument prompted Fujin to intervene, reminding them that Hoka had ranked first in the taijutsu tournament and should take the lead in hand-to-hand combat. He clarified that both he and Mieko would assist him, as they all had mid-range jutsus that would be valuable in the fight. Reluctantly, Mieko agreed, and Fujin thought about discussing more advanced tactics, such as the fire-wind combination and encouraging Hoka to learn advanced water-release jutsus. He realized that he needed to be patient, understanding that it would take time for them to be ready for those discussions. He wished for Renjiro to challenge them in a way that would humble them, but he also worried about the consequences for himself. The thought of using his advanced jutsus in public made him uneasy, as he had to limit his abilities and fake hand signs. Despite the discomfort, he recognized it was necessary for their growth. Fujin hoped to reach the Jounin level soon, as that would mean Danzo would no longer be able to recruit him. By that time, it would be too late for any attempts to manipulate him. He had also planned to invite his friends to grab a bite together at Ichiraku, but he decided he had enough for the day. Soon, they exchanged goodbyes and parted ways. Fujin made his way to the library. Now that he had become a genin, he was allowed access to Section C of the library, but that wasn't his primary reason for visiting. Becoming a ninja granted him the opportunity to view a specific book. He approached the librarian, showed his card, and requested to see the bingo book. The librarian was surprised to see a 10-year-old asking for it, but since he was a ninja, she nodded and asked if he wanted to see the smaller or larger version. Fujin was taken aback and inquired about the difference. The librarian explained that the smaller book contained only names, bounties, affiliations, and basic information, while the larger one offered more in-depth details. Intrigued, Fujin asked to see the larger book, and she obliged. When Fujin laid eyes on the book, he was astonished by its size. His first thought was that it was enormous. As he opened it, he realized that each page contained information about a single ninja, and the book had a staggering 2,197 pages. After some analysis, he understood why. There were over 100,000 ninjas in the world. He mentally thanked those who compiled such a comprehensive index. The information was organized by village and alphabetically by name, with additional lists ranking ninjas by their village rank and bounty. After searching for a few minutes, he found the name he sought, Senju Renjiro. As he began to turn the page, a thought crossed his mind. It was amusing to think that he had once believed his greatest advantage would be information. Yet, considering the vastness of the world, he realized he knew less than 1% of the ninjas. Aside from Tsunade, he didn't even know any living Senju. Regardless, the data was detailed, and he was surprised that it was available for free. It made sense, as the information was compiled by those who created the bingo book, and since it was public, why not allow all ninjas to read it? He opened the page and began to read, and he was taken aback by what he discovered. Senju Renjiro had a bounty of 45 million ryo, higher than Asuma's during Shippuden, and it had been placed on him by Kirigakure. Fujin thought that it was impressive and concluded that Hiruzen must have appointed a very capable sensei for him. He continued reading. The information revealed that Senju Renjiro was an A-rank ninja, 39 years old. He became a genin at 8, a chunin at 10, a jounin at 16, and an elite jounin at 28. He specialized in water and earth release ninjutsu but was also skilled in other elements. An excellent swordsman trained by a samurai, he fought in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. During the Third War, he served as Orochimaru's deputy on the Kiri front. When Orochimaru was reassigned to another battlefield, Renjiro took command of Konoha's forces on the Kiri front. His swordsmanship, proficiency in water-release jutsus, and his summon a sloth made him highly effective against Kiri ninjas. He had taken down 13 Kiri jounins and over 50 Kiri chunins during the war. His most notable achievement was defeating one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Although his army faced defeat due to a surprise offensive from Kiri, he managed to retreat with most of his forces and held them at bay until Konoha's yellow flash reinforced him and pushed Kiri back to the sea. After absorbing that information, Fujin thought about Renjiro's strength. He wasn't quite at the Sannin level, but he was very close. It was mentioned that he had been trained by a samurai, which led Fujin to believe that this was the guide Hiruzen had arranged for him. He was curious about the summon, as it was the first time he had heard of a sloth. It seemed a bit too powerful and not typical for this world, but he decided to investigate it later. Fujin then looked up the data on ninjas he recognized from Naruto. He sighed in relief, finding that the information was quite similar to what he already knew. He gained a better understanding of the shinobi world and reflected on Konoha's strength, noting that it was much greater than depicted in Naruto. The fathers of Shikaka, Inoichi, and Shibi were still alive and leading their clans, each being an elite jounin close to rank S. However, he realized that their strengths would likely diminish over time due to age. Currently, Konoha had only 3 rank S ninjas, with Jiraiya rarely in the village and Tsunade unable to fight effectively. Surprisingly, the bingo book made no mention of Danzo, and it was possible that Fugaku was concealing his Manjikyu, just like Shursui. He speculated about Guy's potential, wondering how many gates he could open and if he could rise to compete with rank S ninjas if necessary. It was also surprising to see that Koharu and Hamura were ranked ninjas, as he didn't recall them ever fighting in Naruto. In total, there were 22 elite jounins from Konoha listed in the bingo book, and it was likely that there were more unmentioned, such as Danzo and others from Root. There were also several rank A ninjas who had yet to become elite jounins, like Kakashi and Guy. He sighed again, realizing he hadn't expected so many elite jounins in Konoha. Despite this, Hiruzen had chosen to sacrifice Hisashi, which made him wonder about the extent of Konoha's losses among the lower ranks due to the war. As for the other villages, Kumo and Iwa were strong, but not as strong as Konoha in terms of Kaga level and elite jounin level combat strength. Kiri had impressive potential, but many of their top-ranked ninjas were labeled as rogue. Obito had significantly impacted Kiri. Meanwhile, Suna was struggling, with their Kage being the weakest among the 5 Kages. Although they had 2 more rank S ninjas, both were retired and quite old, and their number of rank A ninjas was disappointingly low. Fujin closed the book, feeling satisfied with the information he had gathered for now. He would seek more as needed. He returned the bingo book to the librarian and headed home. The next day, at 6 a.m., all the members of Team 3 gathered at Training Ground 17, a small open area in the center of a mini-forest. Renjiro was the last to arrive. Upon seeing his Genin squad already present, he greeted them with a cheerful good morning and explained that before starting their training he wanted to assess their abilities through a sparring match 3 of them against him. After a brief pause, he declared that they would begin immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped forward, aiming to strike. The sudden attack caught the 3 Genins off guard. Mieko quickly jumped backward, and Hoka darted to his left, while Fujin flickered away in an instant. Renjiro's punch struck the ground where they had been standing, cracking the earth and sending dust swirling into the air, obscuring his figure. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected such quick reactions from them, especially Fujin, who seemed to have used the body flicker technique without any hand signs. Fujin, having used the body flicker, reflected on how he had reacted on instinct. He noticed the dust rising and realized he needed to locate Renjiro. Mieko activated her Sharingan, and Hoka activated his Byakugan, both searching for their sensei. Fujin, now aware that he could no longer hide his abilities, decided to use them freely while hoping to keep some of his secrets safe for a while longer. While Fujin contemplated his next move, Hoka and Mieko charged towards Renjiro to engage him. Renjiro stood ready, waiting for their assault. Hoka was the first to reach him, but Mieko threw a few shurikens at Renjiro. He dodged them effortlessly and engaged Hoka in hand-to-hand combat, countering his gentle fist style with ease. When Mieko joined the fray, Renjiro managed to suppress both of them without much difficulty. However, he soon frowned, realizing he could not sense Fujin at all. Taking advantage of the distraction created by his teammates, Fujin had concealed himself and his chakra. Although Renjiro couldn't locate him, Fujin monitored the fight closely, waiting for the right moment to intervene. That moment arrived when Renjiro struck Hoka. Fujin seized the opportunity and launched a shuriken with all his strength. Renjiro smirked, recognizing the feigned opening as a common tactic among inexperienced fighters. He stepped back to evade the shuriken, but to his surprise, it curved toward him. Sensing something unusual, he decided to catch it instead of dodging. As he grasped the shuriken, he detected two small chakra signatures behind him. Turning around, he saw two wind spheres approaching. He attempted to dodge, but Mieko unleashed a fireball technique in the direction he planned to move. Adjusting his course, he evaded both jutsus and created distance from his students. Hoka, seeing this, rushed forward to engage Renjiro in close combat. As Hoka charged, Renjiro acknowledged the progress they had made. Their teamwork still needed improvement, but they were learning to capitalize on each other's strengths. He noted the wind on the shuriken, indicating that Fujin had used the projectile control technique. Instead of pressing forward with a reckless attack, Fujin had chosen to vanish again, waiting for another chance. Renjiro continued to spar with Hoka and Mieko, while Fujin remained hidden, contemplating his next move. He decided to create a shadow clone. After a minute, it appeared that Hoka and Mieko were struggling. The clone interrupted Renjiro by launching two wind explosion techniques, followed by shurikens. Renjiro dodged all of them and advanced toward Fujin for close combat. However, the clone flickered and positioned itself behind Mieko and Hoka. As Renjiro approached, Hoka prepared to engage him. But Fujin sensed a significant buildup of chakra from Mieko and shouted for Hoka to move aside. His warning caught Hoka's attention, and he quickly shifted away, creating distance as Mieko began weaving hand signs, gathering her chakra. Frustrated by the fight, Mieko had been trying to use her Sharingan for a genjutsu on Renjiro, but he had not once met her gaze. In her exasperation, she unleashed the Fire Dragon technique, pouring nearly all her chakra into it. Fujin's clone, sensing her frustration, used the Great Breakthrough technique just after she launched her jutsu, aiming to amplify the power and size of the Fire Dragon. Not wanting to confront it directly, Renjiro flickered away just in time. The sheer power of the jutsu astonished both Hoka and Mieko, especially Mieko, who was left in awe. Meanwhile, Fujin kept a close watch on Renjiro. He noticed that Renjiro had flickered without using any hand signs, just enough to narrowly avoid the jutsus. Fujin thought about how this was the first time Renjiro had used a ninjutsu. Realizing that the fight was nearing its end, he noted that both Hoka and Mieko were exhausted, while he still felt fine. Unfortunately, he lacked a strong long-range technique, limiting his options despite being hidden. Suddenly, Fujin instinctively used the body flicker technique. However, just as he leaped, a hand emerged from the ground and caught his right leg, causing him to tumble forward. He managed to brace himself with his arms, preventing serious injury. In an instant, another hand seized the back of his neck, pinning him to the ground. Recognizing Renjiro's chakra signature, Fujin was taken aback, realizing he had not sensed him at all. He quickly accessed his clone's memories, preparing for what would come next. His clone had been dispelled, and Hoka and Mieko had been defeated. Renjiro pondered the situation, questioning how his opponent had managed to create a clone without him noticing. He recalled the dust that had provided cover and wondered if that brief moment had allowed the other to hide. He was usually able to sense anyone who was aware of him, even if they merely glanced in his direction. Renjiro considered the implications of his opponent's instincts, realizing that despite his perfect chakra control, the other had anticipated his attack. He released his grip on Fujin's neck and instructed him to follow. They made their way to where Hoka and Mieko lay on the ground, both looking worse for wear with swollen faces and bruised limbs. Renjiro had defeated them and dispelled Fujin's clone, reflecting on the situation. He hoped that the experience would teach them humility. After absorbing his clone's memories, Renjiro regarded Fujin with newfound respect. The boy had successfully hidden from his clone not once, but twice. If not for the fact that his clone possessed only half of Renjiro's chakra, it might not have identified Fujin as a clone. Renjiro noted that while Fujin had a commendable mindset, he lacked effective long-range jutsu, which put him at a disadvantage. He also felt that Fujin had surrendered too quickly when caught, though it had spared him from further punishment. Renjiro believed that a little challenge would aid in Fujin's development, but the boy remained blissfully unaware of Renjiro's thoughts. In Training Ground 17, Fujin and his new sensei were alone. Renjiro inquired why Fujin had not used swords during their sparring session. Fujin explained that he did not own any swords, as even the cheapest ones were too expensive for him. Renjiro had anticipated this response and assured Fujin that he would teach him how to wield swords. He had several available for use and planned to assess Fujin's skills and find the right sword size for him. Afterward, the third Hokage would order custom-made samurai swords for him. Fujin expressed his gratitude as Renjiro produced a storage scroll and opened it. Fujin recognized it as a storage scroll, likely crafted by Renjiro himself. With a hand sign, Renjiro summoned 12 swords from the scroll. Fujin selected 2 that were similar in size to those he had previously used and mentioned this to Renjiro. The sensei agreed to start with those swords and suggested they spar again to evaluate Fujin's sword skills. As they sparred, both had different thoughts. Fujin felt relieved that his sensei was not the intimidating figure he had initially perceived. Renjiro, however, had mixed feelings about Fujin's swordsmanship. He noted that while Fujin's fundamentals were solid, especially for someone who had trained with swords for less than a year, he lacked style. His attacks and defenses were straightforward, relying heavily on speed and strength. Renjiro concluded that if he matched Fujin's speed and strength, the boy would likely struggle to keep up. After a few more minutes of sparring, Renjiro called a halt. He saw potential in Fujin, comparing him to unpolished jade. The absence of bad habits could be advantageous for mastering a single style, even if it might hinder long-term development. Renjiro then increased his speed to match Fujin's, skillfully creating an opening and bringing his sword close to Fujin's throat. He announced that they would move on to new forms. Renjiro demonstrated several forms for Fujin to replicate and practice. Their training continued for 3 hours before Renjiro dismissed him. Afterward, Renjiro reported to Hiruzen. Upon entering the office, Hiruzen asked about the kids. Renjiro responded that they were very promising, stronger than average genin. Hoka had reached Chunin level in taijutsu, while Mieko was comparable in ninjutsu, though she needed to increase her chakra reserves. Fujin's ninjutsu was also commendable. While weaker than Mieko's, he demonstrated greater skill and had higher chakra reserves. Renjiro was particularly impressed by Fujin's tactical thinking, which rivaled that of seasoned mission veterans. Even without active strategizing, the kids had managed to capitalize on the openings created by their teammates. Renjiro believed they would easily pass a test to become genin. Hiruzen nodded, acknowledging the results. He was particularly intrigued by Fujin's tactical prowess, which explained his top ranking in the written exams. He then asked about Fujin's sword skills. Renjiro admitted that it was too early to tell. While Fujin's basics were solid, his future learning depended on his talent and effort. Hiruzen agreed to leave it in Renjiro's hands and dismissed him. The next day, Fujin woke up at 4:20 a.m., reflecting on how he once thought waking up at 5 a.m. was early. Now, he was expected to gather at the training ground by that time, which was over 15 kilometers from his home. He resigned himself to the morning run, considering it an opportunity to enhance his training by increasing the pressure of the seal on his body during the run. Fujin arrived at the training grounds just before 5 a.m., finding both Hoka and Mieko already there. He greeted them and waited for Renjiro, who arrived promptly at 5 a.m. and greeted the kids in return. Renjiro began by stating that from that day forward, they would meet daily at 5 a.m. to start their mornings with rigorous physical training. He then turned to Mieko and noted that while Fujin and Hoka had well-developed physiques, Mieko did not have any seals on her body to enhance her physical strength. Mieko shook her head in response. Renjiro instructed her to ask her parents to obtain a seal for her before the week ended. Mieko nodded in agreement. He then addressed Hoka and Fujin, inquiring about the maximum pressure their seals could apply. Hoka mentioned that his seal could apply a maximum weight of 125 kilograms, while Fujin stated his could handle 250 kilograms. Hoka felt a twinge of jealousy at Fujin's superior seal. Renjiro continued by asking how much pressure they were currently using. Hoka replied that he was using 30%, while Fujin said he was at 13.5%. Upon hearing Hoka's response, Fujin sighed internally, realizing that Hoka's higher percentage allowed him to keep pace more easily. Meanwhile, Hoka felt a surge of pride, thinking that even though Fujin's seal was stronger, he was applying more pressure on his body. Mieko, however, felt frustrated and upset, realizing that this was why the two of them moved so quickly. She wondered why no one had informed her about this method to gain strength. Renjiro thought to himself that he could make their physical training more challenging than he had initially planned. He announced that it was time to begin their training, and Team 3 embarked on their first session under their new sensei. Everyone was enthusiastic, knowing that personal training from an elite jounin would be invaluable. Regardless of their individual dreams, becoming an elite jounin was a necessary step toward achieving them. In the first half hour, all three were full of energy. However, as the next half hour passed, their enthusiasm began to wane. After an hour, Mieko struggled to keep up, and even Hoka, usually aloof, noticed that she was on the verge of tears. Hoka managed to maintain his pace and looked forward to the remaining 3 hours, while Fujin felt a growing sense of regret about his decision to increase the pressure of his seal for the morning run. When the training finally concluded at 9 a.m., Hoka and Fujin collapsed to the ground, barely able to move. Mieko had already lost consciousness earlier in the session. Neither Fujin nor Hoka noticed when Renjiro picked her up and laid her under a tree. Fujin would have protested about child protection laws, but he was too exhausted to think straight. He observed that Mieko regained consciousness a few minutes after the training ended, which struck him as odd. Renjiro chuckled to himself, assuring them that there was no need to overreact, as it had merely been a light morning workout. He instructed them to move under the tree to rest. They managed to wobble over and leaned against the trunk. Renjiro tossed each of them a couple of ration bars and a water bottle, telling them they could rest for the next hour and should hydrate themselves after half an hour. He then flickered away. As soon as he left, both Fujin and Hoka slid down and began to doze off. This annoyed Mieko, who urged them to wake up, insisting they couldn't sleep all day. Hoka dismissed her, stating they hadn't slept during the workout, while Fujin echoed his sentiment, suggesting they should be allowed to rest for another 30 to 40 minutes. They both returned to sleep, leaving Mieko frustrated as she made noise to rouse them, but they were too tired to respond. After about half an hour, Mieko managed to wake them. Once they were awake, they quickly consumed the ration bars and drained the water bottle. The brief nap restored some of their energy, but the muscle aches remained. Fujin sighed, expressing that every muscle in his body ached. Hoka agreed, noting that he didn't expect the discomfort to subside anytime soon. Fujin added that if this was to be a daily routine, they were in for a challenge. Mieko's eyes widened in alarm, as she had struggled to complete the workout. She questioned how they would manage such intensity every day. Fujin found her reaction amusing, thinking that she was clearly overwhelmed. He reflected on how he had initially been upset about not meeting Guy, but now he realized that this training, while intense, was still a valuable experience. He suspected that Guy's training would be even more demanding. Hoka tried to reassure Mieko, explaining that he had been doing such workouts for years and that their bodies would eventually adapt. The results would be worth it, he assured her. Mieko felt somewhat calmed by his words, but Fujin interjected, suggesting that Renjiro would likely increase the difficulty before they became comfortable. Mieko's anxiety resurfaced as she asked if they could deceive their sensei about the pressure they were applying. Hoka agreed that it was possible, but Fujin countered that Renjiro would be able to gauge their exhaustion levels after the workouts. Hoka pondered Fujin's motives, feeling that he was trying to comfort Mieko while simultaneously making her more anxious. He shrugged it off, focusing on his own determination to grow stronger. Mieko continued to search for solutions to her predicament but found herself at a loss. She had one thought she wanted to share with her teammates, whether they could ask their sensei to lower the difficulty of the workout. However, her pride held her back. She resolved to work harder and improve her physique, reminding herself that she was the only one to graduate from her class, which demonstrated her superiority over others. There was no way a single routine would deter her from achieving her dream. Fujin, feeling sore, was too focused on his own discomfort to notice the determination in his teammates' expressions. However, another person was paying attention. Renjiro, observing from a distance, smiled at the determined looks on Hoka and Mieko's faces. He thought to himself that their determination would lead to rapid growth in their abilities. Unfortunately, he noted that Fujin did not appear as motivated. Renjiro considered that just because Fujin lacked a determined look didn't mean he was discouraged. Although Fujin had mentioned future challenges, he didn't seem inclined to back down. Renjiro decided he would have a clearer understanding after a few more training sessions. If Fujin wasn't determined, he had a few strategies to inspire him. If Fujin had known his sensei's plans, he would have felt a shiver down his spine. As the break neared its end, Fujin and Hoka stood up to stretch, with Mieko following their lead. Uncertain of what intense session awaited them, they decided to loosen their muscles. Soon, Renjiro approached them and stated that before starting the next session, they needed to discuss their training routines. Renjiro went over each student's routine individually, planning to train them from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. and from 10 a.m. to noon. For Fujin, there would be an additional 3 hours of training from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. He adjusted everyone's routines to fit his training plans and recommended diets that included numerous ration bars. He suggested they consume one at 4:15 a.m., two at 9:30 a.m., and another one or two during lunch. He explained that ration bars were designed for ninjas on long missions away from Konoha, containing everything necessary for a ninja's sustenance. Additionally, he advised them to include protein-rich foods in their diets. Fujin groaned at the thought of his schedule. He reflected that it was unusual for a Jounin sensei to dedicate so much time to training their genin. He recalled that aside from Kakashi teaching Sasuke Chidori and Guy training Lee, he didn't think any of the other 10 had received significant instruction from their sensei. With Renjiro planning to occupy his entire day, Fujin worried he wouldn't have time to practice Fuinjutsu or learn new ninjutsu. He hoped the trade-off would be worth it. Renjiro began the next training session, considering how tired his students were. He decided to keep it light, focusing on teamwork and formations, nothing too complicated, just applying what they had learned in the academy. At noon, Renjiro halted the training and gathered everyone. He informed Fujin that they would skip his sword practice for the day and instead assigned all 3 students to visit the library to decide what they wanted to learn over the next year. They would discuss their choices the following day, and he reminded them about their daily training sessions at 5 a.m. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko nodded in agreement and expressed their gratitude. Hoka and Mieko headed home, while Fujin went to Yakiniku-Q for lunch. Despite the intense training he had undergone over the past 5 years, nothing compared to the challenges he faced that day. Yet, he found himself looking forward to how much stronger this training would make him. After lunch, he made his way to the library. He entered Section C and began searching for Wind Release Jutsus. He also wanted to explore Rank C Earth Release Jutsus but hesitated, thinking that his sensei might be watching. He decided to check those later. To his surprise, he discovered that the number of Rank C Wind Release Jutsus exceeded that of Rank D and E. After reviewing them all, he compiled a list of Rank C Wind Release Jutsus, which included Gale Palm Jutsu, Great Breakthrough Jutsu, Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu, Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Wind Cutter Jutsu, Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu, Air Current Wild Dance Jutsu. Having already learned the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, he read the scrolls for the remaining jutsus to deepen his understanding. After studying, he concluded that Gale Palm Jutsu was essentially a more advanced version of Gale Surge Jutsu, providing 360-degree coverage but lacking in power. He noted that Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu was a superior defensive technique, capable of reflecting attacks. Wind instantaneous body jutsu resembled body flicker jutsu, allowing the user to move swiftly with the wind, making it an effective escape technique. Wind cutter jutsu and faithful wind blade jutsu were offensive techniques, with the former using wind to slice through enemies, while the latter required a blade as a base to create a long, sharp wind blade. He speculated that the jutsu Baki used was a more advanced form of this technique. Air current wild dance jutsu was useful for controlling the battlefield and restricting enemies. Wind gale wolf jutsu and wind dragon jutsu seemed particularly exciting, as they involved creating a wolf or dragon from a wind sphere, with the potential to summon more wolves as the user grew stronger or to unleash wind explosions with the dragon. He analyzed the jutsus further, realizing that many were not limited by their ranks and could perform at the level of rank S jutsus if the caster was skilled enough. He noted that spinning shield of wind jutsu, wind gale wolf jutsu, and wind dragon jutsu were classified as rank CS, depending on the user's strength. At rank C, spinning shield of wind could only deflect weapons back. As the jutsus grew stronger, they could reflect lower-level ninjutsu back, and at their peak, they were said to be capable of reflecting rank A jutsus. For the wind gale wolf jutsu, the number of wolves that could be formed was significant. At rank C, only one wolf could be created, but at rank S, the caster could summon hundreds of these wolves, making it incredibly useful against an army. The wind dragon jutsu's effectiveness depended on the size of the dragon and the number of wind explosion jutsus it could unleash. According to the scroll, someone with a large chakra reserve and excellent chakra control could create a dragon over a kilometer long, capable of firing hundreds of wind explosion jutsus. Even though other jutsus weren't stated to reach such levels, he imagined they could be much stronger. For instance, the faithful wind blade jutsu could potentially be extended in size or made much sharper. Similarly, the wind instantaneous body jutsu could likely allow movement over tens of kilometers. He calmed himself and pondered the situation. The only issue was that he hadn't heard of anyone using these jutsus. Even if they had that potential, if no one could reach it, there must be some reason. After a few minutes of analysis, he concluded that relying on his memories of Naruto was unreliable. It was likely that wind affinity ninjas in Konoha practiced these jutsus, but he was simply unaware of them. It was not surprising, yet he wished to know if there had ever been a character who used these jutsus to their full potential. Realizing he had lost focus, he decided to choose which jutsus to learn. After careful consideration, he settled on the spinning shield of wind jutsu, wind gale wolf jutsu, wind dragon jutsu, faithful wind blade jutsu, and wind instantaneous body jutsu. He determined that he didn't currently need the battlefield control provided by the air current wild dance jutsu. For defense, escaping underground and the spinning shield of wind jutsu were better options than the gale palm jutsu. While the wind cutter jutsu could have been useful, he had another idea in mind. While analyzing the jutsus, Fujin noticed two peculiarities. He wondered if the faithful wind blade jutsu might be a better option than chakra flow. He considered the possibility of using it to send a slash of wind in samurai saber techniques instead of a chakra slash. He also contemplated whether this could be used in conjunction with chakra flow. The other jutsus, wind dragon jutsu and wind gale wolf jutsu, had the same starting point. He questioned whether he could create wolves that unleashed wind explosion jutsus or multiple dragons. These ideas intrigued him greatly, and he decided to experiment with them once he was strong enough. After finalizing his choices, he resolved to explore the entire library to see if anyone had ever used these jutsus to their limits. As he stood to return the scrolls, he noticed Mieko's presence, having not realized she was there. He sensed Hoka nearby as well, who was in Section D. Both Hoka and Mieko had arrived in the library after Fujin. Unlike him, they had guidance from their ninja parents and were also mentored by their clan elders due to their talents. They had never visited the village library before, as all their jutsus were taught directly to them. However, respecting Renjiro's wishes, the elders allowed them to research in the village library this time. They would discuss Mieko and Hoka's plans with them before approaching Renjiro. Hoka was engrossed in a scroll on the body flicker jutsu in Section D. He sighed, feeling that the library was filled with ninjutsu. He had attempted to read scrolls on taijutsu but found them lacking, Nothing compared to their gentle fist style. He felt frustrated, wishing to focus solely on taijutsu. He decided to tell his sensei he would learn the body flicker jutsu, impressed by how Fujin had blitzed around. He realized that if his enemy knew this jutsu, he wouldn't even be able to touch them. Yet, he anticipated his father would still scold him, unable to understand his desire to concentrate only on taijutsu. Meanwhile, Mieko had gone straight to Section C, searching for more fire release jutsus. She questioned why her father had made her search through jutsus here instead of teaching her stronger ones. However, while looking, she stumbled upon something surprising. She found the fire release 4 jutsu and wondered why it was categorized in Section C. It seemed more appropriate as a rank B jutsu, while fire release 5 should be rank A. After reading the scroll, she felt satisfied. This jutsu finally had some power behind it. The fire release 4 jutsu was similar to fire release 2, involving pointing 2 fingers to release a heat ray, but with much greater power, comparable to a very hot kunai. She thought that with this jutsu, she could compete with Hoka and Fujin in close combat. Getting hit by it would be painful and hard to dodge at close range. Although she didn't like to admit it, both of them were physically stronger than her, and Hoka's gentle fist style was difficult to counter despite her Sharingan. With this jutsu, she could match them in close combat while already being superior in ranged combat. She then searched for other jutsus and decided to learn the Flame Sphere Jutsu and Fireproof Jutsu, thinking that she lacked defensive jutsus, making these potentially useful. Fujin, meanwhile, ignored his teammates and began his search with the Kazekages. He realized he didn't know much about them. The syllabus hadn't focused on the past Kazekages, nor did it mention which jutsus were used by any foreign kage. He recalled Gaara, his father, and the third Kazekage, but not much detail was provided. Gaara manipulated sand, Raza manipulated gold, and his predecessor manipulated iron, with their combat styles centered around those elements. He hoped the first and second Kazekages were different and that the third and fourth Kazekages had more to offer. After a while of gathering data on the 3 Kazekages, he had already read about Raza in the bingo book, though it lacked information on the deceased. After nearly 2 hours of sifting through various scrolls and summarizing the information, Fujin understood that the first Kazekage was a user of magnet release Kekkei Genkai and had founded Sunigakure, ruling with an iron fist, unlike Hashirama. Many tribes and clans in the vicinity were forced to either join or evacuate. It seemed that the Kazekage wanted to maintain his position within his clan by announcing his second son as his successor. Unfortunately for him, Tobirama eliminated all 3 of his sons during a clash in the First War. Later, he himself was defeated by the second Tsuchikage's dust release in the same conflict. Lacking a strong leader, the clan had to appoint a student of the first Kazekage as the second Kazekage. Simultaneously, they began training the first Kazekage's grandson for the position of the third Kazekage. While all the Kazekages were skilled in wind release, the second Kazekage was a true master of the element. The legends found in ancient scrolls originated from him. To protect a vital location, he created a wind dragon so immense that its tail was invisible. He could summon hundreds of wolves to attack enemy forces and had the ability to fly, engaging in battles with the second Tsuchikage multiple times. It was believed that all of Danzo's vacuum jutsus were derived from the second Kazekage as well. However, towards the end of the First War, Tobirama defeated the second Kazekage. Despite this loss, the clan did not surrender and retreated to their deserts, where no one dared to pursue them. Fujin pondered how Konoha acquired these jutsus, considering it unlikely for both Konoha and Suna to possess them independently. He reached 3 conclusions. Either Tobirama had an Uchiha monitoring him to copy his jutsus, or he used Impure World Resurrection to obtain them, or Suna was compelled to hand over these jutsus after their significant defeat in the Second War. Knowing Tobirama, Fujin speculated that he likely employed both of the first 2 methods, while Hiruzen took advantage of the situation in the Second War to present Konoha's acquisition of these jutsus as legitimate. Regardless, the potential of these wind release jutsus was undeniable. The first Great Ninja War had been brutal. By the end, every village had to elect their third Kage. Only Tobirama and the second Raikage survived, but both were killed during peace talks when the Ginkaku brothers revolted. This might explain why subsequent wars were less intense. No Kage died in the Second Great Ninja War, and the third Raikage was the only Kage to perish in the Third Great Ninja War. It seemed that some form of restraint had been learned. Fujin wondered if the First War was the reason Hiruzen emphasized peace so much and why Inoki chose to remain passive, earning him the reputation of a fence-sitter instead of being more proactive. Determined to validate the potential of the jutsus, Fujin decided to read an entire scroll to understand how the jutsu should be learned. After analyzing it, he resolved to start with the Faithful Wind Blade Jutsu, believing it would aid in his samurai saber techniques training with Renjiro. However, he needed to confirm this with Renjiro first. Mieko and Hoka had already left the library when Fujin was searching for information on the Kazekages. Upon arriving home, Hoka's father inquired about his learning decisions. Hoka, adopting a serious demeanor, announced his choice to learn the body flicker jutsu. After a brief pause, his father urged him to elaborate. Hoka, appearing confused, asked what more was expected of him. His father pressed for additional plans, prompting Hoka to declare his intention to learn more taijutsu. This revelation finally broke his father's stoic expression, leading to a playful punch on Hoka's head. His father then took him to their clan's library to select more jutsus. A similar conversation unfolded at Mieko's home. Her parents were pleased with her choice to learn fire release, 4 jutsu. However, her mother cautioned her that 2 of her selected jutsus lacked sufficient defense. She explained that the flame sphere would only defend against a single attack, and the fireproof jutsu would only provide immunity to fire release jutsus. Mieko's mother suggested learning earth or water release jutsus for better defense. After considering her parents' advice, Mieko agreed but insisted on also learning the flame sphere and fireproof jutsus. Recognizing their daughter's talent, her parents consented, and they headed to the Uchiha library to find additional jutsus. The next day began with the usual rigorous morning workout. At 10 a.m., Renjiro asked the group about their learning decisions. Mieko, eager to speak first, quickly shared her plans to learn fire release. For jutsu, flame sphere jutsu, fireproof jutsu, earth military movement jutsu, and hiding like a mole jutsu. Renjiro nodded and inquired about her reasoning. Mieko explained that since she already knew fire release, 3 jutsu, learning fire release, 4 was the logical next step, providing a strong option in close combat. She added that the earth military movement jutsu and hiding like a mole jutsu would help her evade enemy attacks, while the flame sphere jutsu would serve as a defense if she found herself airborne. The fireproof jutsu would grant her immunity to fire release jutsus. Fujin, listening to Mieko's well-prepared response, thought to himself that she had memorized her reasoning well. He considered learning the hiding like a mole jutsu as well, hoping it included a method for breathing underground. Although he had devised a few ways to create cracks in the surface for airflow, it was not entirely reliable. Renjiro noticed Mieko's memorization too and sighed internally, recognizing that they had assisted her in her decision-making. He deemed her plan sufficient but emphasized that she would need to train to perform fire release, for jutsu without hand signs. Mieko, puzzled, asked how and why this was necessary. Renjiro explained that enemies would not wait for her to perform hand signs during close combat and assured her that he would teach her the method. Intrigued, Mieko nodded excitedly. Renjiro then turned to Fujin, who stated his intention to learn the spinning shield of wind jutsu, wind gale wolf jutsu, wind dragon jutsu, faithful wind blade jutsu, and wind instantaneous body jutsu. This surprised Renjiro, who thought it unusual for Fujin to want to learn 5 rank C wind release jutsus. He had planned to suggest a couple of jutsus in case Fujin chose only 1 or 2. Fujin considered the situation and thought it would be beneficial to teach Renjiro some techniques later. Although he tried to hide his surprise, Fujin noticed Renjiro's reaction. Internally, he sighed, wishing he could train in secret, but Renjiro rarely allowed him any free time. He realized that if he only mentioned a couple of techniques, he might be limited to just those for a while. Renjiro nodded and inquired about Fujin's choices. Fujin explained that the spinning shield of wind technique would help him defend against frontal attacks and allow for counterattacks. The Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon techniques would enable him to strike from a distance and control the battlefield, giving him options for both land and aerial attacks. He mentioned that the Wind Instantaneous Body technique was an escape method, while he believed the Faithful Wind Blade would complement his Samurai Saber techniques, so he planned to start with it. Renjiro reflected on Fujin's choices, noting how well he had done without guidance. He recognized that Fujin had selected 2 long-range techniques, 1 defensive, 1 close-range, and 1 escape technique, along with 2 usable mid-range techniques. He praised Fujin's thinking but reminded him that he would eventually need to learn a second element. While wind was effective for offense, it lacked defensive capabilities. He advised against learning the Faithful Wind Blade technique at this stage, explaining that it would become an obstacle until he had mastered it. Instead, he suggested starting with the Wind Dragon technique. Fujin questioned why the Wind Dragon technique should be learned first, suggesting that the Wind Gale Wolf technique might be easier to grasp initially. Renjiro was impressed by the question and explained that he had plans for the Wind Dragon technique, assuring Fujin that mastering it would make learning the Wind Gale Wolf technique easier. Fujin nodded, still feeling that learning the Wind Dragon technique would be challenging. Renjiro then turned his attention to Hoka, who expressed his decision to learn the Body Flicker technique, Stone Shuriken technique, Rock Thorn Bed technique, Rock Thorn Launch technique, and Water Shuriken technique. Fujin and Mieko noticed a hint of sadness in Hoka's tone. Renjiro understood Hoka's reluctance toward ninjutsu but thought there was no need for him to look so distressed. He considered the techniques Hoka had chosen, noting the Hyuga clan's focus on earth and water elements. He recognized that even without elemental affinities, they trained in those elements. Hoka had chosen only 1 rank C technique, with the rest being rank D, leading Renjiro to conclude that he would need to take a slow approach with him. Renjiro asked Hoka why he had chosen those techniques. Hoka recited the answer his father had drilled into him, explaining that the Body Flicker technique would enhance his speed, allowing him to close the distance in combat. He elaborated that the Stone Shuriken technique would help him engage enemies just outside his range, while the Water Shuriken technique would be useful in aquatic environments. The Rock Thorn Bed technique would prevent enemies from escaping, and the Rock Thorn Launch technique would be a counter if an enemy tried to leap away. Renjiro nodded, recognizing the typical Hyuga strategy of using the Rock Thorn Bed technique for a different purpose. He resolved to ensure Hoka learned more rank C earth and water techniques. Looking at all 3 students, Renjiro prepared to explain the purpose of their exercise. He asked them which rank of jutsu they would like to use. Mieko quickly expressed her desire to learn and utilize rank S techniques, looking at Renjiro with hopeful eyes. He chuckled internally and observed the other 2. Fujin appeared deep in thought, while Hoka seemed tense and, sweating, stated that rank D techniques were sufficient for him. Mieko glared at Hoka for his response. Renjiro then turned to Fujin, who expressed a desire to use rank A or S techniques but was concerned about the chakra requirements. He pointed out that if a single rank S technique drained all his chakra, it would be pointless. Renjiro smiled at Fujin's analytical response, appreciating his thoughtfulness. He explained that the exercise was designed for them to find the techniques best suited to their abilities. Regardless of their future ranks, the techniques they would rely on most would be rank C. He emphasized that higher-rank techniques consumed more chakra, which could hinder their ability to fight for extended PRDS. He allowed a moment for the Genins to absorb this information before continuing, stressing that their future success would depend on their proficiency with rank C techniques. He clarified that it wasn't about the number of rank C techniques they knew but rather how effectively they could use them. Renjiro then instructed Fujin to demonstrate his great breakthrough technique on the nearby trees. Fujin complied, performing the hand signs and unleashing the technique. A powerful gust of wind shook the branches, causing leaves and twigs to scatter. The winds left noticeable marks on the trees. After a minute, the winds subsided, and Fujin assessed that he had used about 25% of his full power with the technique. Renjiro then demonstrated his own great breakthrough technique. With a single hand sign, he unleashed a force far greater than Fujin's, uprooting several trees and creating a powerful gust that affected Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko, forcing them to brace themselves against the ground. Hoka and Mieko were astonished by the display, while Fujin couldn't help but think about the environmental impact of such power. Mieko, filled with enthusiasm, asked how Renjiro's technique was so much stronger than Fujin's. Renjiro explained that he had mastered the technique to a greater degree. Internally, Fujin disagreed, noting that Renjiro still needed a hand sign and had simply channeled more chakra into the technique. Renjiro continued, clarifying that he had not yet unleashed his full power nor completely mastered the technique. Had it been Lord Hokage, he could have leveled this entire forest with just this jutsu. Mieko, Fujin, and Hoka were surprised and excited by this information, though Fujin felt a sense of unease. He thought about how much more intimidating Hiruzen was in this context compared to the Naruto series. He wondered if Orochimaru would truly be able to defeat him. Satisfied with his students' reactions, Renjiro explained the importance of mastering proper rank C jutsus. He emphasized that these would be the jutsus they relied on most in the future. While he acknowledged the value of higher rank jutsus, he stressed that without a solid foundation in rank C jutsus, they would struggle to become truly strong. Mieko and Fujin nodded in agreement, but Hoka appeared reluctant. Renjiro turned to Hoka and reminded him that no matter how skilled he became in taijutsu, he would never be a strong ninja without mastering some effective rank C jutsus. Hoka looked down, murmuring that he could still become a strong ninja without ninjutsu. Renjiro sighed and proposed a spar between Fujin and Hoka. Mieko pouted, feeling left out of the action. Renjiro positioned Hoka and Fujin for the spar, and as they took their places, he secretly whispered to Fujin. Hoka and Fujin faced each other, standing 10 meters apart. Renjiro announced that they could use everything they knew ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and kenjutsu, but cautioned them not to inflict any serious harm. Both kids nodded in understanding. With a decisive command, Renjiro signaled the start of the fight. Hoka activated his Byakugan and charged forward, eager to engage Fujin in close combat. However, Fujin swiftly flickered away, creating distance between them. He prepared a wind explosion jutsu in each hand. Seeing this, Hoka halted and quickly began forming hand signs for the rock shield jutsu. Recognizing the hand signs, Fujin launched one wind sphere at Hoka. The pressure mounted, but Hoka managed to create the rock shield just in time. The wind sphere struck the shield and exploded, sending a gust of wind swirling around them. Relieved that his defense held, Hoka momentarily let his guard down. This lapse proved to be a mistake, as Hoka's Byakugan detected another wind sphere approaching from the left. He attempted to jump away, but the explosion from the wind sphere caught him off guard. The resulting gust knocked him off balance, causing him to fall awkwardly. Quickly regaining his footing, Hoka saw another wind sphere coming straight for him. This time, he chose to run rather than jump. However, more wind spheres followed, and for the next 15 seconds, he focused solely on dodging. The winds from the earlier explosions left small scratches across his body, and his clothes were in tatters. Finally, Hoka steadied himself and began to evade the wind spheres more effectively. Using his Byakugan, he anticipated the attacks and dodged with precision. Fujin noted that he was only using a fraction of his true power and creating the wind spheres at a reduced rate. Despite this, Hoka was struggling. It seemed time to bring the spar to a close. Fujin halved the number of wind spheres he was launching, allowing Hoka to close the distance. Hoka felt a surge of determination, thinking that he could finally finish the fight with his gentle fist technique. As the gap between them narrowed to 10 meters, Fujin began to retreat. Hoka, eager to keep up, increased his speed. However, Fujin quickly formed a few hand signs. Realizing what was happening, Hoka panicked and attempted to form the rock shield jutsu, but it was too late. Fujin unleashed a powerful gust of wind that sent Hoka flying backward. Renjiro observed that Fujin had intentionally minimized the chakra in his jutsu, making it less intense. Had he unleashed his full power, Hoka could have been seriously injured. The winds carried Hoka about 50 meters back, dragging him along the ground and leaving him with numerous scratches. As the gust subsided, Fujin picked up a small pebble and tossed it at Hoka. As expected, Hoka stood up, ready to continue fighting. He noticed the pebble approaching and sidestepped, but to his surprise, the pebble suddenly changed direction and struck him in the chest. Though it caused no real harm, Renjiro declared the spar over, announcing Fujin as the winner. Hoka dropped to his knees, feeling dejected. Deep down, he knew that if Fujin had used a shuriken instead of a pebble, the outcome would have been far worse. This loss weighed heavily on him. Fujin and Renjiro had anticipated this result. Hoka had never lost a fight in his 4 years at the academy, even defeating seniors during his second graduation exam. Yet, this time, he had been thoroughly outmatched. Renjiro, observing Hoka's crestfallen expression, sighed. While he had expected this outcome, he hadn't anticipated how one-sided it would be. Hoka had not even had a chance. He then turned his attention to Fujin, impressed by how well he had controlled the battle. Fujin had orchestrated the entire fight, leading Hoka exactly where he wanted him. Renjiro felt a surge of interest in Fujin's potential, considering that he might play a significant role in future conflicts. He looked at Hoka and asked if he now understood the importance of ninjutsu. Hoka looked up at his sensei, and Renjiro continued, pointing out that Hoka's opponent had used 2 rank D jutsus and 1 rank C jutsu, while he had relied solely on a single defensive rank E jutsu. Hoka specialized in taijutsu, but he hadn't even had the opportunity to engage his enemy in it. He nodded sadly at Renjiro, who offered a kind smile and reassured him. Renjiro acknowledged Hoka's enthusiasm for taijutsu but emphasized the importance of knowing ninjutsu as well to use taijutsu effectively. He explained that no ninja had ever become strong by solely focusing on taijutsu while neglecting other skills. As he spoke, Renjiro reflected on Might Due, a ninja who had challenged that notion. Due had defeated 4 swordsmen of the mist and forced the remaining 3 to flee. Just as Minato was credited for their victory against IW, Due was credited for their triumph over Kiri, which had deterred further conflict. However, Renjiro still believed in the necessity of a well-rounded skill set. Despite Due's strength, he struggled with regular missions due to his lack of knowledge in genjutsu and ninjutsu. Due's son, while preferring taijutsu, had a decent understanding of ninjutsu. Renjiro thought that if the son continued to advance in taijutsu at this rate, he might prove Renjiro's point wrong. Hoka nodded with determination, expressing his commitment to work hard on his ninjutsu. Renjiro felt relieved, thinking that he had another student on the right path. He admired the old man's effective methods in training young ninjas, which had led to the development of 3 sanins. With his team finally set, he addressed his students about the importance of rank C jutsus. Hoka, Fujin, and Mieko nodded in understanding. Renjiro instructed them to focus on learning and mastering rank C jutsus, stating that they would not attempt rank B or higher jutsus until he said otherwise. He assigned them tasks for the day, instructing Fujin and Mieko to take Hoka to the village hospital to tend to his wounds. He then asked Fujin to meet him at 2 p.m. before flickering away. On their way to the hospital, Hoka walked awkwardly due to the toll of the morning training and his injuries. Seeing him struggle, Fujin apologized, but Hoka reassured him that it was all right. Mieko encouraged Hoka to walk faster, to which he replied with his usual stoic demeanor, suggesting that had he slept longer during the morning workout, he might have walked properly. Fujin chuckled at Hoka's comment, while Mieko felt embarrassed. At the hospital, Hoka was taken to a ward where a civilian doctor cleaned his wounds. Shortly after, a medical ninja arrived to heal him and advised him to rest for the day. Fujin observed the process and felt a hint of jealousy towards Mieko, wishing he had the Sharingan to easily learn the mystical palm technique. After saying their goodbyes, they left the hospital. The next day began with the same workout routine. At 10 a.m., Renjiro announced that they would start learning new jutsus. Hoka would begin with the Rock Thorn Bed Jutsu, Fujin with the Wind Dragon Jutsu, and Mieko with Fire Release, for jutsu. The kids nodded in agreement. Renjiro made hand signs and created 3 shadow clones, each taking a scroll and guiding one of the genin to a different location in the training ground. The clones instructed the kids to read and begin practicing their jutsus, offering tips and advice as needed. Training under Renjiro continued in this manner. The morning workouts remained consistent, while the sessions from 10 a.m. to noon alternated between team formations and ninjutsu training. In the afternoons, Renjiro focused on sword training with Fujin, who practiced on his own from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., either working on his jutsus or sparring with his shadow clones. Fujin found the training invaluable. Although he could perform some jutsus without hand signs, Renjiro's guidance helped him optimize his techniques. He learned the Wind Dragon Jutsu in a week, the Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu in 2 days, the Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu in 9 days, and the Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu in 3 days. The Rank C Jutsus presented challenges, particularly the Wind Dragon and Spinning Shield of Wind, but the Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu was easy to master after learning the Wind Dragon. The Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu, similar to the Body Flicker Jutsu, allowed him to create a gust of wind to move over a larger distance without leaving traces behind, making it a superior escape technique. His sword skills improved significantly as well. After 3 weeks as a genin, he received 2 samurai swords from the Hokage's office, where he noted the Hokage's efforts to foster loyalty among the young ninjas. In the training grounds, he held the 2 swords, feeling their superior quality. That day, Renjiro began teaching him about chakra flow. Fujin, already familiar with the concept, calmed himself and feigned ignorance, pondering how to conceal his skills from Renjiro. Fujin decided to follow Renjiro's instructions closely, hoping for a different approach to chakra flow. Unlike his previous attempts, this method felt more suitable for him. Initially, he struggled, but once he grasped the technique, it became second nature. Within 3 days, he successfully channeled his chakra through his new swords, marveling at how effortless it felt. Renjiro was taken aback by Fujin's rapid progress. He pondered how someone could master chakra flow in such a short time, even considering any training he might have done at home. Renjiro analyzed Fujin's initial struggles and concluded that while he had faced challenges, the technique had quickly become intuitive for him. This realization amused Renjiro, who chuckled to himself, recognizing Fujin's exceptional talent. He laughed heartily, drawing Fujin's attention. Fujin wondered if Renjiro had noticed his progress, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment at the attention. Noticing Fujin's concerned expression, Renjiro reassured him, recalling a boastful elder from his past. He informed Fujin that now that he had learned chakra flow, they would focus on mastering it, which meant the intensity of their training would significantly increase. Fujin nodded, understanding the challenge ahead. From that moment, Renjiro became more enthusiastic in teaching the samurai saber techniques, making the training sessions increasingly demanding. Mieko and Hoka also made substantial progress. Mieko mastered all her jutsus within the first 2 weeks, while Hoka took a month to catch up. Learning the body flicker technique greatly improved Hoka's skills as a ninja. By the end of the month, Mieko successfully completed the entire morning workout. However, her joy quickly turned to dread when Renjiro instructed her to activate the training seal to 1% of its maximum capacity, while increasing the pressure on Hoka and Fujin to 32% and 15%, respectively. In addition to their individual improvements, the trio enhanced their teamwork. Within the first week, they drilled the basic 4-man and 3-man formations. Renjiro then focused on their teamwork and combination attacks, conducting numerous exercises and sparring sessions. For their combination attack, Fujin and Mieko worked together to merge their Wind Dragon and Fire Dragon jutsus. After a few days of practice, they achieved remarkable results. The Fire Dragon, enhanced by the wind, nearly doubled in size and became 4 times more powerful than either jutsu alone. The dragon could unleash a wind explosion jutsu, but instead of normal winds, it emitted scorching hot air. During their first attempt, they nearly ignited a forest, but Renjiro quickly intervened with a waterfall jutsu to extinguish the flames. Fujin reflected on the similarities between their technique and the scorch style, noting that it lacked some power. Curious, he asked Renjiro if it was possible for a single ninja to perform the combination jutsu without using clones. Mieko listened intently, intrigued by the question. Renjiro explained that it was indeed possible, requiring simultaneous use of both nature transformations. He mentioned that one could perform the hand signs for Fire Dragon Jutsu with one hand and Wind Dragon Jutsu with the other, but cautioned that this was an advanced technique not suitable for them at the moment. Fujin was surprised by this information and questioned whether using two elements simultaneously would be considered a Kekkei Genkai. Renjiro clarified that it was not a Kekkei Genkai but rather a way to complement two elements. He provided an example of the Yuki clan's ice release, which combined water and wind, explaining that combining wind and water dragons would only yield a water dragon with sharp cutting abilities, not ice. Fujin contemplated this new understanding, realizing the potential for combining jutsus. He recognized the need to train in other elements, particularly wondering about the compatibility of wind with lightning. However, he felt limited in using wind with earth. He pondered when he would be ready to learn such advanced techniques and whether revealing his abilities would prompt Renjiro to teach. He asked Renjiro when he might be prepared for this, expressing his desire to learn a second element for the combination jutsu. Renjiro shook his head, advising him to focus on mastering rank C jutsus first. He emphasized that Fujin's chakra control and molding skills needed significant improvement, along with an increase in his chakra reserves. Dejected, Fujin nodded, and Mieko shared his disappointment. One day, as their 10 a.m. session began, Renjiro informed them that they had learned a powerful combination jutsu. He encouraged them to brainstorm other jutsus that could be combined, emphasizing that while they didn't need to match the strength of the Fire Wind Dragon jutsu, they should aim to enhance their capabilities in some way. He advised them to think carefully but not to experiment just yet. He would meet them at 11, and with that, he flickered away before anyone could respond. Hoka wondered what they should do next. Fujin, who had been contemplating ideas over the past weeks, suggested that they think it through and discuss whether everyone was on board with the plan. Mieko agreed. After about 15 minutes, Mieko posed a question to Hoka about whether his water element could mix with her fire element. Hoka looked puzzled, questioning how that could work since water would typically extinguish fire. Mieko smirked, explaining that his fish spit jutsu could generate a stream of water, but it was weak compared to her fire techniques. Her fire jutsu would evaporate his water, creating a significant amount of steam. Hoka considered this for a moment, while Fujin was surprised by Mieko's suggestion, thinking that he hadn't expected her to come up with something so clever. He pointed out that while it would create steam, neither of them could control it. They both shook their heads in agreement. Fujin concluded that it could only serve as a cover for hiding. Mieko sighed in disappointment and resumed her thoughts. After a few minutes, Fujin proposed an idea for a double-layered defense. He explained that his spinning shield of wind jutsu could stop and reflect thrown weapons and some weaker techniques, but it would be breached by stronger ones. His plan was to create a wind shield, followed by Hoka using a rock shield behind it for added protection. Hoka thought it over and nodded, agreeing that it could work. Mieko, feeling left out, expressed her frustration. Fujin chuckled and suggested that Hoka use his rock shield jutsu. Hoka hesitated, recalling that their sensei had advised against testing anything. Fujin reassured him that they could use the jutsu without causing an accident, as long as he moved back a few meters afterward. Hoka nodded and got to work, performing the jutsu before quickly jumping back. Fujin thought he could have been faster and instructed him to try again, this time dodging a small pebble he would throw. Hoka made the hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground, completing the jutsu. As soon as it was done, Fujin threw the pebble, and Hoka swiftly dodged. Fujin nodded, satisfied with the speed. Mieko inquired about the big idea, and Fujin explained that they should all learn the jutsu. This way, once Hoka used it and jumped back, one of them could create another rock shield behind it, allowing them to build a multi-tiered defense on the fly. He also suggested that if all three of them channeled their chakra into the same rock shield, it could become sturdier or larger, which would be very useful. Both Hoka and Mieko agreed, and they began brainstorming more ideas. At 11 o'clock, Renjiro reappeared and asked what they had come up with. Fujin shared their plan for a multi-tiered defense, explaining how they would use the spinning shield of wind jutsu and the rock shield jutsu together. Renjiro was surprised by their idea and asked what they were planning to defend against. Mieko and Hoka looked to Fujin, who hesitantly mentioned a very strong jutsu. Renjiro cautioned them that if they needed such a defense, they were likely outmatched and should retreat. He emphasized that it wasn't wise for everyone in the squad to focus solely on defense and reminded them that there were stronger defensive jutsus than the rock shield. He encouraged them to learn it if they wanted, as it could be handy in combat. Fujin nodded, reflecting on the lesson that too much defense might not be beneficial. He then proposed another idea, for Hoka to use stone shuriken jutsu while he controlled them with projectile control jutsu. Renjiro agreed that it could work and asked if there were any other ideas. Mieko chimed in, suggesting that Fujin throw his wind explosion jutsu into her fireball jutsu to significantly extend its range. The winds from the explosion would cause the flames to spread in various directions. Renjiro approved of this idea but reminded Fujin that he would need to strengthen his wind explosion jutsu to make it effective. Hoka then shared his idea of throwing stone shurikens into Fujin's great breakthrough jutsu and Mieko's fireball jutsu to create chaos and force the enemy to be cautious of the shurikens. Renjiro advised against combining the stone shurikens with the fireball jutsu, explaining that if the enemy dodged the fireball, they would dodge the shurikens too. Hoka nodded in understanding. Seeing that the kids had no more ideas, Renjiro instructed them to begin practicing their combination jutsus. He directed Fujin to create a shadow clone to practice the stone shuriken jutsu and projectile control jutsu with Hoka, while he and Mieko would practice together. The Genins dispersed to follow their sensei's instructions, while Renjiro created a few shadow clones to monitor them. He anticipated that Hoka and Fujin's clone would be manageable, but he was certain that Fujin and Mieko would likely cause some trouble. Hoka and Fujin's shadow clone moved to a different location, marking trees with a large X. They exchanged nods and made the necessary hand signs. Hoka launched his stone shurikens toward the marked trees, and the clone attempted to control the shurikens to hit the targets. However, the first challenge Fujin had anticipated soon arose. Hoka looked at Fujin and noted that he could indeed control only 9 shurikens. Fujin confirmed this, explaining that since the shurikens were made of stone and not as well crafted as standard ones, controlling them was slightly more challenging. He suggested they try a different approach. Hoka agreed and launched the stone shuriken jutsu again. This time, Fujin employed the projectile control jutsu to manipulate all the shurikens, redirecting them to the left. Hoka observed that while all the shurikens changed direction, only 3 hit the target, a significant drop from the 16 that had struck previously. Fujin acknowledged this, clarifying that if he attempted to control all the shurikens at once, he could only move them in one direction, which compromised the control over each individual shuriken and affected their aim. Suddenly, Renjiro's clone appeared behind Fujin and Hoka. After a month of Renjiro flickering in and out, they had grown accustomed to his sudden appearances. Renjiro inquired about their chosen approach and asked Hoka to respond first. Hoka took a moment to think before explaining that the first approach would be more effective against fewer enemies, as they would first have to dodge his initial aim before dealing with the shurikens Fujin controlled. He believed the second method would be advantageous when facing many enemies, as the sudden change in direction could lead to some casualties. Even if the enemies managed to evade the shurikens, they would still be distracted, giving them more time to act. Renjiro nodded in agreement and turned to Fujin, who echoed Hoka's assessment but emphasized the need to improve his control. He noted that while the first scenario might yield satisfactory results, the second still had room for growth. He suggested that if he could manipulate a few shurikens after changing their direction, he could secure some hits rather than relying solely on luck. Renjiro encouraged them to keep practicing. Meanwhile, Mieko and Fujin had begun their own training session. Mieko initiated the practice by launching a fireball jutsu, while Fujin followed up with 2 wind spheres from behind. The wind spheres distorted the flames slightly, but it was manageable. Just before the fireball detonated, the wind spheres emerged from the front, causing the fireball to explode as expected. However, the wind spheres detonated with greater force due to the heated air, creating a small heat wave. Mieko complained that Fujin's jutsu speed was too fast, to which Fujin retorted that hers was too slow, earning a glare from her. He shrugged and suggested they try again. This time, Fujin timed his jutsu perfectly, resulting in both explosions occurring simultaneously while the wind spheres remained within the fireball. The outcome surprised them. Mieko noted that the power of the explosion had decreased, while Fujin pointed out that its range had increased unpredictably. In some directions, the flames extended twice as far as usual, while in others, they reached 7 times their normal range. Suddenly, a jet of water shot out to extinguish the flames. Renjiro's clone observed their progress and announced that they were changing locations, instructing them to follow him. As they ran, the clone asked for their thoughts on the jutsu. Fujin remarked that it was unpredictable, making it difficult for an enemy to anticipate the flame's direction. If the enemy became careless, they could sustain burns. Even if they dodged, the pressure would still be on them. Mieko agreed, stating that once the enemy was burned, they could dominate the situation. Renjiro inquired if they had any ideas for improvement. After a moment of contemplation, Fujin suggested that the direction of the explosion might be controllable based on the wind spheres positioning within the fireball. He theorized that if the wind spheres were placed in front, the flames might move forward, allowing him to anticipate the enemy's dodging direction. As Fujin spoke, Renjiro halted, and they arrived at a riverbank. He acknowledged their insights but reminded them that the wind explosion jutsu was inherently random, meaning they couldn't control the direction entirely on their own. He then turned to Mieko, emphasizing that her ability to analyze the explosion with her Sharingan would be crucial for further improvement. Mieko eagerly agreed to enhance their technique. Renjiro directed them to ensure all their explosions occurred over the river to avoid any fires. Both nodded and resumed their training. A month had passed since Renjiro began training his genins. After their morning workout and some rest, he announced that they would embark on their first mission as a team. The squad reacted immediately, with Hoka exclaiming in excitement and Mieko eagerly asking about their mission, wondering if they would confront enemy villages like Kimo or Iwa. Hoka chimed in, expressing his desire to showcase Konoha's strength through his taijutsu. Fujin observed their enthusiasm, feeling a mix of excitement and awkwardness, wishing he could share in their excitement. He maintained a cheerful expression but remained silent, pondering the nature of their first mission. He speculated whether the adults had an unspoken agreement to keep certain missions from the younger generation, perhaps to avoid discouragement or due to a desire for them to experience challenges firsthand. Renjiro, amused by the genin's enthusiasm, considered the possibility of a missing cat being the mission. He informed them that the specifics would be revealed by Lord Hokage, urging them to wait until they arrived at the office. As they made their way to the Hokage's office, Hoka and Mieko raced ahead, while Fujin reflected on how he hadn't expected to wait an entire month before their first mission. After a month of intense training, the timing of the transmigration felt fortunate. Having missed the Third War and Kurama's attack, and growing up during a time when Konoha was short on manpower, the hope was that training under Renjiro would continue for a long time. Although it left little free time, it had been beneficial for increasing strength. The team arrived at the Hokage building and waited a few minutes before entering the Hokage's office. Upon entering, they respectfully greeted Hiruzen, who was surrounded by multiple stacks of papers on his desk. He looked at Team 3 and acknowledged them, noting that they were finally ready for their first mission. His gaze lingered on Renjiro, who simply shrugged off the attention. Internally, Hiruzen sighed, reflecting on how Renjiro had disrupted all protocols, resulting in no missions for his squad for an entire month. The only other time he had seen something similar was when Orochimaru had kept his squad inactive for 6 months. At least Renjiro had agreed to take on a few rank D missions, unlike his own student. Hiruzen turned to his assistant and inquired about the available missions. The assistant handed him a paper, and Hiruzen read it aloud, revealing that Lady Seigo needed a squad to weed her garden. He smiled kindly, encouraging them to do the job well, ensuring they received positive feedback and made Konoha proud. The announcement shocked Mieko and Hoka, with Hoka muttering in disbelief about weeding a garden. Mieko echoed similar sentiments. Fujin, however, was astonished for a different reason. He admired Hiruzen's ability to deliver such news with a straight face and a kind smile. He thought to himself that despite being scheming and commanding a strong force, Danzo had never been able to outmaneuver Hiruzen, which almost made him feel pity for Danzo. Renjiro noticed the reactions of his genins and chuckled to himself, wishing that the cat was around to lighten the mood. He took the paper, noted the address, and instructed the genins to follow him. This time, Mieko and Hoka moved slowly, clearly still processing the mission. Upon reaching the estate, Renjiro asked the guard to summon Lady Seigo. Fujin took in the grandeur of the estate, which was enormous. Mieko and Hoka, accustomed to their own clan estates, showed little reaction. Moments later, a lady in her 40s arrived, standing at 5 feet 9 inches with long blonde hair and a dignified demeanor. She greeted them warmly, expressing her honor at their presence. Renjiro nodded and handed her the mission paper. She then looked at the kids, commenting on how fortunate she felt to have such capable ninjas to complete her tasks. Mieko and Hoka perked up at the praise, though Fujin sensed her teasing nature and sighed internally, thinking that the mission seemed more for her amusement than necessity. She led them to the garden, and as they walked behind the mansion, the genins were taken aback. Lady Seigo pointed out the garden they were to weed, and Fujin was speechless, thinking that this could hardly be called a garden. It was over an acre in size. Hoka echoed his disbelief, while Mieko nearly shouted in frustration, only to be restrained by Renjiro. Lady Seigo then feigned sadness, stating that she had wanted the garden to be at least 5 acres but lacked the land in Konoha. This left the genins even more astonished, and Mieko's irritation grew. Renjiro chuckled and urged them to get to work. As they began, Mieko quietly asked Fujin if they could use the Fire-Wind Dragon Jutsu, which piqued Hoka's interest. Fujin found the idea intriguing but decided against it. Renjiro overheard and firmly stated that no elemental ninjutsu or tools were allowed, and he increased the pressure of their training seals. Mieko hung her head and moved forward, while Fujin suggested dividing the garden into 3 parts for efficiency. Hoka and Mieko reluctantly agreed and started working, their muscles still sore from the morning workout. While they labored, Lady Seigo returned to the mansion and settled on a balcony overlooking the garden, requesting a chair, an umbrella, and snacks for herself and Renjiro. She monitored the genins from her perch, which only fueled their frustration. Fujin muttered under his breath about the shamelessness of those in power. The weeding continued, and after an hour and a half, Fujin finished his section and returned to Renjiro. As he walked back, he noticed Hoka and Mieko glaring at him, and he contemplated whether to help them but ultimately decided against it. He found a clean spot to rest, but Renjiro appeared behind him, instructing him to run around the estate until the others finished, aiming for at least 1 round per minute. Fujin felt a surge of frustration but managed to suppress it, lowering his head and starting to run, each lap over a kilometer long. After 15 minutes, Hoka joined him, while Mieko continued working for another half hour. Both Fujin and Hoka exchanged glares with her, suspecting she was intentionally delaying. When she finally finished, they stopped after completing their round and directed their glares at her. Mieko smirked, relishing the moment, while Fujin remarked on the unexpected delay, teasing her about the time it took for an Uchiha to weed a garden. Hoka chimed in, agreeing with the sentiment, which only intensified Mieko's embarrassment and anger. Just as she was about to retort, Renjiro intervened. Lady Seigo stepped forward, expressing her gratitude for the ninja's hard work in clearing the weeds from her garden. The team had just completed a successful mission, and their instructor praised them for their efforts, despite receiving glares from the 3 genins. With a smile, she handed Renjiro a paper before they left her estate and returned to the Hokage building. Renjiro guided his genins to a room on the 1st floor, where he handed the paper to an employee. The employee checked the document, stamped it, and filed it away before giving Renjiro a white packet. They exited the room and moved to another area where a few more employees were working, including a chunin. Renjiro instructed his genins to remember this room, explaining that in the future, they could come here to request missions from the chunin in charge, who would assign tasks based on their preferences, past performance, and ranks. The genins nodded in understanding. Next, they moved to the ground floor, where Renjiro announced that they would be doing 1 mission each week from now on, while their regular training would continue as usual. He informed Fujin that on mission days, He would not have training in samurai saber techniques, to which Fujin nodded in agreement. Renjiro then revealed the white packet he had received earlier, explaining that they would split the reward, 40% for him and 20% for each of the Genins. He reminded them that this was the standard way rewards were divided, with the leader receiving a larger share. The Genins nodded, though they all silently thought that their instructor hadn't done much work at all. After dividing the rewards, the squad dispersed. As Fujin made his way to Yakiniku-Q, he contemplated the 10,000 Ryo reward for a 2-hour job. He mused that if he had used clones to work instead of relying on his teammates, he could have completed the task more quickly. While the reward was decent, it paled in comparison to the money he could make selling scrolls. Earning 2,000 Ryo per week was certainly better than the 1,000 Ryo per month he had previously received, but it wouldn't allow him to make significant purchases. He considered whether to take on multiple Rank D missions in a short span to demonstrate that he was earning money legitimately, or if he should reveal his ability to create storage scrolls. After some thought, he decided against it, reasoning that Renjiro was already giving him little free time. Mentioning his interest in studying Fuinjutsu might raise suspicion. He resolved to wait until his training under Renjiro was complete or until his training schedule lightened. After all, Renjiro was an elite jounin, and it was unlikely that Konoha would allow him to train 3 Genins for an extended PRD. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Fujin placed his order and, while waiting for his food, reflected on the dangers of the world around him. Initially cautious, he was now grateful for having kept most of his abilities hidden. The shamelessness of some individuals was alarming, from Hiruzen's bold statements to Renjiro taking a larger share of the reward, and the client who seemed to enjoy the struggles of young Genins. He noted that the Tao of shamelessness was remarkably strong in this world, with people seemingly immune to embarrassment. He hoped that Obito and Nagato would stick to the script, otherwise, chaos could ensue. When his meal arrived, Fujin picked up the meat with tongs and placed it on the charcoal brazier. As he waited for it to cook, he decided to focus on enjoying his lunch rather than worrying about things beyond his control. The next day, after their morning workout, Renjiro gathered his team for another discussion. He commended their progress over the past month and shared his plans for their continued development. The Genins listened attentively. Renjiro turned to Mieko, stating that her current jutsus were sufficient, and she should focus on mastering them, particularly the fire release, 4 jutsu. He encouraged her to learn genjutsu during her free time from her parents or clan elders and to continue improving her physical fitness, aiming to complete the morning workout while enduring 10% pressure from her training seal. Mieko agreed to work hard. Next, Renjiro addressed Fujin, asking if he had decided on his second element. Fujin confirmed that he had chosen Earth and shared his intentions to learn Rock Shield Jutsu, Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu, and Earth Holding Jutsu. Renjiro inquired about his reasoning, and Fujin explained that Rock Shield Jutsu would enhance his defense, Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu would improve his mobility, and Earth Holding Jutsu could be used to trap enemies or keep his squad grounded. Renjiro considered Fujin's choices and questioned the need for another movement jutsu, given that he already had 2. He also pointed out that Earth Holding Jutsu was slow and not very effective against capable opponents. Fujin responded that there was no harm in learning additional movement techniques, as they could provide both defense and stealth, especially if he could perform them without hand signs. He believed that momentarily trapping an enemy could create an opportunity for his team to incapacitate them. Renjiro acknowledged Fujin's strategic thinking but still felt that learning a third movement jutsu might be excessive. He agreed that Fujin could learn Rock Shield Jutsu independently, while the other 2 would be taught under his supervision. Additionally, they would focus on mastering the jutsus they already knew. Finally, Renjiro turned to Hoka, noting that his progress in ninjutsu had improved significantly since their training began, but it was still not enough. Hoka listened attentively as Renjiro outlined a plan for him to learn 4 more Earth Release Jutsus. They would be learning Boulder Throw Jutsu, Quicksand Jutsu, Stone Spear Jutsu, and Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu. Boulder Throw was a mid-range offensive technique, Quicksand was a trapping technique, Stone Spear was also mid-range, and Earth Instantaneous Body was a movement technique. Hoka sighed and nodded in understanding. Renjiro smiled and reassured Hoka, stating that these would be the only rank C jutsus he would require him to master. He encouraged Hoka to learn more in the future, but ultimately, the decision was his. Mastering rank C water release jutsus would be beneficial, and once Hoka had mastered the earth jutsus, he should aim to learn 2 rank B earth release jutsus. The first was Earth Dragon Jutsu, which would enhance his capabilities in ranged combat, and the second was Earth Wall Jutsu, known for being one of the best defensive techniques available. These would complement Hoka's gentle fist style perfectly, allowing him to focus entirely on his taijutsu. Hoka displayed a determined expression and affirmed his commitment to mastering the ninjutsu. Renjiro continued, explaining that in addition to ninjutsu and taijutsu training, they would also focus on genjutsu training. He noticed Hoka's reaction and chuckled, deciding to leave the decision about learning genjutsu for later. For now, he would teach Hoka how to counter genjutsu. Renjiro's light-hearted demeanor drew the attention of his students, and both Fujin and Mieko shared a laugh at Hoka's expense. Training under Renjiro progressed over the next 6 weeks, during which Fujin and Hoka mastered all the jutsus and practiced diligently. Fujin could now perform all the newly learned rank C jutsus with just a single hand seal. Renjiro's instructions on earth release jutsus were clearer and more effective compared to those for wind release jutsus, providing a deeper understanding of chakra molding and speed. As a result, Fujin's learning speed for earth release rank C jutsus was nearly on par with his previous experience with wind release jutsus. They also improved their ability to perform combination jutsus, becoming much quicker in executing them. For genjutsu, Renjiro's clones began by casting rank D genjutsu on Hoka and Fujin. Within a few days, Fujin managed to break free from them. Renjiro's clone then advanced to rank C genjutsu for Fujin, who was able to break those within a couple of weeks and was now working on rank B genjutsu. Hoka took a month before he could break free from rank D genjutsu. Fujin's swordplay had significantly improved as well. Renjiro drilled the basics of samurai saber techniques into him, and they were now moving on to more advanced maneuvers. Renjiro informed Fujin that once he mastered these advanced forms, he would teach him the flying slashes. During these weeks, they completed 6 more rank D missions. Their first task involved bathing dogs at the Inuzuka kennels. Renjiro playfully pranked his genins by claiming they would have to clean all the kennels, causing Mieko to panic and attempt to flee, only to be caught by Renjiro. Upon learning the actual mission, the kids sighed in relief. The next mission involved capturing a troublesome cat that had scratched Mieko's face and bitten Hoka multiple times. Fujin quickly understood why everyone struggled to catch the cat. It was a master of stealth and diversion. To make the mission more challenging, Renjiro imposed a condition that the genins could not walk or run on the ground and had to navigate by running on walls. If there were no walls, they had to create rock shields to form a surface. Following that, they cleaned all the emergency shelters, which Fujin realized was a way for the village to ensure they remembered the locations of all shelters around Konoha. They then delivered mail throughout Konoha to various clans and nobles, babysat a few Yamanaka children, and finally sowed seeds on a farm. Observing his teammates, Fujin sensed that they were on the verge of causing a scene. One notable difference Fujin observed was that after the first mission, the remaining missions were not assigned to them by Hiruzen but were instead collected from the mission room on the first floor of the Hokage Tower. He pondered why Hiruzen personally assigned missions to Naruto's team but not to theirs. After some thought, he concluded that perhaps Hiruzen only assigned the first mission or that he had assigned missions to Naruto's team due to their significance. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, and Sasuke was the last Uchiha and the Uchiha heir. Team 8 and Team 10 were made up entirely of heirs from important clans in Konoha, which likely required Hiruzen to ensure their safety. One day, after their morning workout, Mieko brought up the topic of the upcoming Chunin exams, having seen ninjas from other villages. She asked her teammates if they thought they would participate. Hoka expressed his eagerness to fight against ninjas from other villages. Fujin recalled that a squad needed to complete 8 missions to be eligible and wondered if Renjiro had planned their missions to prevent them from participating, thereby avoiding pressure on himself. Mieko, noticing Fujin's contemplation, inquired about his thoughts. He expressed his concerns about the dangers of the Chunin exams and doubted they would be allowed to participate so soon. Mieko retorted that they were ready to take risks, and Hoka agreed, stating that as ninjas, they could not back down from challenges. Fujin shook his head at their naivety, reminding them that they were still only tasked with babysitting and cleaning. This comment dampened their spirits, leading them to complain and glance at Renjiro when he appeared, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and ask what was wrong. Mieko and Hoka merely huffed and turned away. Despite waiting several days, Renjiro did not mention the exams. The following day, Hoka informed his team that Teru and Yori would be participating in the exam. Fujin asked if they had participated before, to which Mieko clarified that Yori had not. Fujin concluded that they likely would not participate in the exam until the following year. Just then, Renjiro arrived, and Mieko quickly asked him if they could participate in the Chunin exam. Renjiro shook his head, stating that they were not ready yet. Mieko protested, insisting that they were prepared, but Renjiro maintained his stance, asserting that he would be the judge of their readiness. The next day, when they visited the mission room, the Chunin in charge searched for a mission and announced that Team Renjiro's next task was to babysit the newborn of Lord. However, he was interrupted. Mieko had finally reached her limit and exclaimed that it was ridiculous for ninjas to be assigned such trivial missions. The Chunin responded with authority, but was cut off again, this time by Hoka, who expressed his agreement with Mieko, stating that the assignment was a mockery of their skills. Fujin observed Renjiro's reactions and noticed he was chuckling. He thought that perhaps they were finally moving on to rank C missions. Feeling bold, he decided to speak up. The Chunin, frustrated by being interrupted multiple times, began to address them but was silenced once more. Fujin pointed out that during their last mission, they had been worried about Mieko potentially causing chaos, and he expressed concern about the implications of babysitting a child. The Chunin shuddered at the thought, while Renjiro found the situation amusing. He considered that if they could win a debate against a Chunin, he wouldn't mind starting them on rank C missions. If Fujin had known that Renjiro wasn't ready to take on rank C missions yet, he might have regretted speaking up. Although rank D missions were dull, they were quick and left ample time for training without any real danger. The Chunin was left speechless, struggling to find a response. After a few attempts, he looked at Renjiro, who nodded in encouragement. Relenting, the Chunin agreed to search for a rank C mission. As he sifted through the mission files, Renjiro suggested they focus on bandit clearing missions near the village, preferably with the bandit bases close to one another. The Chunin nodded and soon handed Renjiro 4 mission papers. After reading them, Renjiro informed his squad that they would embark on their first rank C mission that day and instructed them to meet at the main gate in a couple of hours, packing for a week-long journey. The Genins nodded and dispersed. After leaving, Fujin returned home and sat in a meditative position, contemplating his preparations for the journey. He knew the squad leader would arrange the ration bars, so food wouldn't be an issue, but he decided to pack his own as well. He recalled that he still had the weapons provided by the academy, though some were damaged. He figured he should buy 12 shurikens and 3 kunais, which would cost him 7,000 ryo. He also thought about purchasing a couple of explosion tags, which would take most of his earnings from previous missions. He made a mental note to carry all his money in a spare waist bag. After meditating for half an hour, he packed up and left his house. On his right leg, he had a pouch containing 6 shurikens and 2 kunais, along with additional supplies. His waist bag held 8 shurikens, 3 kunais, and a small scroll with basic items like rope, tape, wire, and a first aid kit. The bag had 7 storage seals, with one containing his spare waist bag and leg pouch, another holding his ration bars, and one more for extra water bottles. The remaining seals were empty for now. Fujin then visited a weapon shop to purchase the items he needed. Afterward, he stopped by Ichiraku for an early lunch before heading to the main gate. He found a branch of a nearby tree to sit on while waiting. Hoka and Mieko arrived about 15 minutes before the designated time and approached Fujin. He noted their excitement as Renjiro arrived 5 minutes later. Renjiro asked if they were prepared, and everyone replied affirmatively. He then retrieved 3 scrolls from his bag and tossed one to each student. They wondered what was inside. Renjiro explained that the scrolls contain supplies, including shurikens, kunais, explosion tags, and ration bars, with Fujin's scroll also including a couple of spare swords. He emphasized that this was the minimum they should carry when leaving the village, regardless of their team leader's provisions. The kids were taken aback by the generous gift, especially Fujin, who quickly calculated the value in his mind and realized it was worth over 250,000 ryo, not counting the swords and ration bars. They quickly expressed their gratitude to Renjiro. Renjiro reminded them that while he had gifted them these supplies, they would be responsible for maintaining their stock and should not waste them. He encouraged them to use the items wisely, as their lives and the mission were of utmost importance. The three kids nodded in understanding. They then left the village, with Renjiro informing them that their mission was to clear a few bandit bases around Shakuba town, located northwest of Konoha. He asked if they had activated their training seals, and upon receiving confirmation he instructed them to deactivate them, emphasizing the importance of not keeping those seals active outside the village. You never know who might be out there, and those seals could become the reason for your downfall. Fujin and Mieko nodded in understanding, but Hoka raised a question about their training. Renjiro shook his head, explaining that many ninjas in the world were stronger than him, and there were numerous hidden jutsus. Even he couldn't protect them from every sneak attack, it would be up to them to dodge or block. With that settled, Renjiro instructed the team to run in a kite formation. Fujin would take the lead, with Mieko on the right, Hoka on the left, and Renjiro at the rear. They needed to move quickly to reach their destination in a few hours. As they formed up, Fujin took the front position, with Mieko and Hoka positioned 2 meters behind him on either side. Renjiro maintained a distance of 6 meters behind Fujin. The squad began moving at high speed, keeping their formation intact. By 3 p.m., they arrived in Shakuba town. Upon entering, Renjiro announced that they would undertake their mission the following day and suggested they rest in an inn. The kids agreed and followed him. Fujin felt a sense of familiarity with the town but couldn't quite place it. He wondered if it had appeared in Naruto, but the details eluded him. As they walked through the town, Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko noticed numerous inns, gambling houses, and game areas offering prizes. Fujin observed that all the games relied on luck rather than skill, which made sense in a ninja world where self-preservation was paramount. Finally, Renjiro entered an inn, and Mieko felt relieved after passing by 13 others. As Renjiro conversed with the innkeeper, Fujin realized he seemed quite familiar with him, which explained their earlier detours. After their discussion, Renjiro approached the trio, handing each of them a key and informing them that he would scout the area and return in a couple of hours. Once Renjiro left, Mieko wondered what they should do next. Fujin sighed, expressing his desire to explore the town, but acknowledged Renjiro's instructions to stay in the inn. Hoka lamented their inability to train physically, prompting Fujin to suggest they retire to their rooms to meditate, as tomorrow would be their first real encounter with combat. Everyone agreed and went to their rooms to meditate and rest. Renjiro returned in the evening to take them out for dinner. The next morning at 8 a.m., the squad gathered outside Renjiro's room and set out. Their first target was located about 25 kilometers to the west of the town. As they approached, Fujin sensed something and informed Renjiro that he could detect 6 ordinary people about 400 meters ahead. Renjiro confirmed there was a village in that direction and explained that their target was the bandits troubling the villagers. They continued on their path, and Fujin soon realized the 6 individuals he sensed were engaged in farming. Upon entering the village, Renjiro inquired about the situation and made his way to the village chief's house. The house was quite old, and the man who opened the door was even older. Upon seeing the headbands, the village chief respectfully welcomed them and invited them inside. Renjiro asked him to simply call him by his name and handed over a paper. The village chief read it and expressed his gratitude, thanking Renjiro for coming to save them from the bandits. He believed that once the bandits were dealt with, peace would return to their lives. Renjiro requested more details about the bandits, and the village chief readily agreed to help. He explained that the bandits had started harassing the village about 9 months ago, becoming increasingly aggressive in recent months. As the village chief recounted the events, he struggled to hold back tears, revealing that the bandits had stolen crops and money and had even killed 9 villagers and kidnapped 6 young girls. The mention of his son brought him to tears. Renjiro was about to comfort the old man, but the village chief quickly regained his composure, displaying a strong determination that surprised Fujin. He admired the old man's resilience despite not being a ninja. Renjiro, impressed by the chief's resolve, asked how many bandits there were and from where they attacked. The village chief informed him that during the last attack, there had been over 15 bandits, always approaching from the north. Renjiro thanked the village chief for the information and assured him they would handle the situation. The village chief expressed his gratitude once more as Renjiro and the kids left the house. Mieko asked what their next move would be, and Renjiro confirmed they would begin their search in the north. Fujin raised a concern about the bandits attacking from their base's direction, suggesting they might try to confuse them. Renjiro dismissed the idea, explaining that these were common bandits who likely lacked the intelligence to strategize effectively. They proceeded toward the northern part of the village, noticing a few burned houses along the way. Renjiro instructed Mieko to use her Sharingan to search for any tracks left behind. Mieko activated her Sharingan and soon discovered several tracks. She informed Renjiro of her findings, and he praised her work, instructing her to lead the way while maintaining their kite formation, with Mieko in the lead and Renjiro at the rear. Fujin and Hoko were tasked with keeping an eye on their surroundings for any signs of the bandits. As the squad followed Mieko, Fujin noticed several trees with sword cuts on them. After traveling approximately 3.5 kilometers north, Fujin directed Hoka to check 500 meters to the northwest. Hoka activated his Byakugan and quickly reported that he had found them. Renjiro nodded, and the squad moved in that direction. Upon arrival, they spotted a small hill with a cave nestled within it. At the entrance, 2 bandits stood guard, each wielding a sword. They were positioned behind trees, making it difficult for them to see what was approaching. Renjiro, sensing everything within the hill, asked who among his students wanted to take on the task. Fujin eagerly volunteered, while Mieko and Hoka shot him disapproving glares. Renjiro nodded in approval, reminding them that no clones were allowed and their mission was to eliminate all threats. Fujin focused his senses again and detected a total of 23 individuals within the cave, including the 2 guards. He turned to Hoka and inquired if he could check for traps and assess the cave's layout. Hoka activated his Byakugan and reported that he had spotted 3 traps, 2 basic arrow traps near the first and second entrances, triggered by a wire, and a hidden pit filled with spikes in front of the second entrance. He described the layout, noting an inner entrance leading to a large room with 3 smaller caves. Fujin thanked him and asked if anyone was attempting to conceal their chakra, to which Hoka shook his head. Fujin closed his eyes, calming his mind as he prepared for his first kill. He took a deep breath and performed a series of hand signs, vanishing into the ground. The 2 bandits at the entrance were growing bored of their watch. One complained about their duty, wishing they could attack the village again to capture more girls. The other laughed, recalling their previous captures with enthusiasm. However, his words were abruptly cut off as a sword emerged from the ground, enhanced by chakra, and struck him down before he even realized what was happening. The remaining bandit panicked, instinctively reaching for his sword, but before he could react, he met the same fate. After dispatching the 2 guards, Fujin slipped into the cave. Inside, 2 more bandits stood guard between the entrance and another inner entrance, facing each other. Fujin moved stealthily, piercing one bandit through the heart. The other bandit, witnessing the attack, barely had time to react before a shuriken struck him, silencing him instantly. Fujin then maneuvered through the ground, avoiding the pit the bandits had dug, and entered the main hideout. He observed the area through a wall and noted the 3 mini-caves Hoka had mentioned. 12 bandits were present in the main room, while the remaining 7 were scattered in the mini-caves. Among the 12, 4 were asleep in a corner, 2 were busy with tasks, 1 was studying a map, and the other was sharpening his sword, while the last 6 were drinking and playing cards. Fujin approached the bandit sharpening his sword from behind and swiftly incapacitated him. Before the head could hit the ground, He turned and stabbed the bandit studying the map. The noise of the head falling drew the attention of the 6 drinking bandits, who were shocked to see their comrade's fate. Before they could react, Fujin flickered behind them, swiftly taking down 2 in one motion, followed by 2 more before they could comprehend the situation. Only the last 2 bandits managed to spot him, but they too fell before they could defend themselves. 2 of the drinking bandits dropped their bottles, shattering them on the ground. The noise stirred 2 of the 4 sleeping bandits. One remained undisturbed, but the other got up to investigate. However, before he could fully awaken, Fujin struck, ending his life. He then swiftly dispatched the remaining bandits, ensuring no one was left standing. Fujin then vanished into the ground again, entering one of the mini-caves. In the first, he quickly eliminated 2 bandits. In the second cave, he sensed 3 individuals. He moved in and struck down one resting against the wall. As he turned to the second, he hesitated when he noticed a teenage girl, injured and vulnerable. His moment of distraction allowed the remaining bandit to charge at him, but Fujin quickly regained focus, blocking the attack and delivering a decisive blow. He prepared to enter the last mini-cave when he heard a shout. The final bandit, startled by the chaos, entered the room only to be confronted by the aftermath of destruction. Horrified by the sight of his fallen comrades, he stammered a question, but it was cut short as Fujin struck him down from behind. Afterward, Fujin pulled out his sword and created a shadow clone to report back to Renjiro. As he cleaned his weapon, he glanced at the lifeless bodies around him, the sight overwhelming him and causing him to feel a wave of nausea. He thought about how significant the first kill had been. While he was in the midst of the act, he felt nothing, but now the weight of what he had done overwhelmed him, causing him to feel sick. As he began to vomit, Renjiro's shadow clone emerged from the ground and asked if he was all right. After Fujin finished, he nodded and moved to sit in a corner. Renjiro reassured him, stating that the first kill is always challenging and that he would have to face many more in the future. Fujin nodded in understanding, and Renjiro instructed him to close his eyes and calm his mind. Fujin complied, focusing on clearing his thoughts. Meanwhile, the clone reached Renjiro and reported the mission's success. Renjiro then led Hoka and Mieko to the cave. As they approached the entrance, the sight of the dead bodies and the foul smell hit them hard. Hoka fought the urge to be sick, but Mieko couldn't hold back and vomited immediately. Renjiro noticed but remained silent. He used Earth Spear Jutsu to disable the traps and instructed them to follow him into the cave. Mieko and Hoka did their best to ignore the 2 dead bodies, but upon entering the main hideout and seeing 12 more bodies and several severed heads, they couldn't contain themselves. Mieko vomited again, and this time Hoka joined her. Renjiro waited patiently for them to recover and spoke about the importance of toughening up. He emphasized that they couldn't become ninjas if they were overwhelmed by such sights. His words motivated Mieko and Hoka to regain their composure. With them steadied, Renjiro led them to the mini-cave where Fujin was waiting. Sensing their presence, Fujin stood up to greet them. Renjiro felt a sense of pride in Fujin for managing to calm himself so quickly after his first kill. He then observed Mieko and Hoka, who appeared determined, and felt hopeful about their potential. Fujin mentioned that there was another girl in the cave, and Renjiro nodded, leading his team to her location. The scene inside was distressing. The girl lay there, injured and vulnerable, with visible wounds and signs of distress. Renjiro sighed internally, wishing they hadn't had to witness such brutality so soon. He instructed Fujin and Hoka to wait outside while Mieko tended to the girl's injuries. Outside, Hoka checked on Fujin, who nodded in response. Fujin admitted that he hadn't expected the first kill to be so hard to process. Hoka shared that he had been warned by his parents about the struggles some ninjas faced after their first kill, noting that some couldn't continue as ninjas afterward. He glanced at the dead bodies and acknowledged Fujin's strength. Fujin smiled appreciatively, reminding Hoka to prepare himself, as his turn would come soon. Hoka nodded, understanding the gravity of their situation. After about 25 minutes, Mieko finished applying first aid to the girl. Renjiro carried her out and addressed his students, urging them to become strong enough to prevent such misfortunes from happening to them. The sadness in his voice resonated with the Genins, who responded with determination. Once outside, Renjiro created a clone to dispose of the dead bodies and seal the cave entrance with earth wall jutsu. Fujin inquired about providing proof of their mission to the village chief, but Renjiro explained that proof was not necessary for C-rank missions involving the elimination of bandits. He clarified that proof was only required for assassination missions, as presenting the heads of the bandits could invite further trouble for the village. With that, Renjiro announced it was time to return to the village. On their way back, Fujin asked if they had eliminated all the bandits, expressing concern about any who might have escaped. Renjiro reassured him that it was unlikely, as they had searched a considerable distance without finding anyone. Even if a few remained, he believed they would not pose a threat after witnessing their comrades' demise. He reminded them that they had been informed of over 15 bandits, and they had eliminated 22, which was more than sufficient for their mission. Mieko, however, voiced her concerns about the possibility of criminals remaining free and potentially continuing their cruel actions. Renjiro explained that their mission was to eliminate the bandit group harassing the village, and anything beyond that was not their responsibility. Mieko remained unconvinced but chose not to argue further. Fujin reflected on the harsh realities of their world, recognizing that humanity's cruelty persisted, often worse than in his previous life. The thought of the girls suffering weighed heavily on him. He glanced at Renjiro, contemplating the reputation of Konoha as a peace-loving village led by a Kage who promoted harmony. Yet, he understood that the existence of groups like Root contradicted that ideal. Despite this, Konoha was still more peaceful than the other great villages. He realized that the cycle of violence would continue, with new bandit groups forming and targeting the village again, ensuring that Konoha would always be called upon for help. This cycle would keep the village indebted to Konoha, as would every village in the Land of Fire. Thus, a pressure would be maintained on the daimyo to keep supporting and perhaps funding Konoha. Such a simple way to maintain influence. It didn't cost Konoha anything, but it came at a great cost to the lives of many in these villages. Renjiro sighed, pondering the brutality of even the most peace-loving village, and wondered what a truly cruel village would be like. He dismissed the thought, deciding it didn't concern him. They soon reached the village. Upon entering, the girl on Renjiro's back attracted a few curious looks. The squad entered the village chief's house and laid the girl down on a bed. Renjiro stated that she needed immediate medical care. The village chief nodded and hurried out to summon the village doctor. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed toward the village chief's house. Upon seeing the chief, he quickly asked, his voice trembling, if his daughter was safe. The village chief reassured him, inviting him into his home. The man rushed inside and approached his daughter, but Renjiro stopped him, warning him not to hug her tightly due to her injuries. The man sat beside the bed, sobbing as he noticed the bandages on his daughter. Soon, a doctor arrived and began attending to her. The father and the village chief expressed their gratitude to Renjiro and the Genin repeatedly. After a few minutes, the village chief handed Renjiro a paper, and the squad left the village, returning to town. Upon reaching the town, Renjiro instructed the team to take the day off to explore, but to stick together. They agreed to meet at the same restaurant as the previous day at 1 p.m. After he left, Hoka remarked on how quickly they had completed the mission, returning to town in just 2 hours. Mieko nodded in agreement, while Fujin sighed, noting that the actual fight had been brief. Although adjusting to the idea of taking a life was challenging, the encounter itself had not been difficult. Curious, Mieko asked for all the details of the mission. Hoka, having witnessed everything with his Byakugan, remained silent. After sharing the details, Mieko felt somewhat anticlimactic about the Rank C mission. Fujin joked that next time, Mieko should demand a Rank B mission from the guy they encountered. Mieko, feeling defensive, protested loudly, drawing the attention of nearby people and turning red with embarrassment. After a moment of thought, she agreed that they should aim for Rank B missions. The kids then explored the town, sampling local food and playing games. At 1 p.m., they reconvened with Renjiro at the restaurant. After they settled in, Renjiro asked Fujin how he was doing. Fujin replied that he was fine. Renjiro nodded, expressing pride in how Fujin had handled his first kill. He then turned to Mieko and Hoka, warning them to prepare for their turn. The two young ninjas nodded nervously. As lunch progressed, Mieko suddenly inquired about when they could take on Rank B missions. Renjiro narrowed his eyes, curious about her sudden eagerness. Mieko explained that they wanted to face enemy ninjas, finding bandits less exciting. Renjiro scoffed, asserting they weren't ready. However, seeing Mieko's determined expression, he added that if she continued to pester him about Rank B missions, he would assign them Rank D missions for an entire year. This threat silenced Mieko. Team Renjiro had a quiet rest of the day. The next morning, they followed a similar procedure. Team Renjiro hid in a bamboo forest, observing a bandit hideout. The bandits had cleared a small area and constructed 3 small huts and 1 medium-sized hut as their base. Renjiro noted that there were 12 people inside. He asked who wanted to take the lead, and Mieko eagerly volunteered. Mieko moved forward stealthily but soon returned to ask Hoka if there were any hostages. Hoka checked and confirmed that all 12 were bandits. Mieko then inquired about the number of bandits in each hut, and Hoka provided the information. Mieko nodded and used Earth military movement jutsu to advance quietly. She positioned herself 5 meters away from the hut with 2 bandits and emerged from the ground. The larger hut was directly behind her. Quickly, she made the hand signs for fireball jutsu. The fireball shot through the smaller hut, causing the 2 bandits inside to scream as they were scorched but not immediately killed. The fireball continued into the larger hut, where it exploded at the center, demolishing the structure. Fujin observed as 4 bodies were thrown out from the blast. 7 bandits were incapacitated instantly, while 2 others, thrown from the hut, writhed in pain. The remaining bandit emerged from his hut, horrified by the sight of his fellow bandits in flames. Before he could react, Mieko swiftly appeared behind him and unleashed a heat ray that incapacitated him. With all the bandits either incapacitated or subdued, Mieko surveyed the scene, noticing the chaos around her. The smell of smoke filled the air, and the sounds of distress echoed in her ears, causing her to feel overwhelmed. Renjiro quickly appeared beside her, offering comfort. Fujin, having already faced similar situations, managed to remain composed, while Hoka struggled with the aftermath. As the last of the cries faded and the bandits were no longer a threat, Renjiro allowed Mieko a moment to collect herself before the team retreated. Before leaving, he used Earth Release Jutsu to bury the area, ensuring no trace remained. The following day, Team Renjiro prepared for another mission, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. This time, the mission was to apprehend the bandits. Hoka accomplished this by incapacitating all the bandits and securing them. However, Renjiro insisted that Hoka take down 2 bandits to allow him to experience his first victory as well. On the 4th day, Renjiro granted the squad a day off. On the 5th morning, Renjiro announced that it would be their final mission. He praised the team for their efforts and instructed them to prepare for departure. As they traveled, he informed them that the bandit hideout would be significantly larger, emphasizing the need for cooperation. The Genins nodded in agreement, their extensive training over the past 2.5 months having greatly improved their teamwork. The bond they formed during their first encounters had brought them closer, making collaboration effortless. Upon reaching the hideout, the Genins discovered that it was entirely underground. Fujin surveyed the area and reported that he sensed 63 individuals, noting that 5 of them had higher chakra levels, although they were still at the Genin level. Renjiro acknowledged this, while Mieko expressed her excitement about finally facing ninjas. Fujin raised a concern, questioning whether missions involving ninjas were typically ranked B. Renjiro confirmed this but clarified that these were only Genin level. He explained that many individuals outside the hidden villages could unlock their chakra and reach Genin level independently, and there were instances of Genins defecting from their villages. He cautioned them to remain vigilant, as there were countless ninjas in the world, and one could appear unexpectedly. The Genins nodded in understanding. Fujin contemplated the implications of this situation, realizing that if the village categorized missions as rank B merely for the possibility of encountering rogue Genins, Rank C missions might not exist at all. The team began by mapping the base. It was quite expansive, with a large central room. Fujin suggested calling it the main room. There were 3 exits from the main room, all nearly equidistant from one another, leading to a corridor that encircled the main area. Smaller rooms lined the corridor. Hoka speculated that the main room served as a communal space for planning and celebrations, while the smaller rooms were likely personal quarters. Hoka also identified numerous traps scattered throughout the base. Among the 5 ninjas, 3 were gathered in the main room, while the other 2 occupied smaller rooms. Mieko pointed out that the ninjas in the smaller rooms were close to an exit from the main base. Fujin agreed, cautioning that they needed to be discreet in their approach, as any noise could alert those in the main room. The bandits were also dispersed throughout the base, with 4 exits leading above ground, 1 in the main room and 3 near the exits to the corridor. Fujin reflected on the construction of the base, pondering whether it had started small and expanded with the bandit group or if it had been a naturally occurring structure that the bandits had claimed. He wondered if they had not intervened, how much the bandit group might have grown. Fujin looked at his teammates and proposed they decide on their point of attack. Mieko suggested targeting the main room, as it housed the majority of the bandits. Hoka concurred, believing it would allow them to confront most of the bandits at once, making it easier to deal with the remaining ones afterward. Fujin acknowledged the merit of this plan but cautioned that it could lead to the scattered bandits escaping. Hoka insisted they could pursue and capture them, but Fujin pointed out the potential difficulties in tracking them individually, especially if they fled in different directions. Additionally, attacking the main room would alert both the bandits and the ninjas. After some consideration, Hoka agreed with Fujin's concerns. Mieko then asked what they should do instead. Fujin indicated a room at the edge of the hideout, noting that it contained one of the 5 ninjas. He proposed they sneak in, eliminate the ninja, clear the nearby rooms, and gradually make their way to the main room. This approach would ensure that the area was secure before they engaged the main group, simplifying their task. The Genins discussed the plan in detail and checked their weapons, ready to initiate their attack. Suddenly, Mieko raised a question about who would take down the ninja. Hoka quickly volunteered, but Mieko insisted she should be the one. They turned to Fujin, who argued that his sword's longer range made him the best candidate. However, neither Hoka nor Mieko accepted this reasoning. The debate over who would make the kill continued for a minute, prompting Renjiro to observe his Genins with a sigh. Fujin then suggested they resolve the matter with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Both Hoka and Mieko regarded him with skepticism, and Mieko remarked on the childishness of the idea. Fujin countered by asking if they had any better suggestions. With no alternatives, they reluctantly agreed to the game. They positioned themselves to play and began. Renjiro watched with amusement as the first 3 rounds ended in ties. Fujin found the situation amusing, recalling similar moments from stories he had heard. Mieko, however, focused intently on the game. As they entered the 4th round, Mieko's eyes suddenly glowed red. Noticing that both Fujin and Hoka were about to choose rock, she opted for paper and declared her victory. Hoka protested, claiming that using her special ability was unfair. Mieko countered that there were no rules against it. Fujin, eager to proceed with the mission, chuckled and reminded them to establish rules next time. With no support for his argument, Hoka reluctantly conceded. The 3 of them exchanged determined looks, nodded in agreement, and performed the necessary hand signs before vanishing into the ground. The bandit base, cleverly concealed and fortified underground, was about to experience the dread of being hunted by a squad capable of moving seamlessly through the earth. Inside the hideout, Hirota Masa was enjoying a moment of relaxation. He had been part of the bandit group for 3 years, having unlocked his chakra prior to joining. The bandit leader had quickly recognized his potential, recruiting and training him. Now, Hirota was one of the group's leaders, supported by 2 loyal subordinates. As Hirota basked in his good mood, a hand emerged from the ground behind him, fingers extended. It struck his chest with a surge of heat, ending his life instantly. Simultaneously, Fujin swiftly dispatched one bandit and Hoka incapacitated another with a precise strike. The raid had commenced, and all 3 bandits fell without a sound. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko exchanged knowing glances and nodded before dispersing to clear the remaining rooms. In under a minute, they had eliminated 16 bandits, including a ninja. Regrouping, they observed the main room where the remaining bandits remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding. As planned, Fujin and Mieko split in opposite directions to continue their mission, while Hoka stayed behind to set traps at the entrance of the main room, ensuring no bandits could escape. He created quicksand at the exits and surrounded it with sharp rock spikes. Mieko was the first to reach the second ninja bandit after eliminating 6 more foes. Despite her stealth, the ninja sensed something was off and instructed his subordinates to be on guard. As Mieko charged toward him, he threw shurikens to disrupt her approach. Realizing she had been detected, Mieko skillfully dodged the projectiles using her Sharingan, thinking that the challenge added excitement. She closed the distance, preparing to unleash her fire release technique. Once in range, Mieko extended her hand, fingers aimed at the rogue ninja's heart, and released her jutsu. The rogue ninja, sensing danger, attempted to evade but hid behind one of his subordinates. Frustrated, Mieko redirected her attack, eliminating the subordinate instead. Seizing the moment, the rogue ninja threw 3 shurikens at her, forcing her to dodge just in time. As Mieko regained her footing and prepared to continue her assault, a sword pierced the rogue ninja from behind, stealing her kill. Annoyed, Mieko silently fumed, but her irritation was cut short by a loud scream from the remaining bandit, who was horrified at the sight of his leader's demise. In a flash, Mieko threw a kunai, silencing him. Fujin ignored Mieko's frustration and focused on the main room, where the commotion had begun to draw attention. The loud scream had alerted all the bandits in the hideout. Fujin sighed, noting that stealth had been compromised. Mieko shrugged it off, declaring it no longer mattered, and began forming hand signs. Fujin joined her, and together they unleashed their combined jutsu, Firewind Dragon Jutsu. In the main room, the bandits were preoccupied with sorting their recent loot. Some had heard faint noises from Mieko's direction but dismissed them. However, the sudden scream captured everyone's attention, including the 3 remaining rogue ninjas. One of them ordered 2 bandits to investigate. As they cautiously approached the exit, they were met with an overwhelming heat. Before they could react, a fiery dragon head burst into the room, engulfing them in flames. The sight of the fire dragon paralyzed the bandits with fear. It unleashed wind explosion jutsus throughout the room. One bandit quickly formed hand signs and summoned a rock shield for protection, while others scrambled to find cover. The wind explosion jutsus struck 7 bandits directly, resulting in severe injuries. 2 bandits fell, while the remaining 5 suffered painful cuts and burns from the scorching winds. One unfortunate bandit, unable to shield his eyes, endured the brunt of the heat, leaving him in agony. The chaos caused panic among the bandits, and 3 of them made a desperate bid for escape, rushing toward the ladder. Unbeknownst to them, Hoka awaited just above the exit. He allowed all 3 bandits to ascend the ladder before executing a hand sign for the stone spear jutsu. Dozens of spears erupted from the walls, impaling the bandits and sealing off the exit. Meanwhile, 2 bandits fled toward the area previously cleared by Fujin. Sensing their approach, Fujin prepared a trap. As soon as they exited the main room, he detonated an explosion tag he had strategically placed, causing debris from the ceiling to collapse and crush the fleeing bandits. It also sealed that exit. 5 bandits rushed towards the room where Hirotomasa was supposed to be. However, as soon as they exited the main room, they fell straight into the quicksand trap that Hoka had created. The quicksand was 4 meters deep and covered the entire entrance. All 5 bandits were trapped and slowly sinking. 11 bandits hid behind a rock shield created by their leader, while 8 others attempted to escape towards their fellow bandits. They halted in their tracks upon witnessing the fate of their comrades. Fujin seized this opportunity to command the dragon to bombard them with 3 wind explosion jutsus, injuring all 8 to some extent. The dragon then circled around to aim at the bandits behind the rock. The leader quickly acted another rock shield. Unfortunately for him, Fujin and Mieko had anticipated this move. Instead of launching another bombardment, the dragon circled further and unleashed 2 wind explosion jutsus, ensuring the bandits had no escape. They were flanked by rock shields on 2 sides and wind explosion jutsus on the other 2 sides. Only 3 ninjas managed to leap to the other side of the rock shields, while the remaining bandits were trapped and sustained minor injuries. The dragon then advanced and engulfed the trapped bandits, igniting them in flames, though this also caused the fire wind dragon to dissipate. This assault incapacitated all the bandits in the hideout, except for the 3 ninjas. Among them, 2 were novices with no real experience beyond their banditry, while only the leader had a bit of experience as a former genin from Kusagakure. Noticing that the jutsu was about to dissipate, he urged the remaining 2 to follow him to the entrance from where the dragon had come. However, upon entering he found no one there, only the lifeless bodies of his fellow bandits and one of his ninjas. The sight of his fallen comrade alarmed him, making him more cautious. He warned them to be careful, suspecting that their enemies might still be nearby. Suddenly, he jumped as the ground shifted beneath him, attempting to ensnare his feet. Though he managed to dodge, Fujin smirked from underground, having trapped the other 2 bandits. Mieko appeared at the entrance and quickly formed hand signs for a fireball jutsu. The trapped bandits couldn't escape and were caught in the explosion, with only the leader managing to evade. He watched in disbelief as his last 2 bandits were engulfed in flames, realizing it was all over and that he needed to escape. He dashed away, but Fujin stealthily launched a shuriken enhanced with chakra flow at his left leg. Distracted by fear and urgency, the bandit leader failed to notice it until it struck, cutting through his leg effortlessly. The sudden loss of his leg caused him to fall and cry out in pain. Fujin then used body flicker jutsu to appear above him and swiftly ended his life with a sword. The bandit leader fell with despair etched on his face. Fujin looked at Mieko and remarked that it seemed to be over. Mieko pointed out that there might still be a few alive in the main room. Fujin chuckled, assuring her that there were no longer any survivors, and began walking towards the main room, with Mieko following. Inside, Hoka had already dealt with all the remaining bandits who had survived the Fire Wind Dragon's assault. At that moment, Renjiro entered the main room and observed their success. He thought to himself that they had eliminated every last one of them and had adjusted well to the realities of combat. He commended them on their good work, noting that the mission was successfully completed. He then acknowledged his team, pleased to see them handling the aftermath without succumbing to their disgust. Renjiro led his team out of the hideout and prepared to use an earth release jutsu. However, Fujin stopped him, questioning whether it was wise to destroy such a valuable base. Renjiro paused, intrigued by the suggestion. Fujin proposed that they could use the base for their own ninjas, perhaps as a strategic location during war or as a temporary resting place. Renjiro shook his head, explaining that the closest hidden village was Kusa, which was allied with them. Even if they weren't, it would be difficult for anyone to penetrate this deep into the land of fire. If a threat did arise, it would likely be from IWA, which was beyond Kusa. He reasoned that if they could reach this base, it would be rendered useless, as IWA ninjas were masters of earth-release jutsus and could bury their troops underground. As for supply depots and resting places, there were already enough of those available. Fujin contemplated Renjiro's words and realized the truth in them. Konoha had been established for decades, and their infrastructure would undoubtedly be well developed. He nodded in agreement as Renjiro destroyed the entire hideout. On their way back to town, Mieko expressed her confusion about the bandits, noting that only one had used any ninjutsu, and even that was a low-level technique. Renjiro clarified that they were merely common bandits who had accidentally unlocked chakra, with only their leader being a former ninja who had gone rogue, lacking proper training. Thus, it was no surprise they were no match for his students, who were under his guidance. Hoka, filled with excitement, asked if there were bounties on rogue ninjas. Renjiro explained that only the most notorious ones had bounties, and someone who barely qualified as a genin would not have any reward on their head. This revelation dampened Hoka's enthusiasm, and he continued to follow the group with a dejected demeanor. Mieko, still fixated on the weakness of their enemies, inquired when they would face real ninjas. Renjiro turned to her, recognizing her indirect request for higher-ranked missions. Mieko felt a flush of embarrassment but managed to hide it. Noted her reaction, thinking that these ninjas were remarkably bold. Renjiro smirked and replied that they would have to capture that cat 100 times first. This response drained the color from Mieko's face, while Hoka shot her a glare. While Fujin chuckled to himself, he thought that no one could compete with the older generation in shamelessness. Mieko began apologizing to Renjiro, engaging in a light-hearted banter, but sadly for her, she was no match for Renjiro. Team Renjiro rested in the town for the day. The next morning, they left to return to Konoha. Upon arrival, they headed to the Hokage Tower to turn in their missions. Renjiro handed the completed papers to the Chunin responsible for checking them. After reviewing the documents, the Chunin handed 4 packets back to Renjiro. The 4 missions combined paid them 280,000 ryo. After dividing the earnings, each of the 3 kids received 56,000 ryo. Fujin thought to himself that 280,000 ryo for those missions seemed excessive. He was confident he could have completed them solo and in under a day. It was much faster than using Fuinjutsu, though it came with risks if a strong ninja was hiding among the bandits. He figured he could quickly save enough for a sword made from chakra metal if he took on more missions. Unlike Fujin, Mieko and Hoka didn't concern themselves much with money, as they came from wealthy families and never had to worry about finances. After the money was divided, Renjiro dismissed them, stating that there would be no training the following day and that they would resume their training the day after at the usual time. The kids nodded and dispersed. Since it was lunchtime, Fujin decided to head to Ichiraku. On the way, he reflected on the number of missions they had completed: 7 rank D missions and 4 rank C missions. He wondered if the requirement for the Chunin exam was just 8 missions and when Renjiro would make them take the exam. He also thought about Teru's squad and whether they were participating in the Chunin exam, questioning if it had already started or if there was still time left. Fujin realized he was quite clueless about what was happening around him. Aside from what he remembered about the future, he had no idea about the current events. He needed a way to gather information. After some thought, he decided that he should start getting newspapers delivered to his home. While they wouldn't contain crucial information, they would keep him updated. He also considered creating his own information-gathering network. Although he doubted he could develop something as complex as Jiraiya's, he didn't need it to be that sophisticated, just timely and unfiltered news would suffice. However, he acknowledged that building such a network would require significant effort, time, and money, which he currently lacked. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud shout. He heard someone call for 3 miso ramens. Turning to his right, he noticed Naruto, realizing he had reached Ichiraku without even noticing. Sensing his surroundings, he detected 2 umbu nearby, or perhaps 1 umbu and 1 root. He figured Danzo would keep an eye on the lone Jinchuriki of Konoha. Fujin sighed, thinking that as much as he would like to meet Naruto, it would likely create many deviations in the future and attract the attention of both Hiruzen and Danzo. He decided to postpone that meeting until he could manage those deviations and was strong enough to face the umbu if necessary. With that in mind, he opted to go to a different restaurant. Fujin then headed toward a nearby sushi restaurant. After lunch, he searched for a newspaper stand near his home and bought a subscription. With the rank C missions completed, Team Renjiro returned to their training. A week's rest made the morning workout feel much more challenging. When Renjiro returned after the break, Mieko asked when they could go on the next mission. Hoka looked on with interest. Renjiro replied casually that rank C missions took much longer than rank D missions, so they would only undertake 1 each month, with the rest of the time focused on training. Mieko's shoulders slumped at this news, realizing there was no escape from the rigorous training. Meanwhile, deep within a forest, 2 Genin squads faced each other. One squad consisted of younger boys, aged 10 to 11, while the other squad had 3 Genins who were nearly 17 years old. The younger squad was from Konoha, and the older squad was from Kusa. Yori observed his opponents, noting their age but feeling unbothered since they weren't Uchihas. Yokota Minoru, one of the Kusa Genins, arrogantly remarked that Konoha had sent little kids for the exam. His teammate, Yokota Yoshiaki, added mockingly that the younger Genins should hand over their scroll and run home to their mothers. Yori felt anger rise within him and was about to respond when his teammate, Hatake Kane, urged him to calm down, stating they were merely trying to provoke him. Tamaya Takehiko laughed, insisting they were just stating the truth. Teru sighed, acknowledging their arrogance, while Kane pointed out that despite their age, they were still only Genins. Takehiko, feeling challenged, began making hand signs, but Hoka quickly slammed his hands on the ground and shouted that it was too late. As soon as Teru slammed his hands down, stone spears erupted from the ground, surrounding the Kusa squad. Realizing their predicament, the Kusa Genins halted their hand signs and leaped into the trees. Yori, already forming his own hand signs, launched the Phoenix Sage Fire technique. Minoru and Yoshiaki quickly responded by forming a water shield just in time to protect themselves from the flames. However, Teru seized the opportunity to launch the stone spears at the airborne Kusa Genins. The spears easily pierced through the water shield, forcing the Kusa Genins to use their kunai to deflect the spears and land safely in the trees. As soon as they landed, the Kusa Genins began making hand signs again, but before they could complete their jutsu, a Tanto appeared behind Yoshiaki, striking him down. Kane, who had appeared behind Yoshiaki, whispered that it was game over. He pulled out his Tanto, and a lifeless body fell from the tree. The sight of their teammates' demise shocked the Kusa Genins, especially Minoru, who was his cousin. Overcome with rage, Minoru shouted that he would make Kane pay. Takehiko, alarmed by Minoru's loss of composure, quickly urged him to wait, but his words went unheard. Minoru completed his hand signs for the water palette jutsu and launched it at Kane, who effortlessly moved behind the trees, evading the attack. Minoru's frustration grew as his attack missed its target. He leaped toward Kane, sensing an opportunity. Teru quickly made hand signs, and seeing this, Takehiko launched a water palette at Teru. Yori, noticing the incoming attack, decided to intervene with a fireball jutsu to intercept it. At the same time, Teru unleashed his own water palette at Minoru, striking him hard in the ribs and knocking him off course. Seeing Minoru in trouble, Takehiko wanted to rush to his aid, but Yori and Teru engaged him in a fight, preventing him from reaching his teammate. Despite the pain from the water palette, Minoru gritted his teeth and pressed on, grabbing a kunai as he moved toward Kane. As he closed the distance, he attacked with the kunai, but Kane raised his Tanto to block. The clash sent an electric current through the kunai, causing Minoru to recoil in pain. Kane smirked, thinking that his current transfer jutsu had worked perfectly. He stepped forward and slashed his Tanto at Minoru's neck. Blinded by rage and suffering from the pain in his ribs, Minoru could not dodge in time. The slash cut across his throat, and he looked at Kane with defiance in his eyes before collapsing, unable to fight any longer. Meanwhile, Takehiko was engaged with Teru and Yori. After exchanging blows, Yori closed the distance and launched a fireball jutsu. Anticipating that Takehiko would dodge, Teru threw shurikens in a way that left Takehiko with no escape from the fireball. With no other option, Takehiko used the water shield jutsu to defend himself. As the fireball engulfed the water shield, he remained safe, but at that moment, a stone spear erupted from the ground, piercing through the shield and heading straight for him. Takehiko grabbed a kunai to block it, but the spear overpowered him, pushing him out of the shield and into the fireball, leaving him in a dire situation. Witnessing his teammate's fate, Teru sighed in relief, declaring that it was all done. Yori nodded in agreement, remarking that it had been easier than expected. Teru chuckled, hoping that their fallen opponent hadn't been carrying the scroll. Yori, realizing the implication, cursed under his breath, worried that the scroll would be lost to the flames. Just then, Kane appeared, reassuring them that the defeated Genin had indeed possessed the scroll. He tossed it lightly in the air, commenting on their luck in encountering such a weak team. Teru expressed satisfaction at having secured the Earth Scroll and suggested they head toward the tower. Yori countered, proposing that they eliminate weaker teams in the forest to lessen competition in the next rounds. Kane disagreed, stating that the forest would take care of the weak teams. Teru agreed, noting that spending more time in the forest would lead to more traps being set near the tower. With both teammates opposing his idea, Yori relented and accompanied them to the tower. After the mission concluded, Renjiro continued the training of his students. One day, as training was wrapping up, he observed his 3 students with pride. He thought that they had turned out quite well and would be surprised if any of them weren't promoted to Jounin before they turned 16. As the training session ended, Renjiro called them to a stop, reminding them of their probation period from 3 months prior. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko shook their heads, confused. Hoka asked what Renjiro had said. Renjiro sighed, reiterating that they were on probation. Realizing he wanted to make it official, Fujin tilted his head, asking for clarification. Mieko joined in, admitting she didn't remember either. Hoka also had no idea what Renjiro was talking about. Renjiro's expression darkened as he looked at the perfect poker faces of his students. Unable to contain their laughter, the 3 Genins erupted in giggles. Renjiro finally gave in to their antics, composing himself to say that they had passed. However, Hoka cut him off, claiming they already knew, and the 3 Genins flickered away, leaving their sensei bewildered. Renjiro smiled bitterly, muttering to himself about needing to speak with whoever suggested putting the top squad of the year on probation. It had been 4 weeks since they had officially become Genins. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko were resting under a tree after their morning workout. Mieko initiated the conversation, mentioning that the final round of the Chunin exams would take place the next day. She expressed her eagerness to see Yori's fight and wondered if their sensei would allow them to watch. Fujin chuckled, suggesting that asking for a holiday would be a challenge. Mieko shot him an annoyed look, but Fujin thought it would be beneficial to see how much Teru and Yori had progressed, considering they had been Genins for a year longer than him. After their break, Renjiro appeared and gathered his squad for the next training session. Upon seeing him, Mieko quickly wanted to ask for permission to watch the next day's fights. However, Renjiro stopped her and informed her that they would be taking another mission, leaving the following morning at 9 a.m. Mieko expressed her desire to delay the mission by a couple of days, explaining that they wanted to observe the tactics, strategies, and jutsus used by ninjas from neighboring villages during the Chunin exams. This knowledge would help them be better prepared for future battles. Fujin chuckled internally at Mieko's response. Renjiro never dismissed their ideas outright. He simply required a solid reason to consider them. Mieko had prepared her answer well. Renjiro waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was merely Genins fighting and they wouldn't learn much. He then directed the squad to return to training. Mieko slumped her shoulders in disappointment, while Fujin thought it was surprising that Renjiro didn't agree with her reasoning. However, he decided it didn't matter much. The next day, Team Renjiro embarked on a mission to escort a merchant caravan to the Land of Rivers. The journey was uneventful, with only a minor bandit group attempting to ambush the caravan. It took 9 days to reach the Land of Rivers, and the return journey added another day. The squad returned to Konoha around midnight. After completing the necessary formalities, Renjiro dismissed them. Upon returning home, Fujin noticed a stack of newspapers outside his door. He picked them up and went inside, creating a couple of shadow clones to sift through the papers while he took a bath. The clones quickly reviewed the information before dispelling themselves. After gathering the details, Fujin reflected on the news that both Teru and Yori had become Chunin. It was a bit surprising, but he figured Konoha was still working to increase the number of Chunins and Jounins. He thought that perhaps his own promotion would happen in his first attempt as well. With little else to do for the day, Fujin decided to focus on improving his Fuinjutsu skills. He created 3 clones, and together they practiced all the seals they knew. As he revised his Fuinjutsu knowledge, Fujin assessed his progress over the past few months. It had been 4 months since his graduation, and he realized his growth had been remarkable. He had underestimated the impact of having a dedicated elite Jounin as a mentor. His chakra reserves had nearly doubled, and he could now handle 18% pressure from his training seal. Despite not training, he could sense up to a kilometer away. His taijutsu had also improved significantly due to constant sparring, and his ninjutsu and kenjutsu had advanced the most. He could now easily use chakra flow on his sword and felt eager to test his skills in a real fight. The next day at 4:45 a.m., Fujin arrived at the training ground to find Mieko and Hoka already there. He greeted them, asking if they were ready for another intense 3 to 4 weeks of training. Mieko's shoulders dropped as she expressed her preference for missions instead. Fujin and Hoka chuckled at her reaction. After 4 months of training together and 2 lengthy missions outside the village, their bond had strengthened significantly and their teamwork had improved, though it still needed to be tested against a proper ninja team. At 5 a.m., Renjiro appeared in front of his team. Seeing that they were ready to begin their morning workout, he nodded internally. However, knowing what lay ahead, he couldn't help but smirk, which immediately made his genins uneasy. Fujin wondered what was coming next. Renjiro began by stating that he had drilled all the basic formations into them over the past 4 months, and they would continue to use these formations even as genins. The team relaxed upon hearing this, but Fujin was curious about the reason behind Renjiro's smirk. Renjiro then announced that he would be focusing entirely on increasing their capabilities, indicating that the training would become significantly more challenging. The 3 genins were taken aback. Mieko panicked at the thought of increased intensity, while Fujin felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, questioning how much more demanding the training could possibly be. Renjiro chuckled at their expressions and asked about the current pressure levels of their training seals. Mieko reported 3%, Hoka stated 38%, and Fujin mentioned 18.5%. Renjiro nodded, instructing Mieko to increase her pressure to 5%, Hoka to 45%, and Fujin to 22%. The genins complied, and after adjusting the pressure, Renjiro commenced the morning workout. The training became much tougher, extending until 10 a.m. instead of the usual 9 a.m. By the end of the session, all 3 genins lay exhausted under a tree. Renjiro laughed at the sight and proclaimed that they wouldn't achieve their dreams if they were defeated by a simple training session. He granted them an hour's break before the afternoon training would resume from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., then flickered away. After half an hour, Fujin and Hoka regained some energy, while Mieko remained asleep. Hoka inquired about the sudden increase in training intensity. Fujin speculated that Renjiro might be preparing them for the next Chunin exam or perhaps had been letting them take it easy since their graduation. He took a deep breath and concluded that the increased training would ultimately be beneficial. Hoka sighed, admitting he had always thought he was the most eager for training, but it seemed Fujin was even more enthusiastic. They shared a light laugh. At 11 a.m., Renjiro reappeared, creating 2 shadow clones. He announced that they would be discussing how to enhance their growth rate. Mieko and Hoka followed their shadow clones into the forest, while Fujin remained behind with Renjiro. Renjiro looked at Fujin and inquired who he thought had grown the fastest among the 3 of them. After a moment of contemplation, Fujin confidently stated that he believed it was himself. Renjiro nodded in agreement, acknowledging Fujin's rapid growth, which had exceeded the expectations of his academy teachers and even Renjiro himself. However, he pointed out that compared to Hoka and Mieko, Fujin faced a significant disadvantage. When asked if he knew what it was, Fujin thought for a moment before responding, Kekkei Genkai. Renjiro confirmed this but elaborated that it wasn't just the Kekkei Genkai itself that posed a challenge. Both Hoka and Mieko belonged to large clans that had already developed complementary jutsus to maximize the advantages of their Kekkei Genkai. Fujin pondered this information, and Renjiro continued, explaining that both of his teammates were exceptionally talented. Soon, their families would begin investing heavily in their training, propelling their growth at an accelerated pace. Renjiro questioned what Fujin would do to keep up or if he would be left behind. Fujin responded earnestly, explaining that he had dedicated time to becoming a sensor and mastering swordplay. Lacking a Kekkei Genkai meant he wouldn't receive any sudden boosts in power, but he was determined to train his skills to their limits in order to surpass those who relied on their Kekkei Genkai. Renjiro maintained a serious expression and challenged Fujin's belief, asking what made him think those with Kekkei Genkai wouldn't also train diligently. He questioned whether Fujin truly believed he could outpace them despite their advantages. Fujin smiled, resting his hand gently on the handle of his sword as he expressed his belief that the strongest samurai in the Land of Iron could stand toe-to-toe with a Kei using only their sword. He noted that even in Konoha, many powerful ninjas, including the second, third, and fourth Hokage, had no Kekkei Genkai. Similarly, none of the Sanins possessed a Kekkei Genkai. He felt that as long as he continued to train hard, he wouldn't fall short against anyone with a Kekkei Genkai. Renjiro was taken aback by Fujin's response, particularly the confidence in his voice. He thought to himself that Fujin seemed to require no encouragement, though he might need a reality check. Meanwhile, Fujin speculated whether Renjiro intended to give him a motivational speech. He reflected that while Kekkei Genkai was advantageous, it wasn't the sole factor in producing elite ninjas. Other than the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Rinnegan, and perhaps Tenseigan, most Kekkei Genkai weren't overwhelmingly powerful. He considered that one of his teammates was facing a dire situation, while the other had a cursed seal placed upon him, which didn't inspire jealousy. After a brief pause, Renjiro resumed speaking, commending Fujin's perspective but reminding him that the second, third, and fourth Hokage, as well as the Sanins, were all exceptionally talented and hardworking individuals. He emphasized that while it was good to draw inspiration from them, Fujin would need to train rigorously to even aspire to reach their level. Fujin nodded in acknowledgement. Renjiro smiled and mentioned that he had more to share about Kekkei Genkai, but he would wait until Fujin completed his first B-rank mission as a Chunin. Curious about what Renjiro wanted to reveal, Fujin agreed to wait. Renjiro then asked Fujin to assess his current abilities and outline his training plans. Fujin took a moment to reflect before explaining that his skills as a sensornin were developing well, though that would be his secondary focus. He identified wind release and swordplay as his primary combat techniques, with swordplay being his preferred method for close combat and wind release providing mid- and long-range capabilities. He acknowledged that both areas required significant improvement. Additionally, he could utilize some earth-release jutsus for defense and had the body flicker jutsu for mobility. He felt that his physical strength, speed, and chakra were decent for a genin. Renjiro was impressed by Fujin's self-assessment. Fujin continued, noting that he needed stronger jutsus capable of creating a significant impact on the battlefield and that his taijutsu required enhancement since he only had the basic academy style. After finishing his analysis, he looked up at Renjiro, who praised his insights. Renjiro reassured him that he didn't need to worry about acquiring strong jutsus just yet. As a jounin, he would have access to rank A jutsus from their village. For now, he should focus on rank C jutsus for the next couple of years until his chakra developed further. Renjiro agreed with Fujin's assessment of his taijutsu, stating that while he had performed well in the academy, the basic style would not be sufficient for his growth. He offered to teach Fujin the taijutsu style he practiced, which was the Senju taijutsu style. This revelation surprised Fujin, and he quickly expressed his gratitude, questioning whether Renjiro could teach it to someone outside the Senju clan. Renjiro raised an eyebrow, clarifying that Fujin was his student, and laughed, assuring him that their techniques were available to the entire village. However, he emphasized that not everyone could learn them. When Fujin asked what he meant by can, Renjiro explained that the Senju clan members were blessed with high chakra levels, which Fujin had likely sensed by now. He confirmed that their techniques typically required significant chakra, and while others might struggle, Fujin had more chakra than both Hoka and Mieko combined, making him an ideal candidate for learning the Senju taijutsu style. Fujin understood and eagerly asked when they could start. He also requested an explanation of what the Senju taijutsu style entailed, as he had never studied it before. Renjiro replied that they would begin immediately after he explained the basics. He described the Senju taijutsu style as straightforward, noting that the Academy taijutsu style had been derived from it. What set the Senju style apart was the incorporation of chakra into every movement. Fujin learned that to effectively use his fists, he needed to gather chakra first and release it upon impact. Kicking required the same process, and blocking involved infusing chakra into the body part he intended to use for defense. This technique ensured that his defense was as strong as a fortress while his attacks were devastating. However, it also meant he needed a significant amount of chakra and excellent chakra control. Otherwise, even a large reserve would deplete quickly. Renjiro's explanation left Fujin in awe. He realized that this fighting style resembled Tsunade's, and he had already attempted to infuse chakra into his punches. This was the Senju style, and Tsunade's technique represented the pinnacle of chakra control. The prospect of mastering a taijutsu style that could allow him to compete, or even surpass others, filled him with excitement. Determined, Fujin expressed his readiness to begin training. Renjiro nodded and instructed him to infuse his entire body with chakra first. Once he accomplished that, they would focus on individual body parts. Fujin complied and released his chakra, enveloping himself in a blue aura. Renjiro marveled at the sight, impressed by Fujin's natural talent. As Fujin concentrated, he began to contain the chakra within his body. After a couple of minutes, the blue aura slowly faded, but occasional flares of chakra still escaped. Renjiro was astonished by how quickly Fujin managed to contain the chakra, recognizing the potential that lay within him. Fujin looked to Renjiro for confirmation, and the instructor acknowledged his progress. However, he warned that Fujin was losing too much chakra while maintaining this form. The next phase of training would involve perfecting it without any loss. Until then, Fujin would refrain from practicing ninjutsu or kenjutsu and would even incorporate this form into his morning workouts. Though disappointed at the thought of not practicing his other skills, Fujin understood the importance of this training. He sensed that mastering this technique could set him apart from other ninjas and pave his way to becoming an elite. Renjiro shared the same sentiment, determined to help Fujin reach his potential. After a long day of training, which continued until 8 p.m., Fujin was finally allowed to leave. Before he departed, Renjiro instructed him to increase the pressure on his seal to 30% during the morning workout. Fujin felt skeptical but nodded, recognizing the seriousness in his teacher's demeanor. Once home, Fujin quickly consumed some ration bars and collapsed into bed, reflecting on the intense training. His body felt sore, and he couldn't help but think about the progress he had made. If he continued this training for months, he wondered just how strong he could become. The next morning, Fujin awoke to a surprising revelation. His body felt completely pain-free. He speculated whether the training had some healing properties or if it was something else entirely. Concerned about the safety of this newfound ability, he resolved to consult Renjiro. As usual, Renjiro arrived at the training ground at 5 a.m. and instructed the Genins to begin their workouts. Fujin approached him with questions, and Renjiro anticipated the inquiry regarding his quick recovery. He directed the other students to start their workouts while he addressed Fujin. Renjiro explained that the infusion of chakra activated every cell in Fujin's body, enhancing his passive healing and reducing recovery time from fatigue. He added that this training would also increase his stamina and chakra reserves. Fujin's eyes widened at this revelation, and he questioned whether it was too advantageous. Renjiro reassured him that while the passive healing was beneficial, it wasn't groundbreaking. The increase in chakra reserves would only be significant if he started with a lower reserve. This tempered Fujin's excitement, but he still recognized the advantages of mastering this style. Curious about potential side effects, Fujin asked if there were any risks associated with the technique. Renjiro was surprised by the question, noting that most young Genins would be thrilled with such a boost. He assured Fujin that this ancient Senju technique had no harmful effects, allowing him to focus on his training without worry. In fact, considering the long lifespans of his clan members, it might even be having a good effect on his health. Hearing this, Fujin let out a sigh of relief. Renjiro looked at him and encouraged him to begin his workout, noting that his teammates had left him behind considerably. Grateful for the guidance, Fujin started his training. Although he had significantly increased the pressure from the seal, infusing chakra made the exercises easier for him. However, he knew that once his chakra ran out, the real challenge would begin. Later that day, Fujin discussed the issue of running out of chakra during the morning workout with Renjiro. Renjiro smiled and explained that Fujin had enough chakra to complete the entire session without depleting it. It was his control that needed improvement. If he wanted to avoid running out of chakra, He needed to train and enhance his control. Fujin gave his teacher an unimpressed look, suspecting that Renjiro was secretly enjoying his struggle. Training continued in this manner for Fujin. After 3 days, he finally managed to complete the entire morning workout without exhausting his chakra. By the 7th day, he had learned to contain all his chakra properly. While he had not achieved zero wastage, the amount leaking out was now minimal. The results of this training amazed Fujin. He muttered to himself in disbelief, noting that just 1 week had increased his chakra reserves by 50%. In addition to the chakra increase, Renjiro had Fujin raise the pressure on the training seal from day 3 onward, which was now set at 40%. The following month was dedicated to mastering chakra control for the Senju Taijutsu style. By the end of this training, Fujin could finally control his chakra freely and apply it during sparring sessions with Renjiro. This training further increased his chakra by another 35 to 40%. In just over 5 months since his graduation, Fujin's chakra reserves had quadrupled. He marveled at the progress, realizing he now possessed more chakra than even Genki, who had been an elite chunin for at least 4 years. He felt an overwhelming urge to test out his ninjutsu. Unfortunately, he was still denied permission to train in ninjutsu. With all 3 students training intensely, Renjiro had not taken any missions for a couple of months. He continued to drill the basics of the Senju Taijutsu style into Fujin. The pressure from the training seal kept increasing, and it was now at 55%. Fujin had to constantly infuse his body with chakra during rigorous training or sparring, otherwise, the pressure would hinder his performance. However, during normal activities like walking or resting, the pressure was manageable. Renjiro insisted that Fujin maintain that pressure at all times. One evening, after another spar, Renjiro observed a tired Fujin panting on the ground. He smiled and praised Fujin for finally mastering the basics. Exhausted, Fujin nodded in response. Renjiro then suggested they end the session and take the next day off. Fujin's eyes lit up with joy, nearly bringing him to tears. He thought to himself that he had finally earned a break after 2 months of relentless training. Renjiro chuckled at Fujin's reaction before disappearing. After resting, Fujin made his way home, reflecting on the unfairness of his situation. While his teammates had received days off to master their clan jutsus, he had not been granted a single break. The next day, for the first time in years, Fujin slept soundly until noon. Upon waking, he felt no soreness from the previous day. He appreciated this aspect of his training, as he always woke up feeling healthy and energized. After freshening up, he left home, reminiscing about the advanced technology he missed. In his previous life, he could never have imagined going without a smartphone for years. Soon, he arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. He sat down and ordered one of each bowl available. Tucci, surprised by the order, welcomed him back after a long absence. Fujin explained that he had been training nonstop, leaving him no free time. Tucci encouraged him to hang in there as he began preparing the ramen. Since graduating, Fujin had increased his visits to Ichiraku and Yakiniku, and his relationship with Tucci had grown strong. 2 bowls were soon placed in front of Fujin. Tucci smiled and urged him to eat up, knowing he would need all the energy he could get. Fujin wasted no time, devouring all 7 types of ramen available. Once finished, he expressed his satisfaction and ordered 2 more bowls of miso and tonkatsu ramen. Tucci happily obliged. After lunch, Fujin ventured into the forest where he had trained before, feeling a sense of freedom. He smirked, eager to test his jutsu. In the deepest part of the forest, he stood before a tree, ready to unleash his great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu uprooted the tree and several others nearby, creating deep slashes in many surrounding trees and stripping them of leaves and branches. Watching the scene unfold, Fujin grinned, realizing that his technique was now 40 to 50% stronger than it had been 2 months prior. His excitement grew as he prepared to unleash another great breakthrough jutsu. This time, he focused on infusing it with more chakra. In 30 seconds, he poured 10% of his chakra into the jutsu, and in another 30 seconds, it reached 15%. With determination, he exhaled the supercharged jutsu, which struck the tree in front of him with immense force, completely obliterating it. In a fraction of a second, hundreds of trees in the vicinity were uprooted or cut into pieces, leaving thousands stripped of their branches and marked with deep scars. Fujin was initially shocked by the destruction, but soon a grin spread across his face, filled with excitement. He thought to himself that this was what a jutsu was meant to be. However, he realized that the time required to supercharge the jutsu was too long. Any capable ninja could defeat him multiple times if he remained stationary for even a minute. He needed to increase the speed of pouring his chakra into the jutsu, ideally reducing it to under 2 seconds, and doing so while moving or flickering around. Fujin understood why Renjiro had advised them to focus on rank C jutsus. He quickly formed a hand sign, and winds began to gather around him. He infused chakra into his jutsu for 30 seconds, causing the winds to spin around him in a dome shape at a rapid speed. The wind continued to swirl around Fujin for a couple of minutes. Before the wind dome dispersed, he made another hand sign, transforming the winds into 2 wolves. Each wolf stood 3 meters tall and measured nearly 7 meters in length, exuding a fierce presence. They charged toward the nearby trees, tearing through a few with their claws and teeth before vanishing. Next, Fujin gathered his chakra again and directed it into the Wind Dragon Jutsu. He managed to channel just over 20% of his maximum chakra into it, resulting in a dragon that stretched 50 meters long, forming in the forest. The dragon opened its mouth, creating a massive wind explosion jutsu, which it launched toward the trees. The sphere traveled straight, exploding upon impact and snapping a tree in 2. It then zigzagged through the forest, slicing through many trees with the force of its winds, traveling 200 meters before dissipating. Soon after, 2 spheres of wind appeared in Fujin's hands, quickly expanding to about 50 centimeters in radius. He launched them simultaneously at a boulder, causing them to explode and leave several marks across its surface. Analyzing the damage, he concluded that the increase in power was somewhat unnecessary, as even a regular slash could deal a fatal blow to a normal ninja. If someone created a strong defense, they could easily block the enhanced wind explosion jutsu. He decided it would be better to focus on increasing the speed of his launches. In the next moment, Fujin began rapidly using the wind explosion jutsu, launching 84 of them in just a minute. He felt a sense of satisfaction, noting that it had only cost him around 7% of his chakra. This would be a very effective tactic at mid-range. Looking around for an appropriate stone, he finally spotted one a few dozen meters away, estimating it to weigh around 15 kilograms. Concentrating on the stone, he summoned strong winds to lift it. After a few seconds, the stone began to rise into the sky. Within half a minute, he managed to elevate it to a height of 1.2 meters. He then raised his arms toward the stone and activated the wind retrieval jutsu. The stone slowly moved toward him, and he caught it in his hands. He noted that the power he could exert with these 2 jutsus had increased. He wondered if he could eventually fly using them, though he suspected he would need much more chakra and better control for that, and even then, it might not be practical for long-distance travel. After tossing the stone aside, Fujin reached into his bag and threw 12 shurikens into the air one after another. Using the projectile control jutsu, he guided the shurikens through the forest, skillfully avoiding all the trees. They flew through the forest and struck the same tree about 500 meters away from him. In the next moment, Fujin appeared next to that tree using the wind instantaneous body jutsu, retrieving the shurikens. He reflected on how 2 months of Senju Taijutsu training had significantly boosted his ninjutsu. In the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, he could pour up to 15% of his chakra, and while it took a minute, the results were impressive. The spinning shield of wind could only absorb 2.5% of his chakra, and he couldn't add more to it. The same went for the Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu, where he could only pour 2% of his chakra into each wolf. On the other hand, the Wind Dragon Jutsu could absorb 20% of his chakra, while using the Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu to its current limit of 500 meters required 1.5%. The Wind Projectile Jutsu now consumed a negligible amount of chakra, and each Wind Explosion Jutsu needed less than 0.1%. He noted that the Wind Levitation Jutsu didn't have much combat use yet, but the Wind Retrieval Jutsu could create some chaos. He realized that this short display of his jutsus had cost him almost 50% of his chakra. He wondered if Renjiro had more methods to increase his chakra levels. For now, it wasn't an issue since he couldn't supercharge any jutsu in combat. Fujin began gathering chakra again and slammed his hands on the ground, summoning a rock shield in front of him. Observing the shield, he sighed, recognizing that it was just a ranky jutsu and had already reached its limit for him. There was no room for improvement. He thought about discussing with Renjiro if there was a way to release the jutsu by stepping on the ground instead of slamming his hands down. He decided to ask when Renjiro resumed ninjutsu training. After concluding his thoughts, Fujin made a hand sign and vanished underground. While moving beneath the surface, he sighed, realizing how busy he had been and that he hadn't practiced this jutsu since graduation. He continued moving underground for a while, suppressing his chakra signal and forming a couple more hand signs. In an instant, he disappeared and reappeared about 150 meters in the direction he was facing. He thought to himself that the earth, instantaneous body jutsu and wind instantaneous body jutsu were perfect for escaping without leaving any trace. The earth instantaneous body jutsu would actually be ideal for infiltrating enemy territory. He wondered what countermeasures had been developed against this jutsu. Rising from the ground, he made another hand sign and placed his hand on the earth. The ground ahead transformed into a moat of mud, 6 meters in radius and 10 meters deep. He moved to a different spot, made a few hand signs, and slammed his hands onto the ground. This time, the earth began to rise slowly, as if trying to ensnare someone. Fujin analyzed that the earth-holding jutsu was too slow, similar to the mud moat jutsu. However, these two were the only jutsus he could use to trap enemies, so they would have to suffice for now. After testing and analyzing the current status of most of his jutsus, he decided to return home to rest. As he left, he muttered to himself while looking at the ground that his jutsus should be sufficient for the time being. However, he needed the earth wall jutsu to further improve his defensive capabilities. He believed his current chakra reserves would be enough for it, though he suspected Renjiro would not allow it. He hoped to participate in the next Chunin exam, eager to test himself in combat, and he grinned as he looked up. What he saw made him feel a bit awkward. A large portion of the forest lay in ruins from his jutsu testing. He wondered what someone would think if they stumbled upon this scene. Fortunately, the area was somewhat remote, and he doubted anyone would come here. Still, he decided to hide his tracks just in case and thought it best not to return in the near future. Fujin jumped onto a branch of one of the remaining trees. He performed the gale jutsu, creating a gentle breeze that swept through the forest, covering every footprint and slightly dispersing his scent. Once this task was complete, he made a hand sign and vanished from his spot, reappearing on another branch about 500 meters away. He used the wind instantaneous body jutsu several more times before finally exiting the forest. After leaving, he flickered away toward his house, contemplating whether anyone would ever discover the chaos he had caused. A couple of months later, 2 special jounins from the Hyuga clan happened to pass through the forest and unwittingly entered the area where Fujin had wreaked havoc. They were left dumbfounded by the sight of uprooted and sliced-off trees. Coincidentally, a squad of Umbu also crossed through the same area at that time. Upon seeing the 2 Hyuga present, they immediately began questioning them about the destruction and whether there had been a battle. The Hyuga denied any involvement, stating that the forest was already in ruins. The Umbu examined the area carefully and realized that the destruction had occurred quite some time ago. They investigated further and asked the Hyuga for assistance, but found no clues. They speculated that someone might have been training there but couldn't understand why anyone would choose that location when so many training grounds were available around Konoha. The unusual nature of the destruction prompted them to report the situation to the Hokage. Hiruzen was equally perplexed and dispatched an Umbu squad specializing in investigation and tracking to investigate. Unfortunately, the Gale Jutsu, combined with 2 months of time and several rain showers, had erased any evidence that could have led to a clue. The Umbu returned empty-handed, and Hiruzen decided to drop the case, as there were no leads and it wasn't worth allocating more resources. Unbeknownst to Fujin, he would remain ignorant of this incident. After testing his jutsus, Fujin returned home and took a short nap. Later, he revised his fuinjutsu skills before enjoying dinner at yakiniku. The next day began with an intense morning workout. In the afternoon, the team split up to train with Renjiro and his clones. Renjiro looked at Fujin and informed him that he had taught everything he knew about the Senju Taijutsu style. How much Fujin managed to master would depend on his own efforts. Fujin expressed his gratitude, bowing slightly. Seeing his humility, Renjiro's expression softened. He reminded Fujin that he had once mentioned that the Sanins did not possess any Kekkei Genkai. One of the Sanins, Lady Tsunade, utilized an advanced form of Senju Taijutsu, modifying the style to complement her perfect chakra control, making it much more lethal. Renjiro noted that Fujin's talent with this style was also very high, encouraging him to work hard. Fujin nodded, affirming his commitment to improvement. Renjiro then shifted the focus back to ninjutsu and kenjutsu, stating they would practice all of Fujin's jutsus before beginning to work on supercharging them. Fujin felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. Renjiro noticed his enthusiasm and inquired if he had already tried it. Fujin laughed nervously and confirmed it. Renjiro sighed, hoping he hadn't caused any damage. Fujin assured him that he had directed everything straight up into the air. Renjiro asked about Fujin's observations. Fujin explained that supercharging jutsus took a considerable amount of time, making them impractical for battle unless he could significantly reduce that time. Renjiro nodded in understanding. Fujin continued, noting that he couldn't supercharge all his jutsus, particularly the rock shield jutsu, which showed no improvement. However, the Great Breakthrough and Wind Dragon jutsu had responded well to supercharging. Renjiro explained that not all jutsus could be supercharged, and the effectiveness depended on various factors, including chakra reserves, chakra control, mastery of the element, and the jutsu itself. He mentioned that while Konoha lacked wind jutsus, Fujin was fortunate to have wind affinity, as most rank C wind jutsus could be supercharged. He reassured Fujin that the rock shield jutsu had a low capacity, so he shouldn't worry about it. In the coming months, Renjiro planned to teach all three of them how to supercharge their jutsus quickly in battle situations. Since Fujin had the highest chakra reserves, he would need to put in the most effort. Before they began, Renjiro asked if Fujin had any questions. Fujin nodded and replied that he had a few. The first topic of discussion was the rock shield jutsu. Fujin had mastered the technique to the point where he could perform it without hand signs, but he still needed to slam his hands on the ground. He wondered if there was a way to execute the jutsu by slamming his feet instead. Renjiro raised an eyebrow, curious about Fujin's reasoning. Fujin explained that using his feet would significantly enhance the jutsu's efficiency. Since he carried swords, slamming his hands on the ground would require him to temporarily set them aside, which he felt was not a wise choice. If he could use his feet, he could activate the jutsu while still engaged in combat. In the event of a large attack from an enemy, he could retreat while creating multiple rock shields. Renjiro was impressed by Fujin's tactical approach and acknowledged his innovative thinking. He noted that this idea could potentially apply to all Earth-style jutsu. Fujin agreed, seeing the convenience in such a method. However, Renjiro explained that it would not be feasible. The hand signs for the jutsu were essential for gathering Earth-nature chakra in the palms. Even without hand signs, the technique relied on replicating the chakra molding process. What Fujin proposed would essentially create an entirely different jutsu. Fujin quickly suggested that they could develop new Earth-style jutsus that operated in this manner. Renjiro shook his head, stating that it would be too challenging. While smaller jutsus could be created, what Fujin was proposing would revolutionize Earth element jutsus. He admitted that he was not capable of such a feat and pointed out that it was unlikely he was the first to think of it. Given that no such jutsu existed, it seemed no one had succeeded in creating it. Fujin felt a bit disheartened, realizing that one of his ideas had been dashed. Renjiro, noticing his expression, chuckled. Fujin then asked if he could learn the Earth Wall jutsu since he couldn't improve his rock shield jutsu any further. Renjiro again shook his head, explaining that it was a rank B jutsu. Although Fujin had a good chakra reserve, He should not rely on rank B or higher jutsus until he was promoted to Chunin. Fujin had anticipated this response and proceeded with his final question. He mentioned that while practicing with supercharged jutsus, he quickly ran out of chakra and asked if there were any other ways to increase his chakra reserves. The training he had been doing to infuse chakra into his body was yielding minimal results. Renjiro appeared slightly incredulous at the question. He reminded Fujin that chakra was not something one could simply buy at a store. He pointed out that Fujin's chakra was already 4 times larger than that of his teammates, advising him to be content with that and not to seek more. He warned that most methods of increasing chakra reserves came with significant drawbacks. For battles, he suggested using soldier pills to enhance stamina instead. Fujin was taken aback by Renjiro's dismissive attitude. He reflected on the situation, realizing he might have been expecting too much. The current boost in chakra was already substantial, and he decided to leave the issue for another time. If he found himself in desperate need of chakra, he could consider capturing a tailed beast. As he contemplated the tailed beasts, Fujin sighed internally, imagining how convenient it would be if he could simply throw some pokeballs to capture them. Renjiro then asked if there were any more questions. Fujin shook his head and expressed his readiness to begin training.